A chalice symbolic of excellence. A holy grail bequeathed to a seasoned victor.
On the biggest day of his golfing career, Brandt Snedeker wins the Tour Championship and the FedEx Cup.
In 36 events over a grueling 33-week regular season, the best players in the world have competed, each in pursuit of a dream to etch his name into history. Within view of the towering skyscrapers of New York City, on a nearby shore from a landmark of liberty, 125 players, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, are now assembled at an event where we've witnessed miracles before.
Heath Slocum is going to stun the world's best here at the Barclays.
The first stage of the postseason to determine the next FedEx Cup champion is here. The featured group channel is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Barclays, the first stage of the 2013 FedEx Cup playoffs. Coverage is delivered by FedEx. We are on the tee at the 10th. You see Jeff Ogilvy, 36-year-old from Australia, part of our first featured group of the day here, final round of the first FedEx Cup playoff event. And he is playing today with Stewart Cink. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Cratchit with you today as we bring you a full day of featured group coverage. Here are our featured groups, a couple of major champions. Jeff Ogilvy, the 2006 U.S. Open champion here in the New York area. Stewart Cink, the 2009 British Open champion. Well, you got Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy, Ryder Cup stalwarts for the Europeans in our second featured group. And then you have the course record holder as of yesterday, Kevin Chappell, looking for his first PGA Tour title, playing with a guy who's trying to become the all-time PGA Tour leader in career victories, Tiger Woods. And Chappell will begin the day one shot off the lead, held by Gary Woodland and Georgia Tech's Matt Kuchar. And Mark, here's another yellow jacket from Georgia Tech, Stewart Cink.
Yeah, Stewart Cink, you mentioned a major winner. Struggled last year. It's kind of got his game back together. His last win coming at the Open in 2009 at Turnberry. How about that target? He can pick any building he wants. Going off this 10th tee with a long iron. This is a pretty tough hole, 461 yards today. Aggressive swing by Stewart Cink as he tries to hit this ball down the middle of the fairway. Turns it over a little bit right to left, and it's going to find either the left rough or from our angle. If it kicked back to the right, Grant, that may have caught fairway, but I think it's in the first cut of rough.
Where that ball went. Did you see it?
Yeah, right dead ahead.
Yeah, and I will not need the tripod.
Okay.
Now we've got Jeff Ogilvy on the tee. He too going off the tee with a long iron. Boy, look at that skyline, Grant. It can be distracting if you're not playing well, but Jeff's got a lot to play for now, trying to fight his way into the top 100 on the FedEx Cup standings.
He's 99th at the moment, but right now projected to fall to 108th, and you see he's missed the fairway to the right. He's even par on his round. Stewart Cink is +2 on his round. As we said, this is the first of 4 consecutive FedEx Cup playoff events. There will be that week off in between the Deutsche Bank and the BMW. The key for you to follow, and for all of us to follow today, especially for guys like Jeff Ogilvy, is that 25 players will be out after today. Some are already out who are 101 to 125 and let's say miss the cut. You know they can't move in. Ogilvy can move out. He's trying to stay in. As I said, coming into the week, 99th, and only the top 100 go to next week.
Yeah, and those who are in the top 100 and have that sealed up, for example, Stewart Cink will not drop out. He came in at 88th, but he needs to get points, gain points to be in the top 70 after the Deutsche Bank, after the Deutsche Bank, he needs to be in the top 70. So all the points you accumulate now are very valuable on making your way to the road to the Tour Championship in Atlanta.
Here is your current leaderboard with Kuchar and Woodland tied at 12 under. Woodland at one point yesterday had a 3-shot lead. He'll take a share of the lead into today's final round. Chappell, as I said, 9 birdies, no bogeys, a 62 for the course record. Tiger Woods, as you may know, has been battling neck and back issues after a rough night's sleep Tuesday night. But he birdied the 18th yesterday to shoot 69, and so Tiger will try to come from behind to win for the first time this year. All 5 of his victories have come with a share or the lead outright going into the final round. Could someone make a run today from 5, 6, 7 shots back? Someone like one of these players at 6 or 5 under. We know that good scores are out there.
Absolutely, and anybody in this field who, if they were to finish from even starting way back, if they were to win the tournament or finish second, could jump up into the top 5 on the FedEx Cup point list. Points have been multiplied this week 5 times the normal value, so a lot of room for volatility and movement. There's 2 real storylines, Grant. Who's going to win the Barclays, which is what everybody came here wanting to do, then who's going to be in the top 100 to advance in the FedEx Cup playoffs, which is very important. If not, your year is over.
There is that $1.44 million first prize. There is that. Yeah, that is getting their attention. But as you say, there is a tournament within a tournament this week, and this is really what the PGA Tour wanted, to create a playoff-type environment where you have to perform well to continue playing as the tournaments go on.
Well, another thing this has done, this has got the greatest players in the world playing for the full season. That was always the challenge in years past. You've got Tiger Woods here. You've got all the Rory McIlroy and the Sergio Garcias and on and on. You've got the best players playing late in the year.
Just about straight down. I think a 6 is a lot of club here. Yeah. Yeah, keep up here. 7.
Matt Hall caddying for Stuart Sink.
It's a 6-iron from 207 yards, obviously downwind. He thinks that's a lot of club. And that ball comes up right in the bunker, Billy.
That did. And, you know, he thought it more times than not for a player. You know, they're going to kind of ease off of it. And that's exactly what happened to Stewart with that shot.
That is so often true. If you think you've got a lot of club, it's hard to go ahead and hit it. It appears Stuart Sink did kind of ease up. Now, Jeff Ogilvy from the right rough. Does that tree impede his shot at all, Billy?
No, because he lofts it so high up in the air. He probably has one of the higher ball flights on the PGA Tour, Mark. He's kicked that a little bit to the right.
Yesterday, we all were observing how tough the hole locations were. I mean, hole after hole. Today, this looks like one of the easier hole locations, but it is a long golf hole. I mean, today, this 10th hole is playing 461 yards. It could play as long as 496, but with the front hole location, that shortens the hole probably by 15, 20 yards on this deep green.
Yeah, but I think you're going to have to factor in as we watch today, Mark, that this hole location being on the front, it's so much downwind. If the wind was into the players, yes, but I think downwind, I think the only way you're going to get it close to the hole is to land it short of the green.
Well, that is a good point. I've always thought that front hole locations were the hardest because you like to be below the hole. You know, 95% of all greens, or maybe more, slope from back to front, so it's hard to keep it between the fairway and the hole location so you can putt uphill. And as Billy mentioned, downwind, that even adds to the degree of difficulty.
Generally speaking, Billy, from what you've seen these first few days, how would you characterize the conditions out there?
The condition of the golf course is absolutely superb, and the conditions for play today, I don't think there's much humidity. There's a little wind, certainly not as much wind as we saw yesterday morning, Grant, but you know, I look for the guys to come out and play some really good golf. I thought the round that Kevin Chappell played yesterday was one of the top 5 best rounds on the PGA Tour for 2013, but you can get out here, and because the course is in such good condition, you can, if you start hitting it in the right sections of the greens, you can really make a lot of putts.
You know, Billy, these greens have a lot of square footage. They are bent grass, A4 variety. The fairways are also bent grass, a little bluegrass in the rough. Then you get to the wider misses, you reach that beautiful tall fescue. It's beautiful to look at, not beautiful to play out of.
No, but you're right. I mean, they're big targets, but they play small because seemingly every green complex is kind of sectioned off with hole locations and shelves and tables and low areas. So you better be pretty precise with your irons if you want to get it close to the hole. Clean line for Stewart in this bunker, right-hand side. Plenty of green to work with. Nicely done there.
He's gotten it up and down better than 50% of the time from greenside bunkers this season. Another look here, Mark.
Another look. Notice the club face is wide open. Look, almost back to parallel. Full golf swing, a lot of speed. And the way you control the distance is by the amount of loft. And look at the follow-through. That's the same swing you'd see with the driver, and he hits the ball 20 feet. The right method, learning the right method out of the bunkers doesn't make those shots easy, but it certainly makes them easier. I think almost to a man on the PGA Tour, players would rather miss a green into a good lie in a bunker than to take the chance of catching a funky lie in rough, especially Bermuda. But up here it is bent grass. It's not quite as hard to play out of, but still there's a lot of guesswork when you're not in a bunker, clean line of bunker. Now Jeff Ogilvy, Billy.
Well, he's right in this right-hand side of the green, so a little bit lower, so he's going to come up the hill, and then it's going to kind of start going back down the hill. This is judged beautifully with the pace and line. Good effort by Ogilvy.
Boy, that was a good putt. You know, every birdie that he can make is going to be so valuable to determining whether Jeff's year continues or he's home with the wife and the 3 children, because if he doesn't improve his position right now, he's projected if everything just stopped where we were and froze, he'd be 108. He'd be outside the bubble, that top magic number this week of 100. And that could change with just a birdie or two, Grant.
Right now at 108th projected, and we'll keep you posted all day long where these players stand. You'll see the number of their projected place in the standings next to their score and next to their name all day today. Now Sink for his par.
Should be fairly straight. If it does anything, it may drift a little bit to Stewie's right. It's been a protective year for Stewart after that win at the Open Championship. A couple of off years, struggled with the swing, tried to change his swing, actually went to O'Connell down in Texas, same guy that Matt Kuchar uses, left Butch Harmon. So I think he got caught in between swings, and right now he's kind of figured it out, and he's doing a lot better, Mark.
You're right. He has improved quite a bit this year. As we take a look at our course description, and Mark, we can see the scenery behind this information, and it tells you what Bob Cupp and Tom Kite had to work with.
Yeah, Bob Cupp and Tom Kite, I'll tell you what they had to work with as an architect, a toxic waste dump. How about that? How about the transformation from what it used to be to this beautiful piece of land overlooking Manhattan and Brooklyn and the Statue of Liberty, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Bob Cupp was one of the original architects with the Jack Nicklaus Design Group. Went to school at the University of Miami, and how about this? Bob is an artist. He has an art degree. Very creative man, and obviously the name next to him on that list, Tom Kite, is in the Hall of Fame. Tom is doing design for several years, and he certainly could add the expertise of what a great player would be looking for. A lot of experience in both those two men. And the storyline was when they played here in 2009, a lot of grumbling for the players that the rough was too close to the fairways, that fescue. So they widened. 13 fairways were changed. 3 greens were totally rebuilt. All the greens were softened. And to a man this week, players are just praising the improvements to the golf course. And Bob Cupp and Tom Kite were aided by PGA Tour design services in making the changes. And I think Paul Fireman, the owner, hopefully he's happy with it because he's invested, word is, over $250 million in this golf course. Got to be the most expensive course ever built, but it is a beautiful site. Where it is makes it special, Grant.
Quite a canvas for the artist Bob Cupp here on the shores of the Hudson River in New York Harbor. Now Sink at the 11th, long par 3.
Well, 235 yards into the wind. Stewart's going to go with 3 irons. I would think this is quick left, catch the bunker. Okay. I think this is going to be a hard hole location to fit it up on that back level. I mean, it just really looks like it's hard. It's going to be hard to put a ball up there today.
We mentioned this yesterday. When you see a bunker between the green and the water like that, it's almost a little bit of a safety net for players who make a mistake hitting it left. You know, like Billy, you're begging for that ball to get to the bunker. Otherwise, it's going to land on that bank and go in the water. We're looking at a good view of the shot they've got ahead of them, Billy.
I would say that 35, 40 feet, just short of the hole, just short of that shelf, is an excellent shot here today. It's 235 yards. That's a 3-iron for Ogilvy. Good looking shot, but and it does kind of ease its way up there if it stays.
Billy, it's not going to stay. It's working back.
It's just such a hard hole location to get it back there, Mark. And I would have to say the effective yardage today is somewhere around 240, 245 with this wind direction.
Well, one of the most aesthetically pleasing swings we've seen in the last decade, at least in my opinion, the 36-year-old who's won 7 times on the PGA Tour, including right here in the metropolitan New York area. That major championship at Wingfoot in 2006.
Yeah, he's from a place that's close to my heart, Adelaide, South Australia. It's wine country. In 1976, I had the privilege of playing for a month in Australia. That was my first tournament, the West Lakes Classic, 1976 in Adelaide. It's a beautiful part of the world. In 2000, Billy, I went back and played Doral, just kind of one last fling right before I was turning 50. And I got paired the first 2 days with Jeff Ogilvy, and I'll never forget my introduction to his power, his graceful power, was at the 8th hole, and you know it well, the par 5 at Doral. He hit it over to the left in the water, which is not easy to hit it that far. And he took a drop on a bank, and I see him with an iron out, and I'm out in the fairway, and I'm thinking, well, he's laying up, and I watched this shot fly on the green from about 230, and it was a 4-iron. I said, wow, I've never seen that before. Pretty impressive.
As we look at his finishes on the PGA Tour this year, the second at the Honda, Michael Thompson, the winner there. It has not been the kind of season we've come to expect from Jeff Ogilvy. I don't want to put words in you guys' mouths, so when I say aesthetically pleasing swings on tour, give me some names. I threw out Ogilvy as one of the best of the last 10 years. Give me some names you guys like.
Ernie Els, Adam Scott, Justin Rose.
He just named
Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Rory McIlroy.
And those are different and varying. Tiger's is a powerful, good-looking swing. You know, some of the others, Ernie Els is maybe one of the most graceful. You know, Tiger, when he swings, you can see the power in the swing. It looks like he's swinging hard to me, or fast, aggressive. When you see Ernie swing, he hits it as if he's swinging hard, but it doesn't look hard. It's pretty amazing. And that's how Ogilvy looks to me. He's tremendously long. Like Billy said, he probably spins the ball, sends it higher than anybody on tour. But it never looks to me like he's just beating it. It looks like it's graceful. But I think any swing that produces a good shot looks good to me, Grant.
Sure.
Billy, have you had a chance to see Stewart's lie? Pretty straightforward lie.
Well, it's kind of an awkward lie. So, you know, it's kind of up against the bank there. In fact, he's going to go in with a couple of different clubs to try to. See, you can see that 1 foot is out, 1 foot is in, so the balance being awkward, you know, do you feel like you're going to dig into the sand too much? Do you take a lesser lofted sand wedge? Most of these guys carry 3 sand wedges. Do you take less loft because you feel as though because you're on the upslope and you may dig a little bit more, you need a little more carry? So I think that's exactly what he's done. Pretty, very pretty.
2 good ones in a row at 10 and 11 from the sand for Sink. I'm trying to figure out how to get out of there.
Yeah, you keep hitting it in enough bunkers, you can become a pretty good bunker.
Stewart made that look very easy. Billy, that ball had a great chance to go in, just missed on the high side.
Well, and I think that's a good lesson for the amateurs. You don't automatically go in there with a 60-degree wedge to hit a bunker shot. He went to the 56 and took a little less loft, and he was able to pitch that ball out of that bunker a little bit further up onto that shelf.
Yeah, we just saw a replay, which I think it even looked better the second time. What a great job by Stewart.
Ogilvy, every birdie matters. You see 108 next to his name. That's his projected standing if it ends as it is now. That will be a routine tap-in par. We'll keep you posted all day long as to where not only Ogilvy but others stand in relation to that top 100. 25 players will go by the wayside at the end of play today. Ogilvy hoping to move on to the Deutsche Bank in the Boston area next weekend, Labor Day weekend.
Pretty cool customer. Jeff Ogilvy doesn't seem to change his demeanor very often on the golf course. Kind of goes about his business. Now Stewart Cink finish up here, Billy, for par.
Back-to-back nice up and downs. I thought this bunker shot was really special, given the fact that that stance was so awkward. But even though Stewart's 8 over par for the tournament, he's still just going to grind this thing out.
Well, the one thing about featured groups we've appreciated this year is we've gotten to watch a group, and talk about them, watch them every shot. And Stewart Cink's got 2 goals. He's trying to make points for next week. He's going to lose some points the way things stand now. He's going to drop from 88th back to in the 90s. So he needs to be in the top 100 next week. So every point he saves this week has value. And the other thing, Billy, as a player I know you appreciate, if he can find something about his game in this last 9 of this tournament, that he can take that momentum up to Boston, to the Deutsche Bank, and maybe he get off to a quicker start.
Oh, absolutely. I think all the players, when they're not in contention and you have points available, I think it's very important that these guys try to figure something out going into next week to improve their position going forward, because there's only going to be 70 that advance after next week.
Billy, we're taking a look on our screens of his stats this week, and you can see why he's struggling. He's hit barely over half the fairways, just over half the greens. The one thing he's shining in, and we've seen evidence of it so far, he's 5 for 6 in sand saves. That's a good thing. The other stats he needs to work on a bit if he wants to advance after next week's tournament.
No top 10s last year for Stewart Cink. He's had a few this year. And as Billy mentioned, he's beginning to get things back together. He's missed both of the greens in regulation since we've seen him. But he has improved to 16th on the PGA Tour this year in greens in regulation. You compare that to last year, he was 134th. Dramatic increase, and one of the reasons why he's made it to the FedEx Cup playoffs this year after missing it last year.
Well, I think he finally has the understanding of what he wants to do in the golf swing. So many times out here, a player gets caught in between, especially when they're changing instructors, swing coaches. It was just really nice to see Stewart play well this year and kind of get things rolling again. And actually, the swing looks very good to me. I think this is about as mechanically sound as he's been in the last couple of years. Going with 3 metal.
Isn't it?
Yeah, this going down the left-hand side. You can see the bunkers that split these. Makes this a kind of a 2-fairway system here on this par 4. Boy, that's a deep 3-wood too.
Yeah, that ball's in perfect position. Now Jeff being a little more aggressive, and he's long too. He's chosen driver, Billy, which brings those bunkers for sure in the middle of the fairway in play, doesn't it?
Yeah, Stewart brought him in play with the 3 metal, so they are definitely in play with the driver for Ogilvy. He's hoping that one peels a little bit more to the right. That is right on that right-hand edge of the bunker. And could not tell from the tee if that missed the bunker or not, Mark.
Well, we couldn't tell for sure. We'll find out, though, when we come back. As we watch our first feature group, Stewart Cink, Jeff Ogilvy here at the Barclays, first week of the FedEx Cup playoffs.
Kuchar and Woodland, they teamed up to win a World Cup a couple of years ago. They will play together in the final pairing. We went in groups of 3 off both tees yesterday. By we, I mean the 74 players who made the cut, because they had to finish the second round early Saturday morning. So they bunched the players up on Saturday, groups of 3 off both tees to get back on schedule. So today, back in pairs, and all 37 of those pairings are going off of the first tee. Jonas BLIXT has played great golf. He top 5'd it at the PGA Championship. He's won a couple of times in the last year on tour. And how about new 20-year-old Jordan Spieth? He won the Quad Cities event, the John Deere Classic. Hopped a plane to Muirfield, played the Open Championship. And he's had another good week this week. No status on tour for Jordan Spieth when the year began, and here he is in the FedEx Cup playoffs. We're at the 12th with our featured group, Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, and on the course, Bill Kratzert watching Jeff Ogilvy.
125 yards from this fairway bunker. Clean lie, a little bit on the upslope, but downwind shouldn't be any problem to cover the yardage. Good clean strike, left of the hole.
Under the hole, but just a pace or two off the front of the green.
That hole today is located just 14 paces on the green, so you can do the math. 32 feet from the front of the green to the hole. He will have about 35 or 6 feet, putting straight up that plateau. Should be pretty straightforward, though. If you're perpendicular to the plateaus, it's a lot easier than when you're diagonal, and the plateau could feed it either left or right. We saw a lot of that yesterday as Stewart Cink selects his club, Billy. It looks like playing conditions are perfect out there right now.
Yeah, it couldn't be more ideal, and I think this is a hole that you're going to see a lot of birdies today simply because of the wind direction. It's playing straight down the wind. Stewart Cink took a 3 medal to this point, only has just outside 120 yards, and this is where you can go flag hunting right here. You put these clubs in these players' hands, they ought to get it within 12 or 15 feet of the hole.
Oh, it needs to stop. It's spinning back down that plateau, still trickling. Not too bad, though. It landed the perfect distance, Billy. Obviously, these greens have retained the moisture that they had on Thursday. I don't remember a tournament watching groups this close all day long and see, I don't know if I've seen 2 putts bounce any. I mean, the balls are rolling beautifully. And I think that's why guys can make some putts if they can get the reads right.
292-yard 3-wood for Stewart Cink. And here are the Bubble Boys. This is up to date at the moment. Jeff Overton came in number 100 in the FedEx Cup point standings. Shot 68 on day one, but a couple of 74s have dropped Overton out of the top 100 at this exact moment. Lots of golf left, but remember, only the top 100 will play next week in the Boston area.
And the difference of 1 stroke can mean my season's over or I'm playing. And in this feature group early, Jeff Ogilvy wasn't on that chart as he's just outside of, he's at 108 as of right now, all things being equal. So a birdie or two, and he's right up on that chart, either just into the good or maybe needing another birdie or two. This putt appears to be directionally fairly straightforward, Billy. Will it work some right to left?
Just maybe a shade, but I think from here it's still you're just kind of working your way up the hill. Certainly not a hard putt to judge pace-wise.
He had a beautiful line there, just a couple feet more of speed, he would have had a chance.
I can't tell you how nice the pace of play is right now. I thought yesterday the pace of play for all the guys, 3 groups of 3 going off both tees, I thought it really kind of bogged down yesterday. I know Adam Scott and Keegan Bradley, Ricky Fowler, they were seemingly waiting on just about every shot.
Like rush hour in Manhattan.
So pace of play, I would certainly anticipate to be nice pretty much through the whole day. Now, Stewart Cink. Still up the hill. Maybe just a little bit of movement, but certainly not a great deal.
These are two guys who've been really good putters for most of their careers. Not putting as well this year. Cink, though he's improved his ball striking, has dropped to 150th statistically in putting. He was top 50 last year, and there's the reaction.
Yeah, disappointed. I thought, though, it's easy for me, sitting here watching this, that I wish I could have whispered to him. It does break right to left. I think he was fooled a bit. Now he's got down the hill, maybe just left center, just a smidgen to the left, but you just want to make sure you lock in here and hit this putt solidly.
Well, you can see that he really unifies the hands. He kind of makes sure that it's just one unit. They're pretty much right on top of one another.
Billy,
he's a guy, Mark and Grant, that he was the top putter on the PGA Tour when he used the belly putter, and then for some reason the following year decided that he was going to go back to conventional length, standard, or whatever, and he's just kind of stuck with it.
Now the par putt for Ogilvy.
He gets that in the right center, but it's in, which is the important thing. He's got 6 holes to make up some ground to get into that coveted top 100 on the FedEx Cup points standings when he leaves here, because that'll decide his travel plans. Am I heading back to Arizona or am I heading up to Boston? Don't make the top 100 at the end of the week, at the end of today, then you're done for the year.
So there is the updated total for each player. Ogilvy is even par for the day. Cink has dropped a couple. A couple of guys who won major championships and yet are not often as remembered as the guys who lost them. Ogilvy won the 2006 U.S. Open at Wingfoot when Mickelson double bogeyed the 72nd hole. Cink won the Open Championship at Turnberry when 59-year-old at the time Tom Watson hit a beautiful second shot into the 72nd hole. It went over the back of the green. Watson made a bogey. They went to that 4-hole playoff, and it was Cink with a couple of birdies and a couple of pars who beat Watson.
Very similar situations. I think Cink's at Turnberry, such a passion for Tom Watson at 59 to win on a course where he won before. Looks like he had everything in control. Actually, probably was penalized on the last hole there in 2-9 because of a perfect second shot that got just over the green, and Stewart certainly was a deserving champion. Birdied the last hole. Some people forget to get into that playoff.
He did.
And then at Wingfoot, the popular Phil Mickelson had a collapse on 18, but so did Colin Montgomery, and Jim Furyk and others let it get away. Very similar situations. Now Stewart going with 3-wood, Billy.
Par 5.
I think that's the proper play, even though it's 324 to that last sprinkler head short of the water. I think most players feel very comfortable going with a 3 metal off the tee. It should be just on that left-hand side. Yep, that's good.
You have Ogilvy, who won a U.S. Open. You have Cink, who has performed very well historically in the U.S. Open, and is a guy a lot of people liked going into U.S. Opens for about a decade because of the fact that he was a good driver of the ball, because he was a good putter. We all remember Southern Hills in 2001, that 3-putt right before Retief Goosen missed the short putt. He missed the playoff of Goosen and Mark Brooks.
And that too is going to be good.
That ball's running out some, Billy. Stewart's 3-wood didn't move 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah, down that right-hand side, Mark, there's a little bit of a slope coming off those 2 bunkers that are staggered down that right-hand side, so you can get that forward pitch.
Well, Jeff Ogilvy fighting for his playoff life. A second shot into this par 5 13th when we come back.
Is that Vic? Yeah, Smitty and I'll just sit up at 18 green and just watch them. Yeah.
It's about 10:40 local time here, so 3 hours or so before Chappell and Woods tee off in the penultimate pairing today, and then Kuchar and Woodland. It's going to be a memorable day for someone. Matt Kuchar already has 2 wins. Woodland won 3 weeks ago, the same weekend that Tiger Woods won at Firestone. And Woodland was able to make it into the PGA Championship by dint of that victory. Kevin Chappell, could this be a breakthrough day for him? Tiger Woods, 2009, he won 6 times on tour. This year he's won 5 times. He'll have to come from behind on Sunday to win for the first time this year if he's going to get it done today. Now Stewart Cink at the 13th, second shot at this par 5. Billy and Mark, I'm interested. You talked about some of the swing changes, Billy. So used to seeing Cink like his fellow Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket, Matt Kuchar, not grounding the club at address, and yet we're not seeing that of late with him.
No, he's, like I said, I just think he's kind of in a nice spot right now. He's kind of figured a few things out on his own, and going forward, he's actually just having fun and playing the game of golf. But this is way left.
We see the ball, Billy. It's in the fescue, and it's in a trampled down portion. It kind of fed down the hill and got up against a clump.
Well, he almost clocked that scoreboard. I didn't think the scoreboard was in play.
Yeah, it went right over it. Now he's got a dastardly shot coming up. He's going to be on a downslope off of a very tough lie with not much green. Now Ogilvy from the middle of the fairway.
247 yards. And this is kind of flaring out to the right. He hates it.
Well, I'm sure he's disappointed. That ball has gotten the closely mown grass. The one good thing for Jeff is he's got a lot of green to work with, and he knows it's imperative. He needs to take advantage of this hole and make birdie.
Hit the water, trying to go over the green into yesterday, did Ogilvy. So here we go. We've talked about the the increased point totals this week. 5 times the normal point totals of a regular PGA Tour event. And so the winner this week, 2,500 points, Mark mentioned, that anyone in the field this week, were they to win, can dramatically improve their position into that top 5 on the FedEx Cup points list, heading into the second playoff next week, the Deutsche Bank. Now, Sink is hitting a provisional. He's blocked out by that willow, Billy. I'm not sure if he realizes that he's safe.
Billy, I hope he's not hitting. Well, he wouldn't be hitting for being in the hazard. He would move forward. So he's doing this because he has no idea where it is, and to make sure if it's lost, he doesn't have to come back. I'm sure that's it, Billy.
Well, that has to be the case. He must feel as though he may not be able to find it, so hit a provisional.
Grant mentioned that ball feeds down into a collection area. Grant mentioned that weeping willow that you see on the left side of your screen, that totally blocks him ever seeing the ball land. And don't forget, these players are not that familiar with this golf course. They only played here in 2009. Stewart would have been part of that field. So he doesn't know what's over there. If it's long, high fescue, he realizes there's a chance. Now, we're panning over to where his ball is, but there's a lot of rugged territory over there, and he feels like, I'm sure, if it got in a bush or something and they lose it, the last thing you want to do is go back. Yeah, he's going to be happy when he sees that marshal. They're holding his hands up that we've got your ball. It looks like the ball's sitting decently, Billy. It's still a very tough shot, but we can see the ball cleanly. There's a clump of grass on the whole side of the ball, but that's not the one you worry about.
Looks a little like Turnberry from this shot.
You know, and another thing, Mark and Grant, if a player is kind of, hesitant as to whether they may find the ball, whether they may not, it was actually behind the scoreboard, so Stewart really couldn't see the guy there, locate it right away. So I guess it just kind of affords the player the opportunity to, okay, that swing before was not too good. Maybe I can correct it. So it's kind of a free swing.
Yeah.
I thought that way before too, Billy. You hit a really bad tee shot, and it could be out of play, it could be lost. Within the rules of golf, you can play provisional, and like you said, it's a chance to make a kind of a correction, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like getting the pitch count 3-1, free swing,
and then fouling one off.
Well, you can see on your screen Jeff Ogilvy taking a long look at this pitch shot. Good news, a lot of green to work with. Billy's got to traverse a couple different terraces and ridges. That's what makes, I think, this golf course so difficult. We mentioned that 13 of the fairways, were redone, and all the greens were softened to a degree. Players were a little bit fussy, I think you could say, at the end of the 2009. They appreciated what was done here. They appreciated where they were playing. There's been a long history of the PGA Tour in the New York City area, but tremendous response to the changes. Now, Ogilvy's getting ready here, Billy.
This is such an easier hole location today than what it was in the third round. That hole location on the right-hand side, I mean, that was about as tough as you can get. But this, pretty straightforward. He's going to try to just scoot it up the hill, let it release all the way to the hole. I think he got a little fooled with the line. I think he thought that was going to maybe move a little bit to the left when it started slowing down, but still maybe 5.5 feet.
It's going to be an important 5.5 feet.
Well, this is maybe one of the few players who's been in this area of the 13th hole this week. You can see it's trampled down. And that's what Stewart Cink is facing. Yeah, it's up. It's good, he says. Thumbs up.
Well, he was actually signaling over to Jeff Ogilvy's caddy to pick his provisional ball up, and that's what he did.
Billy, we've got a good look from behind the ball. Ball sitting as good as you could expect it in the trampled fescue, but we see this little slope that Stewart's walking up now. He's going to have a tricky third shot trying to either bounce it into that hill, land it short, and run it up. I don't think he has much of a chance to fly it onto the green and keep it anywhere near the hole.
Zero chance of flying it on there and getting it close. In order to get this ball close to the hole, get it within 5 feet of the hole, you're going to have to hit that bump and run that you're talking about, Mark.
Well, he's got out a lofted wedge. I don't know if it's a 60 or not, which would make me think he's going to try to play the one that's really hard.
Okay, back there. All set? Yep. Okay.
It's also on a little bit of a downslope, that just makes it that much harder.
Yeah. Downslope. Even though he can get the ball or slide the club underneath it, I just don't think he can elevate it enough. And he's looking down. He's looking to punch this ball.
Wow. Oh, now it's going to catch that ridge and feed away, but that was pretty well done. You know, Billy, we had a good angle. He put it back in his stance, and he hooded that club face, so he took probably 10 or 15 degrees loft, turned that sand or lob wedge into about a 9-iron, and now we're looking at it again, and he tried to land it into the middle of the hill, and it's exactly what he did. Now you're at the mercy of how soft it bounces, and he made the right mistake. You've got to err on the side of getting it on the green, otherwise it feeds right back down in the collection area.
Yeah, and you see a lot of guys do that with the sand wedge when they're trying to play that bump and run. They'll try to get as much shaft lean towards the hole as they possibly can and try to retain that angle all the way through, which drives the ball low.
Billy, I love the way you described that shaft lean. I mean, the hands are way ahead of the club head. And that's a little bit of an insurance policy, isn't it, that you're going to get the ball first?
Absolutely, you know, because that is a situation that it is always ball first. It's like a fairway bunker shot. Ball first, sand second.
Birdie putt here for Stewart Cink. Happy to have his ball playable after a second went way left.
Now, after watching the little chip shot from Ogilvy, I now have kind of changed my read on this. I don't think it's going to move nearly as much right to left.
We had a good
I'm not
look,
sure
Billy.
he was looking at Ogilvy's pitch, Billy. He was on his way to his ball. It's curious to know if he saw Ogilvy's shot.
Well, see, that's my point. He did not get a chance
There
to
you
see
go.
Ogilvy's putt. I did.
Yes.
And now I've changed my read. Had I been like Stewart and not seen Ogilvy's, I probably would have done the same as Stewart.
Well, as we think about Ogilvy, guys, for birdie here, 14's a short par 3, 15, 17, 18 are longer par 4s, 16's a drivable par 4. The upshot of all of that is he needs this birdie if he wants to play next week. And he gets it. Not that he couldn't birdie one of the long par 4s by any means, but just thinking of best options. So he picks up the birdie. He goes to +4, and now he goes to 103 in the projected FedEx Cup point standings from 107. So just like that, a birdie moves him up 4 spots, and that's why we watch early in the morning on a Sunday at the FedEx Cup playoffs.
Yeah,
he needs another birdie or 2, most likely.
Well, if you're going to pick some, let's pick 2 or 3 more, because the last thing you want to do is be finished on that number. Then you kind of lose control of what happens. If you can safely get down to 95 or in the early 90s, low 90s on this list, you're going to make it.
So here's the updated number for each player. Ogilvy, 99th coming into the week, now projected at 103. How about William McGirt, 92nd coming into the week? But if it ends as it is now, McGirt would drop to 101. He'd be the heartbreak kid. Appleby, 123. He's trying to make the biggest move up.
One of our feature group this morning, Stewart Cink, started at 83rd. He would drop to 91st. While that wouldn't exclude him from next week's Deutsche Bank Championship in Boston, it makes it that much harder. Because remember, after next week, you need to be in the top 70. And then after the following week, it goes to the top 30. And those players will advance to Atlanta for the Tour Championship.
Well, in every event you play in, you know, you're talking about, you know, purses of $8 million, opportunities, you know, if you make the cut to pick up sizable paychecks. We're on the tee at 14. There's the leaderboard, page 1. It'll be Kuchar and Woodland together in the final pairing. Chappell and Woods will play in the next to last pairing. David Lynn, the Englishman, and the American Kevin Streelman together in the third to last pairing of the day. You're getting all kinds of bonus coverage here. And Billy, it strikes me as we look on the tee here at 14, you can see One World Tower, or as some call it, the Freedom Tower. When they played here in 2009, that wasn't there. It's one of the many stunning visuals here at Liberty National.
As a matter of fact, as you look right over Ogilvy's right shoulder, you see the Statue of Liberty just off the edge of those bushes there on the water. Good camera work zooming into that. It'd be easy to lose your focus. The views are pretty impressive. Now, this is a much more difficult hole location than yesterday's front hole location, Billy, back right here.
Yeah, this is a very hard hole location. In fact, it kind of reminds me 17 at TPC Sawgrass, kind of hanging over there. Sunday's hole location, 152. You're going to see a lot of guys right there. This is one of those, the flag is over there, but you really don't see it.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't see it. Now, the problem, too, if you go for this flag distance-wise and miss hole high to the left, you're going to be over the green in a tough predicament. And I agree with you. It's the same sensation for a player that you would have on 17 at TPC. There's a good view from the tee of the flag right over the middle of that right bunker.
Sink has birdied this 14th each of the first 3 days.
Well, wind direction totally opposite of what we had yesterday. A little left to right, maybe just a touch in, but 152 yards. Stewart going with pitching wedge.
That is really a good result, Billy, to about 18 feet. Flew it almost hole high left of the flagstick.
Chance for Stewart Cink maybe to go for the clean sweep. Birdies all 4 days here at 14.
It begins with a whisper, and it ends with a roar. Today.
On the green at the 14th with Manhattan and the Statue of Liberty in the distance, Jeff Ogilvy for birdie.
Just has to go down just a little bit of a slope right there. Then it should turn back towards Manhattan.
Oh, right on line, Billy. Just a little bit more speed.
If you want to mark it, it's fine too. Okay.
I'm sure Oaks will just go ahead and tap that in, but they do allow the players a little bit better angle. They've actually used the far left-hand side of the tee, Mark and Grant, so they're trying to make this a little more of an open look by doing that, but still, it is so tight up against that right-hand side.
Billy, that's a good observation, because I think a good tip for our listeners and viewers today is that whenever you can move to the side of a tee to just increase your angle by a few percentage points, it's a big advantage. And like you said, they've actually moved both tee markers to the left side of the back tee, which helps them a bit. It really does.
No, I think Stewart Cink pretty much has the second half of the putt we just saw from Ogilvy. Wouldn't surprise me to see him make this.
Still has not made a birdie today. Came in 83rd in the FedEx Cup point standings. And at the moment, he's projected to drop to 90th, which would get him into next week. But as we said, next week there's another threshold. You got to be top 70 after next week's Deutsche Bank. So every birdie matters every day out here. These two guys started well. Cink 70-70. He was 2 under going into the weekend. Ogilvy was 68-73. But both big scores yesterday, 77 for Ogilvy and 79 for Stewart Cink. Does this almost look to you guys like a computer simulated graphic in the background? Almost like you're in one of these golf simulators and you're trying to, you say, let me see a course with Manhattan in the background, and you can call it up. It is, we've seen it all week, but it is staggering still.
Yeah, the views are just outstanding.
Well, you know, what I find interesting so often, I remember playing St. Andrews in the Open Cup several times, and you could pick some of the spires on the buildings and targets. Here you've got about 5,000 choices. Now Ogilvy with driver on the most difficult hole on the golf course.
And a really good-looking tee shot here. The wind left to right, so Ogilvy letting that drift left to right. Perfectly positioned in the center of the fairway.
Billy, this hole has played the hardest all week, 15 today. I like this. 481 is the scorecard yardage. The actual yardage today, 487. They're still on the tee, though, right?
Oh, yeah. And I think, at least from what I've seen on the golf course, I know that a lot of the green complexes have a lot of movement in it, but for a hole this length, I have never seen a green with as much movement as what there is here at the 15th. You see Stewart trying to set back more into his right side. That enables him to get a little bit better turn. And this ball drifting to the right, though.
Ogilvy looks good off the tees. Cink not so much. Final round of the Barclays.
No, I didn't call Vic. What is Ogilvy's number right now? Is he still 108?
and it ends with a roar. Today, the FedEx Cup playoffs start here at iconic Liberty National, where golf's top 125 begin their quest for the PGA Tour's ultimate prize. At the Barclays, today at noon Eastern, on Golf Channel.
Liberty National Golf Club hosting the Barclays for the second time. There is our first featured group as they play the par 4 15th. Ogilvy is projected to fall from 99th to 103rd in the FedEx Cup standings. That would eliminate him from the playoffs. Only the top 100 will make it into next week's Deutsche Bank Championship. Stuart Sink comes in 83rd this week. He would fall to 90th place. There's Sink, the 40-year-old 2009 Open champion. Didn't make the FedEx Cup playoffs last year, and what a shot Billy Kratzert he's facing here.
Yeah, this is about a knee-high fastball right here. And 197 yards. You know, trying to cover this yardage, you have to be so precise. And you can pull this ball 20, 30 yards in a heartbeat.
Billy, he'll have to work hard not to hit it into the left field stands.
Exactly. Certainly don't want to miss that foul line left, but just he overcorrected. That's to the right.
We don't see that down. It's over by a cart path. Hopefully it stayed left in play. You don't see that often. That was a big correction. It came out obviously shorter than he wanted and dead right.
Another look.
Boy, it doesn't look any easier the second time. Choked way down. That's the first thing to do. His right foot slipped too, Billy, which could have thrown him off. Lost his balance.
Looked like a hit and run trying to hit behind the runner. His beloved Braves are in first place on a roll. Now Ogilvy.
4-iron from 194 yards. This one starting left and going left.
That ball apparently lands in the bunker. Looked like we saw a puff of sand. Not what he had in mind after the good tee shot, but keep in mind this hole has been the hardest hole of the week. This 15th today, playing 487 yards. We saw players yesterday having a lot of trouble here with that hard left to right wind, keeping it in play.
And I think with this left to right and end wind, I think it's going to continue to be the toughest hole here at Liberty National Golf Course. And like I said, Mark, even if you hit two really good shots and you're 40 feet from the hole, you are really having to work to two-putt with all the movement in this green.
There's Ogilvy. 102 now in the projected standings, and it will wiggle back and forth. We're going to be with you all day, and we will know the top 100 going into the Deutsche Bank by day's end. No Stuart Sink. I say we know. I mean, he'd be, I think, almost mathematically impossible for Sink to fall all the way out. Sink is already 70th out of 74 players. But Ogilvy right on that line.
Yeah, and we did locate Stuart Sink's ball, so he's to the left of the cart path that Mark was referencing. But he's still in that tallish fescue grass.
That's a beautiful grass to look at as an architect. It gives you such texture change from the tightly mown fairways and even the dark green bluegrass in the rough, but it's not fun to play out of, I can tell you that. That ball just missed the cart path. If it hit that, it would have been quite likely out of play.
Yeah, there's a hazard to the right of the cart path, so saved at least one shot, but this is a very difficult shot because of the lie that he has at the bottom of that fescue, right at the root system. It is so thick, Mark, that it is really tough to get a club through. That's about all he could do right there, and get a nice release on it. That is a well-played shot by Stuart Sink.
Goodness gracious.
That was a lot of guesswork that turned out right.
I forgot to say for birdie. How about this read?
A line is important. You can see it there.
Well, the flagsticks haven't been as friendly to other players. Tiger Woods caught the business end of one this week, and we all remember what happened to Tiger with the 15th hole at Augusta National back in April on Friday, second round. Now Ogilvy, his ball up by the lip near that fescue, came back to rest to this point. So now a third shot.
Yeah, very difficult bunker shot here simply because everything, once you get over the edge of the bunker, once you get over that little mound, everything is downhill to the hole.
He was trying to be so precise with that, Billy, and the ball just came out, landed on that first slope and kicked it hard to the left.
These are big moments for Ogilvy's FedEx Cup playoff future. Another look. He's right on the bubble. This is his third shot on a par 4. It wasn't that far away from being good, was it, Mark?
Well, no, it wasn't, but Billy described it perfectly yesterday. So often when you're chipping or even putting from a distance, you come on these crowns. It's almost like a V-shaped crown that if it lands in the left part of the V, it goes left, the right part, it goes right. So that's very difficult. Now, Stewart Cink's third shot was so good, he was able just to tap in. So he's done. He made par on this most difficult hole. And Ogilvy, boy, he'd love to chip this in, but to keep things alive, he just got to be very careful. He's going to need to make a couple birdies. And
I recall a particular pitch in from off the green on a back nine in the New York area. Yeah.
Pretty important when they're at Wingfoot.
It's funny that he said when he pitched that in, he thought, hey, that's great. And, I'll go ahead and finish second at the U.S. Open. That's a good finish for me.
Absolutely.
5th, 6th year out here. Went on to win it when Mickelson double bogey. This for par to stay right near that 100th place. Careful.
That's a little bit what I was worried about. You might try to force the issue. While he certainly needed to make par, a double may end his hopes mathematically if he weren't to convert this.
He does have the drivable par 4 16th next, which he's birdied a couple of times this week. But this for bogey to move him a little bit further away from that top 100.
Well, that's going to be a very disappointing bogey on a hole that he really got off to such a good start with a tee shot right in the fairway. You can see the disappointment in his face, and his countenance doesn't change very often. He's going to have to take advantage of that to risk-reward 16th. He's got the length to drive it.
Okay, now this was right before Ogilvy made bogey. He had moved all the way up to 101st. The FedEx Cup projected standings. But now with that bogey, he'll drop a little bit. So there you see, it's changing by the stroke, by the hole.
He just dropped to 104.
There you go.
You can see it live on your screen. And he's down by 16 points. That's the bigger of the problem, 16.37 points. Boy, you know it's tight when it's coming down to we're putting the in hundreds on our monitors, on our screen.
James Driscoll is a Boston boy. He'd love to play next weekend in the Boston area.
Eric Compton a moment ago. What a story he's been from the Junior Player of the Year. Georgia standout. Several times an All-American. Double heart transplant. He was 100 on this list 30 minutes ago when he looked at it. Now he has moved up to 96th.
I stood on the first tee on Friday, and I looked to my right. I saw the Statue of Liberty. I looked a little to the left, and I saw One World Tower, and I looked on the tee at one, and there was Eric Compton, and I thought, I'm not sure which of these is more stunning to see when you think about what Eric Compton has risen above in his life.
Certainly all impressive feats.
And there's the Statue of Liberty out there on Liberty Island, just reopened on July 1st after some renovations following the devastation of Hurricane Sandy. Well, here we are, 16th drivable par 4. Sink had his issues on this hole yesterday, kind of backed up the group we were following, but Ogilvy, his hand on his hip, looking a little more calm than his place in the FedEx Cup standings would suggest he would be.
Well, he's got to lean on the putter because his caddy just made his way around the corner with the golf bag. But $299 today. So I would think with this wind direction a little more into the player's face, certainly not a helping wind, I would say most of the field is just going to lay it up, toss it out to the left. With this whole location, you can utilize the slope to the left of the flagstick. So I like this play right here. Just put a wedge in your hand.
Second group out today.
It's just fine.
So
Heard Ricky Fowler yesterday say that, you know, he's trying to get somewhere around 100 yards. And
we saw Adam Scott hit a long iron up just in front of the green. And there you see, with his FedEx Cup playoff hopes hanging in the balance, Ogilvy feels compelled to go for it.
You know, Billy, seeing Ogilvy with driver, I mean, that's plenty of club for him. And I'm not saying desperation, but don't you think this is a player feeling like he has to force the issue right here, right now?
I do, simply because you only have 3 holes left, and you probably need to capture at least 2 birdies. This is certainly the hole that you need to get. You need to jump on this 16th hole. And if this hangs on that line, this is a nice start. This is right at the flagstick.
And there it is, shy of that run-up area, but a second shot from the fairway coming up for Jeff Ogilvy.
That's going to be a tricky little run-up, Billy. He's only got about 60 yards. We'll have to wait and see what happens as Jeff Ogilvy tries to make birdie to play another week.
Kuchar and Woodland in the final pairing today. We'll go in about 2.5 hours. In the meantime, we're following players who are trying to punch their tickets to next week's second FedEx Cup playoff event. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Cratchit. We're watching Stewart Cink, we believe is safely in. And Jeff Ogilvy, who's not.
101 right in there at the green shirt. That'd be ideal.
Yep.
I'll be playing 106. Okay, fine.
You can hear Stewart factoring in the wind. It's 101, playing like 106. See the guy left of the flag stick with the green shirt. That's his target.
I think if he factors that in, I think this ball is long. I think this ball is going to be 3 or 4 yards too long.
Not quite that much wind, is there, Billy? You know the thing about the green shirt guy, you just hope he doesn't move, right?
Well, definitely trying to utilize the slope.
Oh, he did it perfectly, Billy. That ball spins back to about 3.5 feet.
Good shot.
Oh, that was a good shot by Stewart Cink, and that's the reason he laid up at that yardage, folks. It's a yardage he's comfortable with, knew what he could do with the wedge. It's a good lesson for everybody listening, everybody watching. You know, don't just get as close to the green as you can. You know, try to play to a yardage that you're comfortable with, your favorite club, your favorite yardage.
I think driver's too much club for this second shot.
You do? Well, maybe not for some.
Maybe a touch. How about the options that Ogilvy has here, Billy?
Well, there's plenty of options. Actually, he's kind of right on top of this ridge. You could either putt it, you could take the 3-metal, kind of roll it. You could take a wedge, try to bump it a little bit. I kind of like an 8 or a 9-iron. Just kind of bump it into the hill and just kind of let it ease its way up that slope.
He's laying this club way open, Billy, as if he's going to try to spin it, land it just on. This is kind of an all or nothing shot here.
Yeah, and it's one of those yardages. It's just a touchy-feely shot.
Needs to make something happen. That was clever.
May have caught that a little on the bottom of the club.
Sounded a little thin.
Yeah, it sounded a little clinky.
It did, but he's still in position to make birdie. It becomes just a math game right now for Ogilvy. Not only does he have to make birdies with only 3 holes left, including this hole. We're taking another look at it, Billy, and yeah, he didn't even brush the ground. He did catch it a little bit clean, lands just on the green, kind of hits hard. It works to the right, though, so, I mean, this will be a little bit of a quick putt, left to right, down the hill.
We saw him pull his club back, which is the universal symbol for, okay, stop, whoa, whoa, whoa. And it did. It grabbed, and he'll have that for birdie, and he needs it. Cink will go first. 40-year-old Stewart Cink with 6 wins, including a major championship. Ogilvy, 36-year-old, with 7 wins. Each has won other events besides their major on impressive golf courses. Cink has the victory at Firestone. Ogilvy's won several World Golf Championships and a couple of the Tournament of Champions events out in Hawaii. This is for Cink's first birdie of the day.
Very nicely done. Now, if Jeff were to convert this birdie putt, you're seeing 2 contrasting styles on a way to play a short hole. I think all the players, Billy, love these drivable par 4s. It tantalizes you, teases you into going for it, but you don't have to do it to make birdies. Stewart Cink just proved that.
Well, and I think on this hole, Mark, if you can just kind of hit that cut shot, even if you overcut it and you give yourself some room, that hazard line is pretty close to the green, and it's a pretty easy up and down. So is it worth the risk taking a driver and putting it on the green? I think it is. And Ogilvy thought so too, and that decision paid off.
That is a big birdie. He was 104th when he stroked that birdie putt. And we'll see that he goes to 101 with the made birdie. So Ogilvy, well, he's treading lightly here, not only over the rocks, but along that precipice of that cutoff of the top 100.
Now, there are things that will happen outside of his control today. That number 101 may make it. Someone may back up and let him get in. He could be at 99 when he's done playing, or 100. It's safe at the moment. Someone could pass him. Here's the update on your screen. Ogilvy is forward for the tournament, but the important numbers aren't the scores today. The important numbers are those bottom big white numbers. 101 for Ogilvy. Stewart Cink, even though he birdied there, he was 90 a minute ago. He's actually dropped to 91st. That shows you that it's not just you. There are factors outside what you can control, which is true every week in golf.
But also, the further down the leaderboard you are, the less ground you're making up with just a single birdie. And so Cink will stay put. Again, just a couple of holes left. Cink would appear to be safe. And Ogilvy with the 17th and 18th yet to play. And Cink has the honor.
Well, we've seen players go with 3 metal. We've seen players go with driver. Certainly not overly long, but Stewart with a 3 metal, he's going to be able to put some kind of medium or short iron in his hand. Pretty tee shot. Just on the corner of the chalet.
Nice shot.
Each player has bogeyed this 17th a couple of times this week. Ogilvy can't afford another bogey, you wouldn't think. 101 you see next to his name. That is his projected FedEx Cup standing. If it ends as it is now, he would be 101, and he would be the bubble boy in the worst kind of way.
I like the fact that he took a 3 metal, put the ball right in the center of the fairway. So nice start for Ogilvy on 17 here.
Big, tall Stewart Cink. Been out here 17 seasons now, just turned 40. How does Stewart Cink stay fit now in nearly 20 years on the PGA Tour?
Stuart, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank
Good.
you.
First off, I believe it was 2007, I interviewed you, and you used the expression I'd never heard another player use to describe themselves. You said at that point in time that you felt like you had been an underachiever.
I've been close a few times and let a couple go, and I've been in contention enough where I feel like I could have won a little bit more. So that's why I'm just kind of honest when I say that I've underachieved a little bit.
It's hard to win on the PGA Tour. I mean, it's not something that you get out of bed and fall into. I mean, it takes hard work, and you have to beat generally 155 other guys.
When you set high standards for yourself and you work hard and you have goals that you really set yourself towards for every day of the year, then you expect those results.
How did the Stewart Cink and Twitter become synonymous on the PGA Tour? How did that all come about, and was it an accident?
There's a handful of guys out here on tour that have the charisma that sort of goes through the camera lens into the living rooms of the fans. You know, Tiger, Anthony Kim, Phil. You can pick them out. Most of us are more effective as golfers by being somewhat introverted on the golf course and keeping your emotions in check and staying sort of even keel. Translate that, boring. So I don't really feel like I'm a boring dude, and I really have struggled with that a little bit over the years, feeling like the fans out there, I come across as boring to them. So I felt like Twitter would be a good way to get my personality out to the fans directly without having to worry about the camera. And I just started off one day. Actually, my kids helped me get started on it, of course, teenagers. They got me started, and I just started posting messages, and pretty soon the surprise part of it is that people started flocking to my Twitter feed, and I just have a good time with it.
You get to spend a little bit more time at home than perhaps people realize. And when you're home, you are home. So you get to be full-time dad for a week or two at a time.
That's one of the best things about playing out here on the PGA Tour is that, I'm busy and I play around 25 to 28 weeks on the road a year, and when I'm gone, I'm gone. But the other half of the year when I'm at home, I'm a stay-at-home parent. You know, and I do lots of time-consuming work in the gym or practicing or whatever to get ready to be my best out here. But I try to do that when they're busy, either at school or just when they're busy, so I can be a stay-at-home parent when they're home.
Did you really want to be a weatherman?
I probably would be if I wasn't playing golf. Luckily, I have some skill on the golf course, but I think I'd probably be one of those weathermen that sits in front of the computer, not an on-screen guy.
Okay, okay. Are you sure? I mean, we understand you've tried it.
I did try it. I got to go to the Weather Channel. That was a lot of fun, but it's way more challenging than I thought it would be to do that screen thing where you have your hands going and you're looking at different screens, you know, the blue screen or whatever. That is a tricky deal, and Paul Goodlow was there with me, one of the Weather Channel on-air guys. And he was patient, but I think he was glad when I left.
So you wouldn't be one of those guys that sits out on the end of, that ties himself to the end of a pier when a hurricane's coming?
Oh, I could do that. No, I could do that.
Like Jim Cantori?
Well, I'm about 225 pounds, so it'd take a big hurricane to blow me over.
We appreciate your time. Thanks,
Got it,
Stuart.
John.
That was great. That was really good stuff.
You got it.
John McGinnis and Stuart Sink, they played together on the, well, what was then the Nike Tour. We needed Stuart Sink's forecast earlier in the week. We had our 20th event of the PGA Tour season that was marred by some inclement weather. And there you see his top finishes.
Spinning shot.
Kind of jockeying back and forth.
Yeah.
37 yards.
About 130. Okay. Go straight across?
Yes. This is 17, second shot.
With the wind direction, this is a perfect hole location. Just kind of send it out just a little bit to the right of the flag. And we sent it out to the right, but started too far right.
You see the other ball on the green belongs to Jeff Ogilvy, and here's how he did it. Remember Ogilvy right on the bubble.
Yeah, Ogilvy had 156 yards, Grant. Took it high in the air and just kind of fluttered up there and just kind of stalled in the wind.
That would have been a great shot from yesterday's hole location, or with that hole over there a little bit further to the right of that.
That's going to be a disappointing second shot, though, as he walks up to the green contemplating a lengthy birdie putt. Billy, you mentioned it yesterday. Once you get to the green, you're out past the tree line. But then again, really, that can't be much of a reason. There's not enough of a wind to knock that ball down, 10 or 12 yards for sure.
And it's just kind of a stark view. I mean, it's kind of like you're hitting in space because you're down in the fairway, you're looking up at the green. The only definition you have are the little mini grandstands to the back left, and then you have the camera tower, the TV tower. But other than that, it is a very open look. It is very hard to get anything that is defining to where your distance and your depth perception become keener.
Ogilvy currently projected number 101 in the FedEx Cup point standings. Mentioned he's from Australia. He married a West Texas girl, and on a very personal note, his in-laws and my family were at a funeral for a mutual friend yesterday in the place where I call home, Abilene, Texas. Lost a good friend, Ronnie Lorenz, to a heart attack a couple of weeks ago, and his in-laws are dear friends of Ronnie's, as my family is. So, though he's from Australia, ties to West Texas. In fact, his wife's sister's mother-in-law is Judy Rankin, longtime ABC and ESPN analyst. So here's Ogilvy, 2 more chances to pick up a stroke and punch a ticket to next week.
Yeah, and right at 30 feet, should be a lot of movement, but what movement there is should move to his left.
Well, that was short and left immediately. If there ever was a hole to pick of these last 2 to birdie, certainly 17 has better odds. Good news for him is he plays 18. is that he's catching it at a calm. 18 today is stretched out to 484, almost the full distance on the scorecard.
In for par.
Jeff finished that up for par. Knows what he has to do now.
And again, we're still projecting here, and a lot could happen. I mean, as Mark said earlier, right now he's 101. A par at 18 could still be enough if others drop back. But a birdie at 18 would certainly help his cause significantly, we would think. Certainly can't hurt. Now sink.
A little bit different angle, but knows that it might be just a little bit slower than what they anticipated when they first looked at the putt. Well, that broke across the hole.
3 bogeys in his first 7 holes, but since then 1 under. So hard.
You talk about what can happen. This is one of the few times in golf it's good to be at the bottom of the leaderboard because there's not a lot of guys behind you that can pass you. But of the guys that are behind him, let's take, for example, Carl Peterson. Came in at 113th on a FedEx Cup point. As of right this moment, he's 109. He's got 8 holes to play. If he were to make 3 or 4 birdies, he would go past Jeff Ogilvy and then Jeff Overton. He's 1 more spot back right now, tied for 66. He's 3 over for the day through 12. He came into the week at 100 on that number, and he's projected now 106. So those are 2 players who could greatly affect Ogilvy no matter what he does.
And there's the updated list. The updated FedEx Cup point standings. 1 more hole to go for our first featured group. We've got a lot of golf for you today. Glad you're with us.
Who are the guys 97, 8, 9, and 100?
You have 97 J.J. Henry. He made the cut. You have Bryce Mulder.
He's paired with Mickelson.
Yes.
Bryce
Mulder is paired with Mickelson.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Right. And then you have Ogilvy at 99. These are numbers going into the week. And then Jeff Overton is right at number 100. He's currently, Overton, projected at 106.
Yeah, Billy, right now, you know, there's a couple players that could make a move in the latter part of their round and pass Jeff Ogilvy. But the ones you're talking about are already ahead of him on the projected list because of where they are in this tournament. Now Stewart Cink with 3 wood on this very dramatic finishing hole, the par 4, difficult 18th.
Yeah, and 3 wood going with 3 wood simply because he can turn it more into the wind. And that's exactly what he's done, Mark. He's hit a beautiful tee shot here. Boy, he can pound that 3 metal. I mean, it goes a long ways.
It was a beautiful looking swing by Stewart Cink. You know, these players work on their swings. Billy was describing that he's gone with a new instructor trying to make improvements. But boy, they sure look so much like they always have their positions and follow through. Now driver.
You know, this is just bleeding a little bit to the right. Good tee shot by Ogilvy. You know, and I think if you look at his stats, I think he's lost a lot of distance off the tee this year.
He's behind the 3 wood of Stewart Cink. Well, a birdie would go a long way toward putting Ogilvy into next week's playoff event. beautiful day here in the metropolitan New York area. We're on the Jersey side, Jersey City. And as we update the projected FedEx Cup rankings, Jeff Ogilvy in our first featured group is right on the number. The top 100 after play is completed today will play next week at the Deutsche Bank Championship. Ogilvy, at the moment, is number 100. Lots of volatility. So nothing is guaranteed. I think you would certainly say that if Ogilvy were to bogey here at 18, his chances would be minimal at best. If he were to birdie here, his chances would be very strong of being inside that top 100.
Well, it's a precarious place to be, but you'd rather be 100 than 101 going into the hole. It's in Jeff's hands right now, Billy. If he can put this in there, stuff this in there, and I think that he will be aggressive. I don't think at all he feels comfortable in the position he's in.
Well, it's certainly a hole location because as I look at his shot type, what he's been comfortable playing today, he's like the ball to move left to right. Gorgeous looking shot if it's the right distance.
Oh, it releases. It needs to get down. It needs to stop. And it just feeds about a foot off the green. It was a gorgeous shot. That ball hit harder than any other ball we've seen this morning. He's checking his yardage. I think he's surprised.
Well, he did everything he possibly could. He hit the shot required. It's a little downwind from here. You put a 4-iron in your hand, it's going to be tough to make that stop, but that was a beautiful looking shot all the way.
Well, it's still a makeable putt. It's just not as close as he'd wanted. But, you know, if the wind were to pick up a little bit, Billy, the guys that are safely ahead of him right now could easily fall back. Now Stewart Cink from 192 yards.
Yeah, and this is just a upstairs 6-iron right here. Just go ahead and just hit it full tilt. That is straight up in the air. If this one doesn't stop, you can't stop it.
What a shot.
Did. Billy, I have to believe he learned something from what happened to Jeff Ogilvy's ball, and he probably made a slight adjustment, tried to launch this ball. It is descending from the heavens, and watch this ball land again. Also hit just a little bit into that upslope, Billy, that protects this hole location where Jeff's ball landed on the flat section, almost hole high. Two very good golf shots into this difficult 18th.
Billy and Mark, let me ask you guys a question as we watch Cink and Ogilvy walking up. Well, tell you what, let's update the status. He's now dropped to 101. So, again, this is going to be changing by the minute. And just a question to both of you guys. When it comes to Cink and Ogilvy, two major champions, two guys who've done a lot in their careers, but two guys who I think want to keep playing golf this year. How important, as opposed to other years where maybe you've won a couple of times and you feel good about where you are. Of course, you're probably not in that position if you've won a couple of times, but maybe just what it means to be able to play another week for an Ogilvy and a Cink.
Well, Billy, for me, I mean, you never wanted to be told by someone else you couldn't play. It's one thing if you decide not to play. But when you're told, you know, we like you, but you're not qualified. You know, I felt that way every year when it came time, are you in the Masters? Well, did I qualify? You know, are you in the Tournament of Champions? Did you win the year before? Are you in the Tour Championship? Back then, are you in the top 30? Trust me, both these guys are kind of trying to build back to the status they had on tour for a long time, and neither one of them are right where they want to be now. So I think they want to keep playing badly, Billy.
Well, absolutely, and I think when you put it in perspective and you have the playoffs and the ultimate goal is to make the top 30, to get to Atlanta, to play for the Tour Championship, to play for the FedEx Cup. If you do not get past this first round, these two players, with their resume, they consider it a failure.
We're looking from up above down over the green. Jeff Ogilvy, you can see, is about 4 or 5 feet off the putting surface. We've spoken all weekend about how good these fringes are. If you look at the top of your screen, you can see the checkerboard pattern of the triplex mowers as they, that's probably even walk mode. It's even lower than the fairway. So The fact that he's got to go through 4 feet of French is a little bit of an adjustment, but it doesn't mean the ball's going to hop, Billy. If he gets it started on line, very likely it will hold its line.
Yeah, even though this is where kind of the players exit and you go out and then you go up the hill and you sign your scorecard, I don't think there's enough traffic. I mean, they're the second pairing out, so it should be pretty smooth coming down the hill. See if he goes ahead and gives us a good run.
It's got a chance. It stops braking, Billy. It was braking right to left, and at the very end, it looks like it went back to the right. I know he's disappointed. Boy, you don't have to look back, but to the 15th hole, the bogey he made from middle of the fairway, that could be the shot, that swing on the 4-iron that keeps him out of the playoffs.
Wow. And that probably does it. Mercy.
That was a complete break of concentration. Boy, what a flashback to what Brandt Snedeker did at Cog Hill years ago when the FedEx Cup playoffs started. If you remember, he 4-putted from close, knowing with the scoreboard what he had to do to miss on the nose.
To get into the Tour Championship.
To get into the Tour Championship. So,
well, that does it for Ogilvy, and that's a shame.
That is a shame. That was just a break of concentration. Disappointment of not making the birdie, I think, was still in his mind.
Yeah, I'm kind of stunned. I didn't see that one coming.
Think about Sink and the putt that he missed in 01 on the 72nd hole. It happens, and we say all the time, you guys lived it. Those putts they're missable. Sink for birdie to put the wraps on a nice back 9 for him today. Maybe that will propel him next week.
You know, as a player, I can explain it this way, that sometimes when you know a putt's very important. I remember at the 1987 PGA at Palm Beach Gardens, I was playing in the last group, was tied for the lead going into the last round. It was a real up and down round with tough weather conditions. The greens were in bad shape that year. They had a disease on the greens. And I lipped out a wedge that would have put me in the playoff, and I was so knocked down that I just missed it from 2.5 feet. Total break in concentration. And I think that's what happened to our own Jeff Ogilvy. We'll have to keep watching. He's 102 now. He needs some help from somebody else. Stay with us for more action from the Barclays.
It begins with a whisper, and it ends with a roar. Today, the FedEx Cup playoffs start here at iconic Liberty National, where golf's top 125 begin their quest for the PGA Tour's ultimate prize. At the Barclays, today at noon Eastern, on Golf Channel.
And that coverage will continue on CBS later today. We're going to give you bonus coverage as players finish the 18th hole. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzer. And lest we misrepresent what just happened on the 18th hole with Jeff Ogilvy missing a very short putt, maybe 18 inches, we said that most certainly would do it. Actually, I said that, to be clear. Not necessarily. You see, he only dropped to 102. So we'll see where that goes. Now, don't adjust your set. That's Charlie Hoffman. Yes, that is Charlie Hoffman on the tee at 18 without the flowing golden locks coming out of his ball cap. So maybe hoping for the reverse Samson effect. You really hardly recognize him. We've seen him for so many years, Charlie Hoffman, with that look. Now Scott Brown. And you see the number next to his name. He's safely in 79th in the projected FedEx Cup standings.
Good solid strike. Their marshals are waving as if it's to the left. The gallery needs to watch out. We see it landing and getting in that fescue. He's going to need a break. You know, we talk a lot about the fact that the top 100 advances, but don't think that every point isn't just as valuable. Because in 1 week, the top 70 advance. Every point you get today is one less you have to get next week.
So Scott Brown at number 79. You know, you'd rather be 78th than 79th going into next week. It's
Absolutely.
just one less spot you have to move up. Beautiful view of Manhattan in the background. Let's take a look at the scorecards of these two players who are moving into our bonus coverage here on the 18th hole. The Eagle 3 at the par 5 6th for Scott Brown.
That has been the easiest hole on the golf course this week. You like those circles, especially the double circles on your card. Then he followed that up with a quick start on the back nine, a birdie on the 10th. But that difficult 15th has been the hardest hole all week. We saw Stewart sink, fight to make par. And we also saw Jeff Ogilvy make a bogey there. So that hole's going to cause a lot of people problems. He made bogey.
Now there's Charlie Hoffman before the haircut. Now see, we couldn't Photoshop the hair out quite yet. But there's his scorecard, and you see a big number at the 15th.
Yeah, that 15th hole, how about that? This group played at 3 over par. A lot of circles and squares. The double square is just as bad as the double circles is good. He did bounce back with a birdie on the short 16th.
He's the low Hoffman this week. Morgan Hoffman from right here in New Jersey has an extra N on the end of his name. Morgan does. The PGA Tour rookie played his last 8 holes in 7 over par on Saturday morning. He went to bed Friday night with the weather delay at 6 under par and in reasonable position to possibly make a run at his first win. And yet Morgan Hoffman played the last 8 holes in 7 over, missed the cut by 1, and Morgan Hoffman comes in this week 111 in the FedEx Cup point standing. So Morgan Hoffman will settle for a very nice consolation prize.
Yeah.
In his first year on tour, he's going to be all exempt next year.
Now, we talked a minute ago, how would Stewart Sink and Jeff Ogilvy feel if they don't make it to the playoffs or if they get knocked out sometime during the FedEx Cup playoffs? Well, I'm sure Morgan Hoffman, being from here, was very, very disappointed. But when he wakes up today or tomorrow after this week is totally over, he can certainly take a lot of satisfaction in the fact that first year on tour, he maintained his exemption. He's become more familiar with tour life, getting to know these golf courses. He's going to have a whole year next year to continue to improve, and I'm sure that he will.
Charlie Hoffman, on the other hand, is safely in coming into the week 48th in the FedEx Cup point standings, and Charlie next week will return to the place where he got his second PGA Tour title, the Deutsche Bank. 36-year-old, two-time PGA Tour winner, won in Palm Springs in 2007. A good chance to win in Houston earlier this year. This is Scott Brown. He did win earlier this year. He won his first PGA Tour title in Puerto Rico.
You can see from the pattern of that golf ball where it kicked into the fescue and hard to the right, work down the bunker. This will be difficult because the ball is well below his feet. He's trying to dig in, get a good footing, needs to be really still with his lower body, trying to make solid contact. Oh, he picked it clean. He picked it clean. Will it be enough? That is a tremendous golf shot. It just feeds to the back edge of the green, maybe off of the green by 6 or 8 inches. He'll be very, very happy with that shot after the tee shot.
Now Hoffman.
This second shot, you just heard the sound of the strike. The shot's from 188 yards to the back right hole location. And that ball is pulled way to the left.
Quick walked it.
Yeah, it just finds the edge of the green. It feeds back on the green. He'll have to putt up over a ridge that works off the back fringe into the green. Got to be some 45 feet from there at least. A little disappointed with that as he playfully throws the club into the air, not out of anger, just kind of, well, let's go on to next week. And as you mentioned, Grant, he has to have good feelings about that golf course.
Talked about Charlie Hoffman here a little bit earlier. He's made the cut in 80% of his events.
5 top 10s is a good number. Very good number. I like this one too. 25th in scoring average. Quite often that equates to where you are on a lot of other lists. He is 48th in the FedEx Cup points. That's good. He wants to improve, though. Again, don't forget, at the end of the playoffs, heading into the Tour Championship, the top 30 will advance. Can't get over the style difference, Grant. It really changes his looks totally on the golf course. You're so used to seeing the, like you said, the golden, the blonde hair flowing out behind the baseball cap. But
well, he's in the big city now, so you know maybe the
I thought I read where he took his son to get a haircut. I don't know if it was his first haircut, and he figured I'll get one too. You know,
it's the first time I've ever seen the nape of his neck. I mean,
he really does have a neck, right?
He does.
Oh, he's a good-looking fella. And he sure is a good golfer. He's one of those guys, when he gets on a run, he really can make a lot of birdies. Yeah, 5 top 10 finishes. I think if most players on tour, if you tell them, you know, you'll have 5 top 10 finishes every year, there's still a few tournaments left. A lot of guys would say, I'll take that.
There's one of the huge electronic boards that have become popular on the PGA Tour the last several years. In case you've forgotten who you are, you can walk up and say, oh, that's me, Scott Brown. Look at me. I got my name up in lights in a big city. Very impressive season for Scott Brown. First win as a member of the PGA Tour. Long putt here for Hoffman.
This golf course, we've talked a lot about it. It's a new golf course, and it's been remodeled again since the 2009 Barclays. These players are putting on beautiful, some of the prettiest bent grass greens we've seen all year. It's the A4 variety of bent grass. There's several varieties now. Charlie Hoffman.
Thank you.
49 feet. 49 feet. Needs to get up a little bit. He's going to come up a good 6 feet, maybe 7 feet short. He shakes his head with a little bit of disappointment. You know, so often we hear players talk about, I had a couple 3 putts, or I had 34 putts today. I remember learning early in my career, one of the older players told me, you know, if you go back and analyze it, you got to blame some of it on poor approach shots. You know, when you hit a sloppy second shot, it may statistically be on the green. But if you're 50, 60 feet away, you're just putting pressure on your putter. Now Scott Brown from just off the green might have learned something from the speed of that putt, but this putt's going to come left off the fringe at first. It should work back a little bit to the right. From just outside of 31 feet, ball's on its way. It's got plenty of speed, and it just goes by the hole on the right. He'll have just outside of 3 feet for his par.
Just enough to mark it. We just saw Jeff Ogilvy miss a very short putt at 18 inches. Ogilvy, even after that missed par putt, has actually climbed a spot in the last 10 minutes. He's at 101.
Well, it's an interesting scenario. Those guys, these are the early players. There's not many people behind them, so all that can happen really is the players who are ahead of them fall back. Now, Hoffman for par. Oh, he just kind of powered it through the break. It catches the left edge. Disappointing way to finish. Kind of a roller coaster day for Charlie Hoffman at 74, 3 over par. It makes him +8 for the tournament.
He's 3 under going into the weekend. 79-74. Now the par putt for Brown.
Charlie dropped from 48th as of now out of the top 50 to 62nd. Now Scott Brown. He pours that right in. What a good par after the tee shot finds the bunker. These players are done for the week, but they will continue on to battle another week up in Boston at the Deutsche Bank. They'll have a chance then to improve their position as they work toward the Tour Championship. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be more bonus coverage when we come back to action at the Barclays as we head our ways to the finals of the FedEx Cup.
Our second featured group of the day, Sergio Garcia. He's had, well, let's say mixed reviews here in New York in his career. And Rory McIlroy, both 6 under and 6 shots off the lead going into this final round. McIlroy won the second and third FedEx Cup playoff events last year. Here on the shores of the Hudson. And we are back in the 18th fairway. Scott Langley and Mark Leishman. This is the young 24-year-old Langley in his first year on the PGA Tour, and what a rookie season. You see he's 119th in the projected standings.
The second shot from 194 yards downwind. Likes to work the ball left to right. This one's just kind of going straight. Just didn't get the curvature that he was looking for, Mark.
Billy, that ball feeds just off the back of the green, about 3 feet. He'll have over 30 feet left.
Yeah, this green is really firming up. I think the whole golf course after the rain we had on Thursday has really firmed up nicely. As Leishman from 174 yards going with 8-iron, just a towering 8-iron. Now that's how you bring it to a halt.
Well, he's a big boy who's also a very big hitter. I got a chance to walk with him for 2 days at Augusta this year, where he played so well. And I was impressed not only with his length, but more impressed with his short game. You can see on the graphic that as of right now, projected finish in the FedEx Cup after the first week of the playoffs is 77, so he's safely in next week.
There was a pretty good chance that an Aussie was going to win for the first time at Augusta National. Leishman had a chance, so did Jason Day. Turned out to be Adam Scott, of course. Here's the front 9 and back 9 so far scorecard, and that 8 jumps out at you, doesn't it?
Well, he hit a big speed bump on the finish of the front 9. He birdied 6. Things are looking good. 1 under for the day. Then goes bogey, par, quadruple bogey. Kind of course, so if you lose your way for a moment, hit some awkward shots, you can make some high numbers. Now, Scott Langley, on the other hand, was playing a very solid round of golf. Actually, 3 under par through 11. He bogeyed 12. Coming off bogeys on the difficult 15th. I mean, everybody's having fits with that hole. He bogeyed the short 16th, and so he comes into this hole even par for this final round, his 4th round at the Barclays.
And really, that spate of bogeys, 12, 15, and 16, have knocked him out of that top 100 contention. Now he's back at a projected 118. Again, what a rookie season. One of 9 players, Mark and Billy, to have qualified for the FedEx Cup standings as a rookie.
He's going to find himself in the same position as Morgan Hoffman. Disappointed not to advance, but got to feel some satisfaction in your first full year on the tour to know you're exempted for the next year. That's not an easy thing to do. He kind of burst onto the professional scene in Hawaii, playing with Russell Henley, where they both were vying for the championship. We're going to look at some of the stats for 2013. Not a lot of cuts made. I don't think that's so unusual, Billy, for a rookie. Missed 15 cuts but made 11. But when he did, he took advantage of it. That top 10, one top 10. Some of those numbers he'll look to improve on. Scoring average of 130th. He needs to make improvement there if he wants to be consistently exempt on the PGA Tour. And we mentioned the Hawaiian Open. What a great start. Russell Henley won in record fashion, and Scott Henley finished tied for 3rd.
A Georgia Bulldog doing well. How about that?
I don't know if that's so special.
Well, somebody on our crew went to Georgia, didn't they?
Yeah, I know one person that did. I tell you what.
Go. No,
it's almost football season, Billy. Got to get you going.
As a young player, though, when you get off to a start like Langley did, you get that runner-up finish. You've got to run with that, and you just have to play better. Rookie or not, I've got to believe that 15 missed cuts is unacceptable. And you got to figure out a way. I know you're looking at the golf courses for the first time. You're adjusting to everything, but still, when you miss over 50% of your cuts, you've got to correct some things in the off season.
I couldn't agree more, Billy. The nice thing is he's going to have a place to work on that next year. You know, so often when you have a year with that many missed cuts and you're out of the top 125 in scoring, you're not playing the next year. So it worked out well for him.
Well, and you know, with the switch, with the season starting, the 2014 season starting early, he better take these next 3 or 4 weeks to work on his game to get it in shape, because all of a sudden it's a quick turnaround, and now all the FedEx Cup points and money start counting towards 2014.
That's right. The 2013-14 season, which is going to be called really the 2014 year, as we watch Leishman finish up a really frustrating weekend. And that season begins in October at Fries.com at Corda Valley. We've seen the European Tour, Billy and Mark, do that for years. They'll start a season the following season in the fall of the previous year. So it's a new day on the PGA Tour.
It is, and I like what they've done with the web.com tour starting next week. They have 4 tournaments. They're called the finals, where they combine top 75 of the web.com, and then you take 126 through 200 on the PGA Tour, and then essentially you have 16 rounds. You have four tournaments with which you can gain your playing privilege is for the next year on the PGA Tour, and that's pretty much your only access to the PGA Tour.
No Q School spots onto the PGA Tour the following year for the first time. So Scott Langley, the 24-year-old, finishes up his very first FedEx Cup season. More in a moment.
Vic, the next pairing is on the 17th tee. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go find some shade.
It is about 12:15 here local time. And 12 under par is where we find Kuchar and Woodland. So they'll go in about an hour and a half. In the final pairing, Grant Boone, Mark McComber, Bill Cratchit with you. Kuchar and Woodland looking for another win this season. Each has already won. Kuchar twice, Woodland 3 weeks ago at the Reno Tahoe Open, which really turned around a season that had been marred by some injuries. And that got him into the PGA Championship. And he's here this week playing exceptionally well. Kevin Chappell, a 62 yesterday. He'll play with Tiger Woods. And how about the challenge of Chappell following up not only a course record, but playing with the world's number one.
We talked about that last week. Keegan Bradley set the course record the day before on Friday and struggled mightily. 11 shots higher a day later. It's always a challenge to follow your career round. And throw in the fact that Chappell has not won, throw in the fact that he's playing with world number one, Tiger Woods. There's a lot for this young man to deal with. And Tiger Woods got something to deal with of his own. I mean, this is only one of 2 tournaments that he's played at least 4 times in that he hasn't won. That's an odd statistic. It's a great statistic for him, but we're taking a positive stat and kind of looking at it from the negative side. So would you say odds are in his favor? He has come from behind over 20 different times, but not a lot of times from 4 back, but he has a chance today.
A lot of circles for Kevin Chappell.
That's a beautiful scorecard right there. All circles, no squares, no bogeys. Finished strong, too, birdieing 16 and 17. That's a low score. You know, last time they played here, 64 was the tournament record. The course has been soft, and they've had perfect conditions this week, as we've talked about, Grant. You know, we had some rain early in the week, which kind of messed up the schedule for a few days, but the Tour did a great job getting these players back on schedule, and the players hustled to play a lot of golf on Thursday and Friday late into the evening. Played till dark, actually.
Well, so you have two guys in that penultimate pairing, Tiger and Chappell, who had each in the last few weeks shot a 9-under par round. Tiger was a 9-under 61 on Friday at Firestone.
Yeah.
And Chappell yesterday a 9-under par 62 here. This is Tiger's scorecard yesterday, and he's been talking about fighting through the discomfort of the neck and back pain that he sustained from a bad night's sleep Tuesday night. It abbreviated his practicing on Wednesday.
It did, and he's a player that likes to practice. He talked about the fast start, then he kind of lost things. You can see the bogeys on 3, 4, and 7. Everything was heading the wrong way. He'd fallen, I think 9, maybe 10 shots off the lead. Some of those other players started quickly, and then he plays the last 10 holes in 4 under par, so that put him right back in the tournament. We talked so much this weekend about the top 100, which is a vital number, but all these players came in here hoping to win the tournament. Now we're coming down to who's going to be crowned the Barclays champion as they leave this beautiful facility. They played here in 2009. This is a tournament, one of the FedEx Cup tournaments that rotates. Didn't come back for 4 years. A lot of improvements. We're going to get to see these players attack this newly renovated golf course, and stay with us for all the action.
We're at the 17th, and this is Brian Gay, our bonus coverage of Sunday at the Barclays.
Brian Gay from the back edge of the green, putting right downhill, ball working from left to right. Just misses on the right side. This University of Florida graduate really played well the last 5 or 6 years. All of his victories. Turned professional in '94, but 4 victories starting in 2008. Can't help but remember his runaway victory at Harbortown. What a great display of golf that was, and one earlier in the year this year, 2013 Humana Challenge in partnership with the Clinton Foundation. Known as one of the greatest putters on tour. Shorter in length, but really a good putter. Now, Martin Flores.
Young player from Oklahoma. OU, a Sooner.
This putt from 17 feet, 5 inches. Good looking stroke. Does it have the speed? It goes right in the right center. Well done by Martin Flores.
4th year on the PGA Tour.
That takes him to 3 under par for the round. Making a good move today, Grant.
Played some good golf this summer. A tie for 4th at the John Deere, which had to have been tempered by the fact that a Longhorn won the tournament, Jordan Spieth.
Well, he's birdied 4 of his last 6 holes. Now Brian Gay, we were talking about how beautiful a putting stroke he has. This short one for par on 17. A little bit like Zach Johnson. The hands kind of stay behind the ball a bit, and he rolls that right in. All pars for Brian Gay on this back 9. That's 8 in a row.
Talking about that 10-shot win at Harbortown back in 2009. Our bonus coverage continues here at Liberty National as we await the second featured group in our coverage today. Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy. They'll go at 12:40, another 20 minutes or so. Rory looking to rally, a late season rally for what's been a very frustrating year, a season that began with him as the #1 player in the world. Tiger Woods took that mantle from him in March. And McIlroy would love to regain the form that saw him win a couple of events in the FedEx Cup playoffs last year.
Now we move to the 18th tee. Martin Flores with driver. He goes to the right side of the tee, which would indicate that he wants to work this ball from left to right, trying to give himself a little better angle. Looking right down, set up down the left center of the fairway. An aggressive swing. You heard Brian Gay say good swing there, and that ball finds the center of the fairway. Little cut spin, moves it to the right. That is a good tee shot. Right now with the wind down, not quite as scary a hole as when that wind gets whipping out of the south, working toward the water. The hazard out to the right. Brian Gay, too, going with driver. You can see he and his caddy quite often they're just reaffirming the target line, maybe one little comment about some swing thought or feeling they want to have.
Kip Henley, gregarious caddy. Brian Gay, who's not so gregarious. Get a little quieter. Many are quieter than Kip Henley. Now, how about that for a combo? Did you find that your caddies had similar personalities to you? Did it matter?
Well, you know, the caddies I all had. I had 3 over about a 20-year period, and every one of them were a little different than I was. They were calmer, I think, not quite as much type A, which I think was good for me. It calmed me down. So I think finding a caddy that you meld with is very important. Now we're looking at the scorecards of this group. Brian Gay, what a good start. How about that? Birdies on 2, 3, and 4, and 6. He's 400 right off the bat. Bogey on 7, and now he's reeled off 10 straight pars. Good final round for Brian Gay. And these players are safely in next week, and they're trying to, just get more points in the FedEx Cup playoff system so they can advance even after the Deutsche Bank. Because don't forget, after next week's playoff, it goes to 70, the top 70 advance. Then after the third playoff, it goes to the top 30, and those players will advance to Atlanta.
We saw the golf course toughen up a little bit. It was more than a stroke more difficult on Saturday than it had been the first 2 rounds, which is a bit unusual. You usually see the scoring go down on average.
Well, I think what happened, and we've talked about it a lot, Billy Kratzer is out with the group, so he sees it even better than we do. The hole locations were extremely difficult yesterday.
Yes.
Almost to a hole. And today, the coverage that we have had, and we've seen just over half the golf course, the hole locations, while still difficult, don't seem to be quite as extreme on every green, and I think it's going to allow for some better scoring. Also, the wind is not a factor at all right now. Now, that could change in the afternoon. It wouldn't be unusual. But it was a factor to some degree most of the day yesterday. That is the one element that drives scores up on the PGA Tour more than anything else. Rain sometimes actually makes scores come down as the course gets wider, softer, greens have the fire in them.
We saw that early in the week here.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I mean, look what we've seen this week. When they played in 2009, one player shot 64, I believe Dustin Johnson. Now you move forward 4 years, and yes, the course was softened and they've had this good weather, but we've already seen a 64 on Friday by Rickie Fowler. The very next group, Keegan Bradley comes in, breaks the record at 63. And then yesterday, what an incredible 62 by Kevin Chappell.
Miss a fairway, couldn't get there.
2009, you mentioned that was the year Gay won Harbortown by 10. Martin Flores was on the web.com tour back then. So this is the first time that Flores has seen Liberty National.
Brian Gay will be first to play, which is not unusual. Brian, as we mentioned, not one of the longer hitters on tour. That drive right there, which was very nice in the middle of the fairway, was 268. And that leaves him 215 yards into this back right hole location. Real advantage for long hitters when you have severe greens. If you can come in here with a 7 or 8 iron as opposed to a utility or 3 or 4 iron. Makes it a lot harder to get the ball close. Everybody has their system. You notice both player and caddy have yardage books. Caddy's already got his number. His book is back in his bib that he wears. You see the Barclays logo on the back of that bib with Brian Gay's name. Brian's still checking his. It's kind of a good system. Both of you checking in case you maybe walk from the wrong sprinkler. Now they're ready to go. They know the yardage. It's about picking a club. .215 yards to this back right hole location. Talk about utility irons. This is one of these new hybrids that the players in all of golf have benefited from. It allows you to hit the ball this distance higher in the air, have it land a little softer. You can see the top of the flagstick just left of his ball.
Wow. About like that, you mean, with the hybrid?
Is incredible. How soft and good was that shot? That was beautiful. Different ways to get the job done. That was precision, not power. Best we've seen in the early part of the final round. Ball had a chance to go in as it went by the hole.
Martin Flores, first year on the PGA Tour was 2010. Fell off the tour, came back last year. So this is his third full season. He qualified for the FedEx Cup playoffs last year. Missed the cut at the Barclays, played the Deutsche Bank. He'll at least advance to the Deutsche Bank this year.
This is a shot of 195 yards. You can see he's got a good look at that flagstick. Oh, and he came out of that just a tad, lost it short and right. Depends on the lie in the bunker, but he has plenty of green to work with. And there's the ball of Brian Gay. What a great second shot by Brian.
You can almost give him that one. Good of a putter as Brian Gay is. Well, one of the big stories of today, which we've been following all day long, is that FedEx Cup points list. You see, McGirt missed the cut this week. And William McGirt came into the week 92nd. So he is sweating out these final few hours of the Barclays. And we saw Jeff Ogilvy miss a short putt for par.
We did.
And that drops him to 103 at the moment.
And Ted Potter, you know, a lot of emotions, came into the week 96. Seems like he might be safe. And look at this. He's dropped to 102. 14.70 points outside of the 100th position. Justin Leonard can't feel comfortable where he is. None of these players, till the round is completed, are going to know exactly whether they're playing next week or whether they're going to miss out. This is a tournament within a tournament.
So this is the first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. It's the 7th year of the FedEx Cup playoffs. So after today, we will whittle the field for the Deutsche Bank down to 100. Only the top 100 advance. It'll be next weekend, and it will actually culminate on Labor Day, Monday, September the 2nd, up in the Boston area. And they'll take a week off in the BMW Championship at Conway Farms. In the Chicagoland area, only the top 70 survive and advance. And then only the top 30 advance to the Tour Championship presented by Coca-Cola at East Lake in Atlanta.
We've talked so much about the points, and we'll continue to look at that throughout the day. Remember, anybody who is here this week in the top 100, if they were to win or finish second, mathematically can jump up in the top 5. So points have been magnified 5 times the normal amount of points given during the playoffs. A lot of room for improvement. Now you just see a picture of Martin Flores' ball. An unfortunate break to bury in the lip. And so often when you send that ball high into the air, fading to the right, it hit in the lip of this bunker and stayed there. That makes this shot a lot more difficult. The upslope will help him get it out of the buried lie, but the fact that it's above his feet, he's going to want to make this ball come out to the left. He's got to try to factor all that in as he tries to get this ball up and down. This is quite a challenge. This is where a player has to have total commitment, no in between, no indecision, once he decides what he's going to try to do.
Not only buried, but side hill, as you say, and
that's
so
what makes it so hard.
Right, and so the most important thing to do here is what?
Well, you got to put the club underneath the ball. It's not about the follow through here. It's about just sticking that club behind the ball, maybe 3 or 4 inches with a lot of pace, and kind of leave that club in the ground. Look how far his left foot is above. It's going to be hard to get to his left side. This is a difficult bunker shot. The only thing going for him is on the upslope. It's going to help him come out. Whoa, he got ball first. You heard the sound of the ball first. You didn't hear that thump we talk about. Ball came out fast or hot, carried over the green. It was going to be tough all along. Oh, you can hear that so loudly. That's a shot. When you have that shot, you don't want to hear that sound. It was a hard golf shot, though. Now he's got to work to hopefully chip it in, or if not, get it up and down for bogey.
Flores is safe for the Deutsche Bank next week. He is projected 79th in the FedEx Cup point standings. Well, over on the putting green, here's Rory McIlroy getting ready for our second featured group.
They're all took at the VMAs or something, and they were all coming in, so they're like, oh, okay. My spot.
Putting green's located just next to the first tee, which isn't unusual.
He blends in. He'll play with Sergio Garcia.
And that is going to be our next featured group. We look forward to following them all day long, and it's only going to be 6 minutes away. Now we go back to the 18th, probably about 200 yards from where you saw Rory warming up. He's putting Martin Flores, that is, up a steep embankment. Kind of levels off to the hole. Ball should move right to left. Just needed a little more pace. A lot of guesswork, and when you judge going through about 12 feet of fringe.
Whose clothes do you think he's wearing?
How do you look?
Are they all playing together? Is he serious?
A little Ricky Fowler.
Are you playing together? Huh? You playing together?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, that's great.
That's awesome.
Well, as a player, you hope you're as happy when you finish your round as Sergio is now before he starts.
Oh, he's missing the shoes though.
It's all right.
He didn't have an extra pair.
Not identical.
It wasn't coordinated? Did you plan on it?
He just said his idea.
He just said
Marquee intimidated by
There you go.
I was almost thinking if we got him to go all orange and I wore something else. I'd be like, wait, what?
This is a fashion discussion here.
Another guy in orange, Martin Flores, is for bogey. He will shoot 2 under 69 today, and a nice bounce back from a tough third round. So Flores, even with that bogey, still at the moment projected number 79 in the FedEx Cup point standings. That was a great moment back earlier on the putting green as we see Brian Gay lining up this putt for birdie. We hear Rickie Fowler say, you know, hey, maybe Sergio, if we get you to wear all orange, what can I do for you maybe? Rickie, of course, an Oklahoma State Cowboy, and in his traditional Sunday orange. Well, I tried to give this to Brian Gay. It is a good 7 feet, 6.5, 7 feet.
This is also to shoot a really good closing round 67, 4 under par. Oh, you could have saved a lot of time, right? You called it.
10 shots better than yesterday's 77. It's a good bounce back for both Flores and Gay. And they will both head to the Deutsche Bank next week. How about that? McIlroy, hand on Sergio's shoulders. Play well, he says. When we come back to the Barclays, the final round. Our second feature group, McIlroy and Garcia, teed up at 1. Garcia, McIlroy getting ready to go here on Sunday. Gallery lining up. And this will be a very popular pairing today.
This is the 12:40 tee time. First on the tee, from Holywood, Northern Ireland, please welcome Rory McIlroy.
Water down the right. Wow. How close.
Next to the tee, from Castellon, Spain, please welcome Sergio Garcia.
What a backdrop. A fascinating career as well. Sergio and McIlroy, both 6 under, tied for 14th as this final round begins. Can one of them, or both, perhaps pushing each other, make a run today? Flirted with the hazard as well.
You could tell by his setup that he was trying to hit a cut, and that's exactly what he did.
Ryder Cup stalwarts for Europe. Part of the reason why the Europeans have dominated the Ryder Cup for the last 15 years or so. You see the hospitality down the left, the 18th on the other side of that. And here's Sergio's season. Remember, it was only a couple of years ago that he had seen a downturn in his game and cut back his schedule some. Now he's made every cut this year.
He has. That's a big factor of his consistency. You know, think about it. 4 top 10s and only 13 starts. That's a good percentage. Scoring average, that jumps out to me. 7th on the PGA Tour in scoring. And look at the finishes in some big events. The World Golf event down at Doral, the Cadillac Championship, had a great chance to win, finished tied for 3rd, tied for 8th in the Masters. He jumped on the scene as a young teenager up at Medina. We still remember that dramatic shot on the 16th hole, the par 4 from behind the tree. Sliced the ball some 40 yards to get it onto the green. And he has not flown under the radar, Grant. You know, we talked about some of these other guys earlier in the day, that Stewart Cink and some of these other players who've had, Jeff Ogilvy, good careers. We kind of don't, you know, they don't jump out as personalities maybe. Maybe we just don't read them right. They both won majors. This young man has not won a major yet. But boy, do we talk a lot about him. His golf creates a lot of attention. Sometimes he brings some on himself. But he's a fascinating player to watch. And I've always said I think that over the last 10, 12 years he's been one of the best drivers of the ball. We talk about Adam Scott, Keegan Bradley. He, too, combines pretty good length with being able to find it most of the time. That's a nice quality.
Well, we talk about radar, Billy, and Sergio has been on New York golf fans' radar. He certainly was back in 2002 at Bethpage Black, as we recall, at the U.S. Open, the first time the U.S. Open came to Bethpage. And that was, Billy, at the height of his seeming inability to pull the club back, to pull the trigger on a shot when he would have that extended waggle.
Well, it was, and you know, he was.
He was an easy target, wasn't he?
He was pretty well reprimanded by the people at Bethpage Black. But like most players, he's done a nice job. I remember Hubert Green had the same problem at Hilton Head. I think he was over the ball in 21, 22 waggles. But the adjustments that he's made in his game to be quicker, most players will do it, and Sergio certainly did a nice job and certainly took a little bit of the heat off.
Well, this probably was a smidge closer to the hazard line than Rory McIlroy had in mind, wasn't it?
Well, I would say this is probably 10 yards closer than what he wanted, but pretty good lie in this first cut of rough, 120 yards to the hole. You can only see the top half of the flagstick from here. And this ball's flared to the right.
Not a lot of green to pitch to here, Billy, coming down a hill. So
that was not a good shot.
No, the miss there is to the left, the fat side of the green. But from 119, 20 yards, you mentioned, that's only just a little wedge for him. Now Sergio, from the fairway, almost the same angle.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because Both these players, high spin players, Mark. Little breeze right back into his face. Looking over to the left, you can kind of see a few of the flags coming off the chalets that a little bit left to right, and Sergio with 117 yards. This too to the right. That's okay though. That's going to utilize the slope a little bit, but still not what I thought was going to fire out of the right here on the first hole.
So a birdie putt for Sergio, a birdie pitch coming up for Rory McIlroy. We talked about his season. Let's take a look at it. Playing in the States, he's actually played a little bit better than he has in some events over in Europe. You see the second place finish at Texas. That was the week before the Masters. He added that, trying to get into form. And you think about how the season started with the club change and a lot of extracurricular stuff.
Well, they get these players, these leading players, and this former #1 at a very young age get highly, highly examined. 11 or 13 cuts is fine. 5 top 10s and 13 events is fine. Even the scoring average, top 22, 22nd on the PGA Tour in scoring, all that's good. I think what's missing and why there's been so much talk is some of the troubles he's had. He walked off the golf course at the Honda, which he handled beautifully the very next week by apologizing. We've all felt like walking off the course. We understand that as players. A lot of pressure on the young man being world #1 at such an early age. But I think if there was a win or two in there, there'd be a lot less talk. And if he finishes off the year strong like he did last year, I don't think anybody's going to be chattering about what's wrong with Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, I think if you talk to Rory, he will tell you it's not the ball, it's not the club. I just started getting in bad habits and started swinging poorly, and I think he's back on track. I like the way that he's swinging the golf club now, Mark.
I agree too, Billy. Now this delicate chip down the hill.
And what I saw at the PGA Championship when he chipped in on 18 in that third round where he birdied 17 and 18, I saw that enthusiasm that he had the year before. That was back, and the passion and everything that goes along with it.
Well, Billy, we talk so much about, and I agree with you, I don't think it is the equipment right now. I think it's all fine. I mean, but you think about the examination he's gotten. Well, you changed equipment. How about the fact that in my early 20s, and I've got to get adjusted to the fact that I'm #1 in the world. I've already won 2 major championships. I mean, there was a lot for this young man to take in. I've spent on several occasions some personal time with him, and I couldn't be more impressed with the young man. Talking to his parents, his dad, I think he's been taught a lot of really good values that will hold him in good stead as he moves forward in this career. Just like Sergio, Sergio struggled and has struggled with all this talent, with all the expectations. So Rory's kind of going through that same thing, and I think he'll come out just fine.
Yeah, and I think a lot. You made a good point where, everyone is so hypercritical that they do the least little thing out of line, and then it's kind of blown up. So
absolutely.
Sergio, great opportunity for birdie here, right back up the hill, turning left.
It's fascinating to see these two guys playing together today, because you could make a case that Sergio never became what we thought that Rory did become. We thought Sergio back in '99 at Medina was going to do what Rory McIlroy has done. '99 finished second to Tiger Woods, and we thought, here we go, 19 years old, here comes golf's next superstar, and it has been a fine career.
Only 33 years old, so I still think there's a chance that he can have a run in the next 5 or 6 years where he does win a major, 2, maybe 3.
And we talk about demeanor and what Billy mentioned about McIlroy's fire and passion that he saw at the PGA. We saw that early in Sergio's career at Medina, and then again in Ryder Cup competition, and then so many times it seems like most of the last several years we just haven't seen the passion, we haven't seen the fun. And so to see him on the putting green just moments ago as we did, getting ready, watching him laughing and enjoying himself. It's not that he's never laughed. It's just our visuals of Sergio, think about it, the last several years are not of him laughing. It's of him scowling and of him being frustrated. And so that was a welcome sight, I think.
Well, in no way is it a stereotype, but, you know, we think of the Spanish players as having great short games and a lot of flair. They've always played with a lot of emotion, too. I mean, Sevi, Billy and I played a lot with he and Chima, Olazabal, and they play with a lot of emotion and feeling. And I thought it was pretty insightful there as Sergio walked from the first green to the second tee, you know, a walk of a little bit of distance, giving everybody high fives, or maybe sideways fives, but he was relating to the gallery. I think he's making a real effort to try to be a little more laid back, and he's got a lot of natural intensity, and it comes out in his golf, and it's really fun to watch him.
Par 3 second.
This par 3, 211 yards, and you can look at the flag stick. A little right to left, maybe in just a little bit, but the McIlroy with a 6-iron, he's going to have to hit this pretty hard to get it all the way to the flag stick.
That ball is hole high, Billy, on the very left edge of the green. This hole today is playing exactly to even par stroke average of 3.000. There have been 44 pars, but an equal amount of birdies, 7 birdies as to 7 bogeys. Billy, so far from what we've seen, don't you think the hole locations are looking like they're not quite as difficult hole after hole that we saw yesterday?
Yeah, I think they're a little more accessible, Mark. Certainly we don't have the amount of wind that we had yesterday. I thought that the wind that the players had to contend with, especially midday, I thought that it was pretty hard golf course, and Kevin Chappell certainly made it look easy, but the wind just kind of dying right now. It's just not as much as what McIlroy hit, but Sergio with the same club going with 6-iron.
Get him, Rory.
That too just finds the left side of the green, actually misses the green by 3 or 4 feet. You can see him trying to hit a high cut, kind of just pulled it a bit. An exciting featured group, Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Sunday at the Barclays. You got two major storylines you're following today, as we are. You see that page 1 of the leaderboard, and Webb Simpson has already made his way onto page 1 with a birdie. And Simpson is now -7. You look down the leaderboard, and it's page 2. Kuchar and Woodland beginning the day at 12 under. We're also following the players who are trying to secure their spots into next week's second FedEx Cup playoff event, the Deutsche Bank Championship. Only the top 100 at day's end will make it to the Boston area. Now, Sergio and Rory McIlroy are thinking something else. Can they make a run and maybe get into contention to win this thing? Sergio at the second, Billy.
Yeah, and about 5 feet of fairway cut to go through and up the hill. Ooh, that ball popped right away. Still a nice little rollout, but boy, that ball hopped right about 3 feet off the blade of the putter.
Sure did. We had a really good angle. Just a 1.5 feet or so left for Sergio. Let's take one more look. So Sergio will have that for par. 8 wins for Sergio. A couple, Billy, here in the New York area at Westchester with the Buick Classic. And as we look across at Manhattan in the distance, that's why I said earlier, mixed reviews for Sergio here in the Big Apple. He obviously was jeered for those protracted waggles, but a couple of really good memories as well here.
And Westchester Country Club, just, you know, it's kind of one of those old style golf courses where it really has a premium on hitting good drives, putting yourself in position to go ahead to hit irons into those small greens. But now McIlroy, about the same distance as Sergio, but certainly being on the green ought to be able to judge the pace a little bit better. And comes up just about the same distance short.
For all the talk about the equipment change and the other things going on with McIlroy, he's putting in the 120s statistically, 122nd in putting this year.
Well, I think the critical stat that these guys look at is strokes gained putting. Where are you from that 7 to 8 foot range? Where do you rank there? Are you making enough of those to contend each week? But another contributing factor to the fact that he's down there at 120 is the fact that I think he put a lot of time into the long game trying to correct the swing flaw that he had. And he's certainly doing a nice job of that.
Sergio, you see, with putting grip he's gone to in the last couple of years, he has led that strokes gained putting category for a good chunk of the year. Kind of measures how you're putting against the rest of the field. Sergio at the moment is 3rd. Greg Chalmers leads the category. Of course, when you're Chalmers and you hole out tee shots on par 3s, you don't have to worry about putting, as Chalmers did yesterday on the 14th hole here. So a couple of pars on both the first and the second for our second featured group of the day. It'll be fun to watch. Sergio Garcia, Rory McIlroy, two very accomplished players at very young ages. McIlroy still just 24 years old, already 6 wins, 2 majors, both by 8 shots, which is just almost silly, absurd to think about. Made a run at the PGA where he was the defending champion. He took over the world #1 ranking last year at Kiowa Island with that win and held it through March of this year.
Don't know if he would have been able to catch Duffner, but it certainly would have been interesting had he not made that triple bogey on the 5th hole at Oak Hills a couple of weeks ago. But
that's right.
Just a positional par 4 here for Rory and Sergio. Just something less than driver, something about 240, 245 off the tee. and that should be good.
And watch this now. There it comes back down the ridge. Should keep going a little bit. There it comes. That has a teeny bit of a, well, into the hole. And a free game, perhaps, into the sprinkler head. A little bit of a links feel on that particular piece of the fairway. A little bit of the mercy of the bounce. Both of these guys have had their moments at the Open Championship. Rory shot 63, remember, on the first day in 2010 at the old course. Came back with an 80 the next day. Sergio had a putt on the 72nd hole to win at Carnoustie. Missed it. Went into a playoff and lost to Padraig Harrington.
Love the way that you can kind of see the divot that he takes. You know, he really comes in at a steep angle, kind of drives the ball.
So Liberty National, for the second time hosting the Barclays, a unique course on the shores of the Hudson. And still rolling.
Sergio, it's going to take a drop from the. It's going to take a drop from the drain. It's going to take a drop from the drain. I guess there. Yeah.
I think your nearest point, isn't it? It should probably be here, would it? Yeah. And then a club length from there, is it? Yeah.
Rory at the third.
Just drop it back here then, I guess.
Season is not down the drain quite yet. Still looking for his first win of the season. He'll take a drop from that plate.
Okay. Went to the nearest point, took a club length from there, drop it within that club length, ball in play.
We heard him calling over Sergio just to let him know what was going on.
Well, and from this lower half of the third fairway, this is going to be a totally blind shot for Rory McIlroy.
Yes.
fact, he's going to go up and try to get some kind of visual to where he'll have something in the background, Grant, to where he can have some type of aiming reference.
Maybe a scissor kick right here, like his fellow competitor Sergio. No.
No.
Did bring back some memories. Talked about Sergio at winning a couple of times at Westchester. You could get a couple of looks like this over at Westchester. You'd have to come take a peek.
Oh, absolutely. You start.
The shot link was over the middle of those people in the crowd. Is that a different angle, the shot link?
Yeah, shot link's left to the pin.
Okay.
See this prime, this sort of tree?
Yes.
Like that's about 15 feet right of the pin.
Well, that's perfect.
Quiet, please. No cell phones. Thank you.
That was a really good listen. As we heard McIlroy and J.P. Fitzgerald plot this out.
Well, had the pitching wedge out, but now it's gone for the 9-iron. And I think that's the right club. 144 yards to the hole. Left to right wind. I think it's always hard to hit it flag high when you can't see what you're aiming at. You really have to trust your yardage here.
Good. Well, he held the finish, and why not? He had no idea where it came to rest, but he's safely on the green. A bit unlucky, I think, to go all the way down there to the bottom. It hung up there on the top for just a sec. Talking about his tee shot. Now Sergio with a much better look.
Yeah, from this right-hand side of the fairway. Now you can see, and the screen sits well below the players up here in the fairway. And Sergio with 130 yards. Not much wind right here at this moment. Got out in front of that just a little bit.
Looks to be hole high.
Thanks, Royce. Yeah.
Replace your divot, please. Thank you. And a couple of birdie putts coming up for Garcia and McIlroy. Sunday at the Barclays. Seen some good scores today. Phil Mickelson is 4 under through 10. He's moved into a tie for 6th. Amazing. We saw him in our first featured group yesterday. Mickelson was just fighting and scratching and clawing. Wound up shooting a 1 under par 70, and here Mickelson is 4 under through 10 and tied for 6th. Yesterday we were with Mickelson, and in fact he told you, Billy, he said, I'm going to try to do something for you. These last few holes haven't given you much to watch, and sure enough he did, and he's kept it going.
Well, the 3 birdies he made, certainly a carryover today, and fortunate enough to have dinner with him last night, and good spirits last night, and felt like he was going to really shoot a low round today.
All kinds of good spirits. Taking sips from the claret jug, and what a thrill ride it has been for Phil Mickelson since winning the major, Billy, that he said he didn't think he would ever win, the Open Championship.
Well, he thought he was going to have to be very fortunate and maybe catch 4 just, perfect days of very little wind over at the Open Championship. But you look at the Scottish Open, what he did. Once they moved the Scottish Open away from Loch Lomond, it gave him that opportunity to play a link-style golf course and actually prepare for the Open Championship. And I think that paid huge dividends in when we were talking last night. I asked him, what was more impressive to you, the 5 out of 7 when you won your first green jacket, or the 4 out of 6 at Muirfield? And he said, I don't know.
Nice to have that to choose from. McIlroy uphill for birdie.
Uphill. Looking just outside the hole. Once this ball starts losing speed, should move left.
Get up there.
Great read from you, Billy. You think about the back nines that Mickelson has had. That 31 to win his first green jacket. A huge back nine run in 2010. As we take another look at McIlroy's birdie attempt. Just missed left. We remember that shot through the trees of Mickelson in 2010 at the 13th hole. He actually missed the putt for eagle, which we tend to forget, but still, that was a huge back nine run. And then this one you just referenced at Muirfield. And Billy, I didn't see 4 birdies for 18 holes, much less out of the last 6 on that day at Muirfield.
No, I didn't, and I certainly didn't see a 66 out there in that final round, just like I didn't see a 62 yesterday when Kevin Chappell did it here. Sergio for birdie, keep going.
So these guys are going to par, each of them, their 3rd straight hole to begin this final round. So Mickelson is now, and again, we're keeping track of Mickelson's score as we watch Garcia and McIlroy as they remain in neutral. Spring in his step as he heads over to the par 3 4th and some low 5s. Great crowds out here this week. And what a venue. Liberty Island. Just off to the right of the golf course. There you see Phil Mickelson. He is now 7 under par for his last 15 holes. Played his last 16 holes, I guess. He played his last 6 holes and 3 under yesterday. He's 4 under today. And you see he is tied for 7th place. Jonas BLIXT, the Swede, has picked up an early birdie. We'll see Tiger Woods a little bit later on with Kevin Chappell in our final featured group from Sunday at the Barclays. At the 4th, McIlroy.
You can see Rory just kind of looking up, just trying to make sure he knows exactly what the wind is doing. But this par 3, 81 yards today, and pretty much just a stock 7-iron for Rory. Good looking shot here. Really good looking shot.
Both of these players finding a little bit of form of late. Could one of them make a run? They don't have to worry about getting into next week at the Deutsche Bank. Could they get something going? Maybe feed off one another.
Pretty much going to see this all day. If Rory hits a 7-iron on a par 3, you'll see Sergio hit 7-iron there. Pretty much the same distance with the irons. I think Rory can bring it off the tee a little bit further than Sergio. This is also a good-looking shot. This 7-iron just left of the flag.
Well, that was merely a good shot. McIlroy's was terrific. And each will have a chance for his first birdie of this final round. Good scores are out there. And as they head up to the 4th green, there you get a look at the screen. And that is at the end of the practice tee. So players will go beyond that toward the One World Tower that you can see off in the distance. And they hit toward that screen from the other direction. those two men have inflicted a lot of Ryder Cup grief on the U.S. teams over the last several years, and they're doing some sightseeing here in the Big Apple as they walk up the fourth. I'm still struck just by the pairing of these two today, and thinking about where these men are. 15 years ago, Garcia, 19 years old, almost won a major championship. We thought that it was the beginning of something not just good but special. McIlroy came along, you know, and as a 21-year-old, just turning 21, shot 62 to win the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. That was the first of his 6 wins on the PGA Tour. And then, of course, he would go on that summer, well, the next summer, I should say, to win the U.S. Open by 8. Last August, won the PGA Championship by 8. Thinking about these two men, some 9 years apart, and how both burst onto the scene, and yet how their careers have diverged. Pretty impressive, Billy, really, when you think about some of the epic struggles that Sergio has had putting, how he's refashioned this putting stroke, and he's become not just okay, he's become a good putter.
Yeah, once he's gone to this, what they call the pencil grip, they have the claw, but anyways, the hands are separated to where you kind of separate the right brain, left brain, whatever you can do to confuse it. He has really, rolled the ball nicely. I really haven't seen to where he has really had a poor putting round. Certainly he's always been a good ball striker. His father, Victor, out here for many of the tournaments, certainly for all the major championships. And I think Victor's really helped him try to get over that hurdle, because I've always had that feeling that Sergio has always felt like he's been the victim.
Yes.
And he really hasn't taken ownership of, okay, I missed the putt, I missed the shot. It was my fault. I did it.
There are no other, ethereal forces in the cosmic universe happening. It's just me.
Exactly. And, we've seen him play better. We saw him get back in the winner's circle last year at the Wyndham. So I think the upside, and I think there's a major in his future. I really do.
And to be fair, the putt that he had on the 72nd hole at Carnoustie, at least from my vantage point, he verified it later. It was a pretty good putt that he stroked that just missed, that would have earned him his first major. Wound up going into a playoff and losing with Padraig Harrington. Maybe a 10-footer or so.
Yeah, well, I was in that group with Harrington, and Harrington made a great up and down to save a double bogey.
Yes.
And then Sergio had his chance, and then he hit it in the right-hand bunker and did not get the ball up and down, and lost in a playoff. And Harrington now has 3 major championships, and Sergio still with none. But this man with 2, I think he's really starting to play some solid golf right now. Little right to lefter. But you can just kind of see that bounce in his step. When he's playing well, he's got that really quick stride and that bounce. I think that's back, Grant.
You're talking about Rory?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Another look at this putt. It looked good, and I think he thought he made it. The shoulders will slump here. Final round of the Barclays. There is page 1, and look at Phil Mickelson. Another birdie. He's now 8 under par for his last 17 holes. He's now tied for 4th place. He has 7 holes left. including a par 5 and a drivable, reachable par 4. So as we watch Rory and Sergio, I'll ask you guys, Mark and Billy, what number, let's just get crazy here, what number would Mickelson need to get to have a realistic chance today?
Well, I will say that he last night said that 13 he thought would be a playoff. He said 14 wins outright. Someone might get to 15, but he thought 13 would be a playoff. 1,300 would be a playoff.
Billy, his record of picking is pretty good. I mean, he was right on when it came to the Open Championship, and a lot of the experts were kind of laughing when he finished his round on Saturday and said, "I think one over will get a playoff, even will win outright." And he said when he saw the one over posted, he got worried. I got to get one under that. I got to get at least one. And then he made that great 4 birdie run on the last 6 holes. I want to know what you told him. You know, you guys were talking yesterday. He told you he needed to make 3 more. I think you must have given him some incentive. I don't know what it was, but
I think he gave himself his own incentive.
Yeah,
he's the one that
right.
came up to me and said, "I haven't shown you much. I need to show you something in these last 6 holes. So how about 3 birdies?"
Yeah,
well, he wanted to impress you, and he did it, didn't he?
3 to end his round yesterday, and then 5 more today. So Mickelson making a run. Can McIlroy or Garcia get something started? They've each had a couple of decent looks, but all pars for both McIlroy and Garcia as they tee it up here at 5.
Really a good driving hole right here. The wind left to right and in, water down the left-hand side. This one very high, going down the right center. Nicely positioned.
Just avoids a divot in the fairway. It doesn't happen very often you get a break like that, but that does change the second shot when you find a sanded divot. Good look at the ball there.
It's really fun to watch these 2 players because you talk about ball flights. McIlroy, very much the American-style player, sends the ball way up into the air. Everything is carried. Where Sergio, he plays a more penetrating, more piercing ball flight, and certainly tries to flight the ball more than what McIlroy does.
That's interesting, Billy, because McIlroy obviously grew up in an area where the conditions are tough and piercing ball flight is good, but he's certainly adapted to American golf. Now with 3 with Sergio.
Well, this too, a nice solid strike, just gently working left to right.
Oh my.
But not enough. It just all of a sudden quit working to the right, and that's in the water. But I do think that maybe it did cover a little bit of land.
Well, you know,
he hopes so.
Billy, on the first tee, did the same thing. He took a big divot with that 3. What I wonder if he might have caught it a little bit heavy. We're watching it splash again and caused it to straighten out. We're going to find out where Sergio gets to drop and if he can salvage par. Well, when we left you, Sergio hit his tee shot on the 5th hole into the water, and Billy, you thought it may have crossed land, but he's dropping just off the front of the tee.
Yeah, I guess he has deemed that it was too close to call, and you know, this is certainly the right call as a player. You certainly don't want to, you know, make a wrong drop, and you just kind of operate from there. But certainly, I thought that ball had crossed land up here a little bit further, but as a player, you have to do what you think's right.
You do, and certainly he has the exact angle standing right where the ball left from, and just a different angle can change the appearance. Now he's just hitting an iron trying to get this ball back in play.
Yeah, he can get this ball to certainly where he's within 100 yards, and I think that's probably the goal with this third shot. Now this is he just kind of squeezed it, and this one's working to the right, and this one's going to be up behind the trees to the right.
All right, everybody, don't touch it, don't touch it.
Looked like he covered that mound, got over that mound, but even so, he's going to have to keep it underneath this oak tree that's in front of him, and that is a very low canopy on that tree.
Billy, we're seeing a replay. It almost looks like bowling for dollars. I mean, people are going down like bowling pins. It looks like everybody's all right. The ball worked off the hill, Billy, where it's been matted down. He's got a beautifully clean lie. There's a tree behind him. The tree we're looking at is right behind him. I don't think it will affect his backswing, maybe his follow-through. But the good news for Sergio, he's got a very clean lie, so it gives him a little more luxury of what he does with this shot. All started with a bad tee shot. Billy, I noticed on the first hole he took a really big divot with the 3-wood. He did the same there. Does he always hit that 3-wood on that much of a descending blow?
Mm-hmm. Yes, pretty much every fairway metal he hits, he does take turf, and just as I suspected, he's going to have to keep it underneath those low branches of this tree right in front of him, Mark. He's got a tree maybe 12 or 15 yards in front of him, but the branch is only about 8 feet above the ground, so he's going to have to come in there low, and from this angle, coming in low, coming over the bunker, now you're right in line with the water again. So very tough shot for Sergio, I think.
Well, we've got some beautiful camera work of what he's facing exactly from behind the ball. We see just what you described so perfectly. The good news is he can run it if he needs to left of that bunker. Boy, it's dangerous. If it hits hot or hits left, it runs into the creek, which borders the left edge of this green. That's something he's going to have to be careful of. All set up with a bad tee shot. You hate to do this on a short hole. This hole, you know, on the scorecard is 427, actually playing 412 today. We've talked so much this weekend about projected FedEx Cup points. Both these gentlemen, Sergio and Rory, are safely in next week. But let's take Sergio for a second. He started the week 59th, projected before he finishes this hole. After the 4th hole to move to 45th. That's an improvement. Certainly that'll change here a little bit. Rory McIlroy, on the other hand, came into the week at 49th. He's projected as of right now to move up to 36. Both these guys, you expect players of this caliber to be in the finals in Atlanta at the Tour Championship, but they've still got to play some good golf and make up ground on everybody else.
Yeah, they've play well the rest of this round, play well next week, and certainly get into the BMW Championship, that's going to be played at Conway Farms, and then hopefully you position yourself to the Tour Championship. But all of a sudden, Mark, the wind started to kick up just a little bit. You talk about what Mickelson has done in this round, and maybe he got a little bit ahead of the wind, because it is definitely starting to pick up just a little bit out here.
Well, that's going to make it much more difficult for these afternoon players now. Rory approaching his second shot, 129 yards, Billy.
Yeah, and looking right down at the flagstick. He got to be looking just a fraction to the right of the flagstick. Just another high towering iron shot, trying to drag it back down, utilize the slope. Nicely done. Really nice opportunity here at the 4th.
With that trouble left, that's almost just a textbook tactic there, isn't it? Out to the right, let it draw, and beat it in there.
Yeah. Good opportunity here at the 5th for birdie.
They're taking a close look. Billy, there's one bunker that's about 20, 30 yards short of the green. Does he have to carry that bunker to keep it on the green if he goes low?
Yes. He has to carry it. And from this angle, that's why I think now the hazard is really in play. I mean, you have to be thinking that you've got to put this ball 35 feet wide of the flagstick just in case it does come out a little too hot and a little with this low trajectory that he's going to have to keep it on.
It now appears they're looking out quite a bit to the right, maybe hitting a draw to the back right portion of that green. This is going to take all his skills to land it on the green and keep it on the green, I can tell you that much.
Well, at 110 yards, that's the beauty of being able to curve this shot. You're going to be able to go in there with a pretty lofted club, and you can kind of turn the toe in, and you're going to be able to move that ball hard right to left.
He's aiming way right, Billy.
Pretty. Very pretty.
Oh, my. Slow down.
But
Slow
look,
down.
watch out, watch out. See, that's what I was talking about. From that angle, you are just so much at the mercy of that first bounce.
Well, we're going to take another look from right behind. Look how far right he's aiming, outside the gallery ropes, just off the right edge of those limbs. And it's a perfect shot, an absolute perfect shot. But watch what happens when a ball hits the green with a low draw. Watch this. It tries to check right there, but it's not going to do it. Gravity takes over. These greens are so quick, and the ball rolls into the hazard. Billy, I venture to say if he had to work it the same amount of direction with a fade, it would have stayed on the green. Oh, we're looking at his reaction right now, and he's disappointed.
I think if he could have just come in there with some kind of cut to go up against that slope, everything would have been fine. But because of the tree, because of the low-hanging branches, he was forced to play that wide shot to where you loop it in there from right to left.
It's hard to get someone who's so good at creating shots to hit that same shot and try to have it end up on the right edge of the green. I mean, he knew he could pull it off. It just, there were too many things stacked against him. Right to left, hitting hard, green slopes that way. So he's going to drop. Wow, he's looking at let's see, he's in one, dropped in two. He was hitting his fourth shot there.
Have this for 6.
Wow, got to hold it for double bogey. Good news, he's going to get to drop this just off the edge of the green. He'll be putting if he wants to. Where he's got to drop it, Billy, he may have problems with the stance.
Maybe, but
probably not.
But I can promise you, the club that's coming out of the bag next will be the putter.
Yeah. Not a good sign when you're on your third ball. It's only the same hole. I mean, to lose 2 balls into the water hazard on the same hole is going to add up to a big score.
Might have to go to a new sleeve.
I hope he has enough with him. He's only hit it 3 times, but this next shot will be a 6th stroke when you add the penalty shots in. Both these players on the first 4 holes have hit 3 of the first 4 greens. It's the kind of day that they're wanting to do what Phil Mickelson's doing on the golf course right now, make a big move. And when you start at 6 under, you've got in the back of your mind when you have the horsepower that they both have. If I can pull a Kevin Chappell or a Keegan Bradley, as they did on Friday and Saturday, the 63 by Bradley, the 62 yesterday by Chappell, I got an outside chance to win this tournament. Actually, an inside chance.
Well, even if you can get to 10, you know, how many FedEx Cup points are you going to accrue? And moving forward through the playoffs, just how important is that going to be?
That's a good point, because neither one of these players are safely inside the top 30 as of yet. They've only got 2 weeks to do it.
And now, Sergio for double bogey. 3 feet of fringe to go through. Should move a little bit to his right at the end once he loses speed.
Well, his coin is just outside the line of Rory McIlroy. We're taking another look as this ball is putted off the fringe. Even from the fringes, these balls aren't bouncing. That's pretty amazing, the condition of this golf course. The damage was done long before that putt. Now Rory McIlroy, Billy, he's got 8 feet 5 inches, kind of just down the hill, maybe moving slightly to the left, or is it pretty straight?
No, I think it's going to move a little bit. You have this ridge that runs through the middle of the green, and I still think where the hole is located, it's going to influence this putt and shove it just a little bit left.
Taking another look. That's not his normal routine. Just one more look. I think he hit that right where he wanted. It just did not take the break. That's a disappointing par after such a good second shot into this 5th hole. Watch the expression on his face. We're going to take another look at this. Right here. Maybe more the hand gesture, like I thought it would go left. Yeah, he's surprised at that read, Billy. Well, you can see the effects I can, because I had the privilege of working with Dave Stockton. He helped me immensely in 1994. You know, keeping that putter low through the ball and his hands leading into the hit. You can see the effect of Dave Stockton's work with Rory. Sergio with a little left here. That is a short hole, but a lot of players have found trouble here. There've already been 13 bogeys and 2 doubles. Now we have to add a triple to that. Sergio Garcia. This hole is playing to a stroke average of over 4.15. It's actually the 6th hardest hole in the golf course. That surprises me a bit. Must be that hole location, Billy's enticing some players to go for it. If you make a mistake, the water just looms so closely left of the hole. Well, there's an expansive look out over the river there, all the cargo and tankers moving in and out. Look at the Statue of Liberty. You see that from half the holes on the golf course or more. You know, so often as a player, we go to the most beautiful places in the world. You're playing in Denver, you see the Rockies, and you see Pebble Beach, the Pacific Ocean. It's not often you're looking at something man-made that takes your breath away, but when you look at New York City, and the Statue of Liberty, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is seen from a lot of the holes. It is very impressive. Barclays is the first tournament in this 4-tournament playoff series to determine our FedEx Cup champion of the year. Now these players head to the 6th hole, which is the easiest hole in the golf course. This par 5 is playing almost a half a stroke under par for the week. There have been 3 eagles too, so you can make up ground. Sergio has a chance to make a bounce back birdie. Even better for him, maybe an eagle.
Yeah, with the wind direction, certainly helping the players from the right on this tee.
Billy, with this wind direction, I noticed Rory's got 3 wood. Now he's going to the driver.
There you go.
Gowrie likes that. The water, if you look at the scatter chart of earlier shots, you know, players have gotten far enough that they could get to the water if they block it out to the right. That hasn't been the case earlier in the week.
Well, when he's on, when he's driving it well, he's as long as anyone on the PGA Tour. Well, this is down the left-hand side. This needs to get lucky.
Billy, that ball hit right off the edge of the cart path. It stayed up the hill. It's going to be in the fescue side, the wide side of the cart path, the left of it. It all depends on his lie. It looks like it's sitting down. There is a tree between where he is and the green, so not the ideal position to go at this green. I do know that. Sergio has also selected a driver. No surprise in that one.
As well as he drives the ball as well as he's driven it throughout his career. It's certainly a go-to club for him, because when you start naming top 5 drivers factors in professional golf, accuracy and length. You know, his name always pops up. Well, this one's not cutting either. That's right on that tree down the left-hand side.
Now that ball did get a favorable bounce to the right. It didn't land much different than Rory's, and his ball works back into the fairway, Billy. He'll be just fine. Boy, these players trying to make up ground on this par 5, the reachable hole. How about this? The top of the Freedom Tower, working on a Sunday. Billy, I got a job for you. Want to apply? Do you like heights is my question. We'll be back in a minute for more from the Barclays. You're looking at the leaderboard as we go into the final round of the Barclays, the first event in the FedEx Cup playoffs to culminate in Atlanta, the Tour Championship. Matt Kuchar and Gary Woodland tied for the lead will tee off in just about 5 minutes, to be followed by Kevin Chappell and Tiger Woods, the last two groups to get out on the golf course. Woods and Chappell have already started their final round. Kevin Chappell coming off an incredible 62 yesterday, course record. It was broken on Friday by Keegan Bradley and one up by Kevin Chappell on Saturday. Now we're getting a good look at Rory's ball. Good news, Billy. If you've seen this, he's got a really clean lie. He does have a tree between he and the hole, but it looks like he could go under it to the left, maybe cut it back on the green.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. And, you know, the hole location, 27 paces back there on that right, as you said. It's certainly doable. First to play is going to be Sergio Garcia, though.
Yeah, he's out by a yard. Now we're taking a look at Sergio's ball. ShotLink has him at 209. He is just outside of Rory. It says Rory's at 208. This is an ideal position. You know, those balls, Billy, didn't land 10 feet apart. Wow. One took a hard right bounce, and Rory's actually bounced straight, maybe a little left.
Well, as I look over to my right, anything down that right-hand side, that certainly would have been wet because I am 2 or 3 paces into the water. But Sergio, as you said, with 209, this is pretty much just go ahead and light a 6-iron up.
Great opportunity to get at least one, maybe 2 of those shots he lost on the fifth with that triple bogey. He is set up, Billy, to hit a nice cut in there.
Hi.
Oh, you could hear him. We could hear it too through our microphones, the noise.
Well, that's someone trying to do their job, and that's one of the volunteers trying to. Didn't realize that Sergio was setting up over the ball, and a mistake. So easily corrected. Just start the process over. But you're right. Every iron shot, every tee shot he's hit, he's tried to maneuver it just a little bit left or right. It's got to go. Has to go.
Oh, he got a good break, Billy. It landed on the bank just a foot outside the hazard. Looked like it was going to go in the hazard. It hit very soft. And it is in the hazard technically, but he's got a very good lie, and it won't be that difficult to chip. Boy, he lost that in the only place you can't lose it. Now we're behind Rory McIlroy. He's got a long iron choked down quite a bit. Going to try to hit a low cut. It looks like what we described earlier, right at maybe the TV tower, or even the left edge of the green, and work it back toward the center of the green.
Yeah, just hit it right at the bunker and cut. The only difficulty here is that you're trying to cut it back into the wind. How much can you move it left to right from here?
Yes.
Yeah, just a dead straight shot.
That ball's gotten into the greenside bunker. It's going to be a long, difficult bunker shot. But you know, Billy, the difference of that and a clean lie, it was just fluffy or fuzzy enough with that fescue that you really couldn't put much spin on that either. And like you said, into the wind, it's hard to cut it like that.
Yeah, and you got that right to left wind. And anytime you get that dry, wispy fescue grass, you know that ball's going to come out there with just a minimal amount of spin. And that's what happened. So you made the proper play. You now have a long bunker shot. Operate from there.
That's the right attitude. You know, I would try to tell myself when I was going at a par 5 and I hit it into a bunker, maybe it wasn't exactly what I wanted. I said, if somebody said to me on the tee, on every par 5 today, you'll be in a greenside bunker in 2, I said I would have taken it. So you got to kind of turn that to limit into eliminate. Sergio, on the other hand, got a tremendous break that his ball stayed out of the hazard. That would have been 3 balls in the hazard in the span of 2 holes. As our players walk toward this green, as we mentioned, Gary Woodland getting ready to tee off. In just a moment. He is tied with Matt Kuchar. You see that there. The 150 is their tee time. Kevin Chappell and Tiger Woods are on the golf course. What a good round by Adam Scott. Good solid round. Phil Mickelson, we talked about his 5 under par. You know, the thing about this is not so much the 4 shots back, Billy, but the fact that there's only 3 players between Phil and Adam in the lead of the leaders. So it's one thing to be 3 shots back and have 20 guys between you and the leader, or 15 guys, but 3 and 4 shots with only less than a handful of players, that's more easier to make up ground when you don't have a lot of players. Now Sergio taking a look at his ball on the left side of the screen. We're zooming in to see this. The ball's in the hazard. It landed right where his left foot is, so it was a great break that it stayed there. I do not think, I could be wrong, I do not think the rocks behind his ball will affect his ball.
He's still going to have to come in at a steep angle.
Yes.
But there is room to do it. But McIlroy,
awkward stance.
I think you've got to play that chunk and run from here. Your ball well below your feet. Kind of close the club face down just a little bit and just try to push it up there, push enough sand behind the ball to where it releases.
He did just that, Billy. He did a pretty good job. It's going to hang up on that hill. Didn't feed off as much as he thought, but that ball was back in his stance. He was trying to do exactly what you described.
Another look here, guys. Awfully well judged for such a long bunker shot.
And he lands that short of the slope and feeds up on that back level. Now Sergio ready to go.
Playing quickly. You can see that he was just trying to just chop down. Did a nice job of it. Actually was able to get a little spin on it, and he's going to have 6.5, 7 feet for his birdie.
Billy, the way he played that shot clearly indicated what you said was correct, that he, even though he could get the club on the ball, he had to kind of manufacture a very steep attack angle, and that's why the ball flew to the hole, but fortunately had some spin on it.
Bill, you and I were talking earlier about some of those times in Sergio's career when he has seemed to blame his circumstances on other forces. Well, there was a case where he got a very, very fortunate break. So there are, as one of you said yesterday, Mark, I believe it was, not all breaks in golf are bad, right? Sometimes they work out.
Yeah, but you know, if you're not careful, if your attitude gets bad, you're going to almost only remember the bad ones. Important to stay positive, because it's kind of, I like that old saying, Grant, doesn't matter if you think you can or you can't, you're right. You know, you can make something out of how you perceive it, and if you're looking for the good in it, it's a lot easier to play golf that way. Now Sergio is inside of McIlroy, so Rory will be first to putt.
And a lot of times this year, he's brought in J.P. Fitzgerald to help him read a putt. I think this is also, you know, we talk about Mickelson and Bones. You're talking about the way that Stevie Williams and Adam Scott now work well together. You get those combinations of FURYK and Fluff. I think this is a good combination, J.P. Fitzgerald and McIlroy. J.P., a good player, played in college over here.
So pars on his first 6 holes. McIlroy stuck in neutral on a day when he needed to put the pedal to the metal. 6 shots back when the day began.
Well, this is, we mentioned, the easiest hole on the golf course, playing to a stroke average almost a half stroke under par, but you've got to hit it in the fairway to have a good attempt at this back right hole location. Now Sergio, after a good break on his second shot, has a chance to convert for birdie.
Should move a little to his right down the hill. Be a nice little bounce back after that triple bogey. Oh.
That ball moved hard the last 6 inches. I thought it was going to go in the center of the hole, and it just broke right across the face of the hole. There's a look at Sergio's card. You see those 5 bogeys, but the double squares is never a good thing on that scorecard, and that is a triple bogey. Triple bogey by Sergio.
I thought we might see a run from one of these guys today. And they are friendly with one another. I thought there was a chance we might see these guys have some good energy. We've not seen a birdie from either one. And the only hole that wasn't a par was Sergio's triple. 12 under is the lead. Kuchar and Woodland here in the shadow of New York City. Sometimes we say that, Mark, and we don't want to say it to the detriment of the great hosts we've had here in New Jersey, to the neglect of those folks. Big par 4 here, the 7th.
Oh, this is huge to the right. In fact, this is going to be in the 6th fairway.
Billy, it's perfect, right in the middle of the fairway. It's just on a different hole. Does that count as a fairway hit? That's what I want to know.
Absolutely not. But I will say that I did follow him in that Friday's round at Muirfield at the Open Championship.
Yeah.
And where most guys were just kind of just hitting iron and positioning themselves off the tee, he said, hey, I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to hit driver every hole. I'm going to work on trying to get ready for Akron in the PGA Championship. So
interesting.
Sergio, too, going off this long par 4, actually playing 9 yards longer than the yardage on the card. 467 on the card, 476 actual yardage today. You can see from your picture there on the back edge of the tee.
There you go.
This one down the right center, just a little bit of a fade. This is perfect.
That Ball's got some run on it too. Billy hits on the downslope and works its way to the right side of the fairway.
Well, this golf course is drying out, so it's going to be interesting this afternoon.
We saw a good look at that powerful swing of Sergio Garcia. For many years, he was among the best drivers in the game. Statistically hasn't been as strong the last couple of years, but to Billy's point regarding Rory McIlroy trying to go all out in that Friday round at the Open Championship where he missed the cut, that strategy may have worked. He finished 27th at Firestone, 4 solid rounds, and then he was top 10 at the PGA Championship with an outside chance to win. There's page 1 of the leaderboard, and Tiger Woods a par at the first. You see Phil Mickelson, what a round he has going today. We saw him in our featured group coverage. And Mark, it's been such a thrill to do featured group coverage this summer. We've seen guys find something at a time of the day when so many golf fans aren't accustomed to watching golf. We get to see these guys early find a little something, and we've seen it carry over. It happened to Scott Piercy on the back 9 on Sunday at Firestone. He carried that into the PGA Championship. And clearly Phil Mickelson found something late in the day yesterday. His final 6 holes, played them 3 under, and then he's 6 under through 13 holes today. He's got short par 3 14th and a drivable 16th.
Well, you add those two together, he's 9 under on his last about 16 or 17 holes. That's impressive. But these are the stories inside the stories, as you mentioned. And, you know, Phil would love to win the FedEx Cup, and this sends him into Boston in great frame of mind that I really played some good golf. How about that 6 under par for the day?
4th coming in the FedEx Cup point standings, and he would stay there if it ends as it is now.
That's right. Look at Adam Scott, 3 under for the day through 7. And remember, he was struggling early in the round yesterday, but turned it on also at the end of the round. Both those players can still win this golf tournament.
Should be a fun day on a grand stage. Live in the final round of the Barclays, in the shadow of Manhattan, Jersey City, New Jersey, Liberty National Golf Club, Rory McIlroy, who last summer, 12 months ago, became the world's #1 with a big win at the PGA Championship. He followed it up with 2 FedEx Cup playoff victories. Hands on hips in the 6th fairway. The problem is he's playing the 7th hole. He's playing with Sergio Garcia. Feature group coverage from the first week of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert with you. So glad you've joined us today, wherever you are, around the nation, around the world. Liberty National has given up some low scores this week. A 62 Saturday by Kevin Chappell. We saw a 63 from Keegan Bradley. Our feature group today that we're watching, Rory McIlroy and Sergio Garcia, guys, stuck in neutral. And McIlroy turned right at the 7th and went back to the 6th hole.
Well, if you're ever going to hit an errant tee shot, this is the hole to do it on. Hit it over there in the 6th fairway. Actually, a very clear shot from here. Very clean. Has 173 yards to the hole. And from this angle, more back into the wind.
Now here come the orange crush of Jonas BLIXT on the right and Ricky Fowler. BLIXT clearly lost a bet here.
Wait a minute. I thought this was the Barclays. Is it the World Cup or the Barclays? Where are we?
So now McIlroy is trying to, and J.P. Fitzgerald is caddy, trying to direct traffic. This was his tee shot.
You can see the marshals waving hard to the right. Billy described it perfectly. If you're ever going to do that, this is the place on the golf course. Now we're looking at the rough between the two holes, and there's the ball in the parallel fairway. Perfect lie.
Second shot.
Well, set to go, going with a 7-iron back into this wind. From this angle, he has to cover all of that bunker. Anything short most likely will bury, but this is a well-struck, solid shot, left of the flag. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Goodness gracious. Well, he missed the fairway when he was playing 6. He hits it when he's playing 7. Better late than never.
Yeah, that ball landed really soft, Billy. He must have sent that way up in the atmosphere. Now Sergio, the right side of the fairway.
That's how Rory plays.
Yeah, he
just plays that game upstairs. He plays that aerial game where some guys play downstairs, and now Sergio trying to get back on track, just 152 yards. See if he kind of lets this thing bleed a little left-right into this whole location. Just, that's a huge pull with a 9-iron. That is not a good shot.
Feature group coverage Sunday at the Barclays. So glad you're with us. A chalice symbolic of excellence. A holy grail bequeathed to a seasoned victor.
On the biggest day of his golfing career, Brandt Snedeker wins the Tour Championship and the FedEx Cup.
In 36 events over a grueling 33-week regular season, the best players in the world have competed, each in pursuit of a dream to etch his name into history. Within view of the towering skyscrapers of New York City, on a nearby shore from a landmark of liberty, 125 players, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, are now assembled at an event where we've witnessed miracles before.
Heath Slocum is going to stun the world's best here at the Barclays.
The first stage of the postseason to determine the next FedEx Cup champion is here. The featured group channel is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Barclays, the first stage of the 2013 FedEx Cup playoffs. The world's best players have come to the world's biggest stage. New York Harbor and Lady Liberty standing sentinel, and Liberty National hosting this event for the second time, and for the first time since 2009. It's been redesigned, and it has proven to be quite a test for the world's best players. It's feature group coverage today. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert, as we're watching our feature group of Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy at the 7th. And Billy, this is the third shot for Serge.
Well, he's got plenty of green to work with. Right now he just needs to find some rhythm. He's very much a rhythm player, and you can see that he is totally out of sync. His iron play really has let him down early in this fourth round, but he's going to try to take it just up and over the fringe, land it onto the green, and just let it release to the hole. And that's when you follow one bad shot with another.
You talked about being a rhythm player, and I couldn't agree more. And never is rhythm and that sense of timing more important than when you're hitting a little pitch shot like that. You mentioned, Billy, he wanted to land it just on the green, and that's what it looked like, but he landed the ball probably 15, 20 feet on the green. And
yeah, I was looking for that to maybe only land on the green maybe 4 or 5 feet.
So was I.
Well, these two are great match play players in Ryder Cup play. If this were a match play situation, how the fortunes have turned. McIlroy way out of position, and yet now he's looking at birdie.
Well, and as you look at the green, you can see that the right side of this green, which is to Rory's left, a little bit higher. So this ball is going to drift a little bit to his right once it gets over that edge.
Still no birdies.
Yeah, you can just see the frustration. He looks over at JP, and the greens are so good. You feel as though if you have anything inside 20 feet, you feel as a player that you ought to be able to give it a good go and make the majority of them.
That frustration is compounded a bit by the fact that he let the last hole get by without a birdie. Easiest hole in the golf course, par 5, that easily reachable. Missed a putt from inside of 10 feet. Nothing will change that attitude quicker than to hole a few putts and see something go in, and this group has not seen that yet.
I think this is a very important putt for Sergio. This could be an attitude adjuster right here. With this 10-footer, he should have gotten the read from when the ball went by the hole. A little right to left, down the hill.
I think that's going to pay dividends. I really do. I think if he would have missed that, I think he may have just continued to go down.
Well, he stays in a tie for 35th place. He was 13th when the day began. Feature group coverage here on DirecTV. In the shadow of Lady Liberty, Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy in our first featured group. Watching these two guys play now. You see McIlroy even par. He's even par for the day, but he's dropped a couple of places on the leaderboards. There's some good scores out there early. Sergio has dropped some 22 spots, and he's dropped 3 shots, all on the 5th hole. Following this featured group, we'll bring in Kevin Chappell and 2-time FedEx Cup champion Tiger Woods. Chappell coming off a course record 62 yesterday. Tiger's been fighting through back and neck pain, a result of a rough night's sleep on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. This is the first of 4 consecutive FedEx Cup playoff events. We will whittle the 125 that began this week down to 100, and we'll keep you posted as the day goes on where players stand. We have already seen some volatility around that top 100 today. Only 70 will make it to the Chicagoland area for the BMW and mark 30 prized spots for a chance to win that chalice and that huge payday at the Tour Championship.
Yeah, that's what they're all shooting for. 2 major things in the offing: to be the Tour Championship winner and to be the year-long FedEx Cup winner. Both very prestigious, very important to these players. Now Rory McIlroy off this tee with the driver.
Par 5/8.
Yeah, and it's right back into the wind, so it's going to take 2 just absolutely monster shots to get there in 2. That appears to have found the bunker down the left-hand side.
It did, Billy. That go right into the middle of that second bunker. He certainly will be laying up from there. Hopefully he's not into that lip. Sergio, again, obviously with driver. You can see right in front of you that bunker at the left part of your screen down the fairway is the one that Sergio is trying to avoid. It's the one Rory found. If it's into the wind, he may not be able to reach the one on the right.
No, you can't reach the one on the right, I don't think. That's 3 1/4 into the wind. I think that's a great directional bunker.
Right at the left edge of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
This hole's right in front of you. Nothing deceptive about it. Just long and hard. Boy, he went at that hard, Billy. Trying to really bomb one out there.
Yeah, this 2 just clinging to that left-hand side. Softly, but that looks like it caught the bunker also, Mark.
It fed right at it. Most likely it's either in the rough or down in that bunker.
All right. All the pairings have already finished or begun, and you see some volatility already. Matt Kuchar and Gary Woodland, 12 under when the day began, have already suffered a bogey. And so Kevin Chappell, playing with Tiger Woods, has a share of the lead at the Barclays. And the stumbles early by Kuchar and Woodland, possibly bringing some of these players back into a chance to win. Very badly Great round yesterday. David Lynn has struggled today. Bryce Mulder playing with Phil Mickelson and watching Mickelson put on a classic Phil round. Phil Mickelson 6 under par today and 9 under par over his last 20 holes. We saw him in our feature group coverage yesterday birdie 3 of his last 6 to turn a round that was headed the wrong way in the right direction. One World Tower. That was not in view. That was not constructed when the Barclays was here for the first time in 2009. The structure was completed last year. The spire put on top earlier this summer. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert were at the 8th following our featured group. Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy at this par 5, the second shot for Sergio.
Yeah, and both players in this bunker, Grant. Sergio just barely into the bunker, so more in the middle of it, so he's going to be able to advance the ball down the fairway probably 175, 180 yards, whereas McIlroy is going to have trouble advancing it much more than 120. He caught this heavy. This is up and to the right.
Well, the good news, it'll find the fairway, but this hole is playing back into the wind ever so slightly. We see the flag blowing in the breeze, and the breeze is picking up, and it's 617 yards. This is a big golf hole.
McIlroy being close to that lip mark, he's going to have to elevate it and put it pretty high in the air, and this ball's just going to stall once it reaches its apex. And this one going left, way left.
That ball hit a mound and working back toward the fairway, though.
Yeah, it's getting better, but he's going to have outside 215 yards to the hole.
Well, Rory McIlroy, 7 pars to begin his final round. Some opportunities. This was at the 3rd.
Put him outside of 25 feet up the hill. Looks like he had a chance, and it just burns the edge. So that's an easy par. Now 4. This is the one he expects to make, right below the hole, moving slightly right to left. Just breaks across the hole. You can hear the groans in the gallery. Then 5. Very next hole. After a great wedge in here, that too burns the right edge. Left edge, right edge. How about a 4th attempt for birdie? after a bunker shot from the left bunker. Well, he's missed 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Now the 7th hole, just from inside of 20 feet, working down, looks like might go. Runs out of gas, dead in the heart of the hole.
As you're looking at McIlroy's putting stroke, are you seeing issues with the stroke? Are they more reads? And how frustrating is that as you still stack up these 2 putts one after the other?
Good question, Grant. I see no problem with the stroke. It's about being patient and getting your speed right. I think one of those putts, he hit it through the break. That one obviously came up short on the 7th hole. It's just about being patient, hitting solid putts. Not always easy to do. You know, the same stroke tomorrow might make them all.
Yeah,
look at Phil Mickelson. We saw nothing good happening early in the round yesterday, Billy. Now it's all of a sudden green light. Everything's going in.
Yeah, there's one thing you cannot do in this game. You try to force something, that's when everything gets very confusing and complicated for the player.
How complicated is this 3rd shot he's going to have?
Well, I thought he was a little bit further back, but he's got about 200 yards, right at 200 yards to the hole, and he's got a clean lie. It's just the fact that, you know, you miss the fairway on the par 5-6 to the left. You miss the fairway on the 7th to the right. Now you've missed this fairway to the left in the fairway bunker. So right now you've got a 2-way miss going, and that's not really good.
We can see Sergio up ahead and to the right.
Now he's about 50 yards ahead of Rory, so Sergio's going to have 151 yards. Still, you can see the flag stick back into the wind back into the player's face. Maybe just fractionally the ball below the level of his feet, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Trying to bring it in from the right. Nice solid strike. Is it enough? Ooh, it just barely didn't cover the bunker. So a little work to do to save par.
Yeah, we talk about patience. Billy, from our vantage point, if that ball lands another yard up, it actually feeds right down to the hole.
Exactly.
You know, his ball was sitting cleanly, but it looked like it might be in an old shallow divot. He could get it on the club on it, but he had to hit it with such a descending blow. It sent it up in the air with speed, and the wind really killed it. Now Sergio.
151. Now you look at the last couple iron shots he hit. The iron shot back at the 7th, huge pull with the 9-iron. The 6-iron that he hit with the par 5, a little bit of a push to the right. So right now, both these players just struggling, trying to find that rhythm, trying to find that little thing that clicks to where all of a sudden you start hitting the ball solid. But Sergio with an 8-iron back into the wind. And this is a pull. This is a big pull to the left.
A big pull. Billy, that missed the green by 10 yards up in the gallery, in the thicker bluegrass we've seen. A lot of this bluegrass rough was added, some of the fescue taken out since 2009. It could be something in the setup, Billy, but the rhythm that he always has, that pause at the top, doesn't seem to be there. It seems like a quick transition today.
Well, he's always setting the club on the downswing, so, you know, he's always loading the club a little bit more on that transition, and if you do get a little bit quick and all of a sudden that toe gets covering it too quickly, then you've got to kind of readjust from there.
Guys, let's update the leaderboard. Phil Mickelson with a birdie at the toughest hole on the course this week, the 15th. He's now 7 under par on his round. When we were following him yesterday, at one point he was 1 over par, and he was a dozen, 13, 14 shots off the lead. Now he's 1 back
sweat, buddy.
Kevin Chappell, whom we'll see with Tiger Woods in our final featured group, has a share of the lead with Woodland and Kuchar. Take a quick peek behind the Manhattan skyline of Mickelson's scorecard. Equally impressive as Manhattan.
Well, not only equally impressive, how about even par through 5, then birdie 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 15. You mentioned, Grant, he's just coming off a birdie on the hardest hole in the golf course. We've seen players have a lot of trouble with that hole early today. We've seen doubles, a lot of bogeys. Now he's on the pivotal, exciting, risk-reward, drivable par 4, the 16th. This could be historic, what's coming up right here with Phil Mickelson. But back to this featured group now, Rory McIlroy from the bunker, Billy.
Yeah, plenty of green to work with. Clean lie in the bunker. Pretty straightforward from here, Mark. Certainly expect this to be close.
Well, your expectations were correct. He came out with a lot of spin on that ball.
Yeah, I'm going to give him some style points on that one.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that it was his 4th shot. Yeah, that was about as well as he could do.
Billy made a comment a minute ago how important the par save was for Sergio. Sometimes an up and down like this might actually create momentum. We're looking at a replay. You can see the ball laying left of the hole, check to the right. I always played my bunker shots about a foot left of the hole, expecting that cut spin check to work it toward the hole. That's exactly what Rory did there now. Sergio's got a really tough shot. A camera off in the galleries distracted him. He's asked them to turn it off.
Yeah, well, this is all guesswork. You know, where do I land the ball to where it just kind of pitches softly enough to where it just releases down the slope? And I would say about right there. That shot was a pretty hard golf shot right there that he made look pretty easy.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Billy. That was nothing as it appeared. That was a lot of professional guesswork and execution to get that close. He's always had a great imagination, as did his mentors like Seve and Olazabal.
We saw a lot of giggles and smiles and antics on the putting green with these two as they got ready for their final round, but haven't been a lot of smiles on the golf course. No birdies from this featured pairing, and now both trying to save par here at the par 5/8.
Sergio's beautiful pitch from just off the green did not get inside of Rory McIlroy, but both shots were executed beautifully.
I would think on a scale of 1 to 10, you'd have to give this up and down like a 9 and 5 if he makes this.
Yeah, and that's even being critical there, Billy. 9, 5 to 10, either one would be really good. I agree with you. What a great pitch he hit. Another important par putt.
Scrambling 5 for Sergio, who was out of position the whole way. The double box at the 5th. Now McIlroy for his par. This is a part of the golf course that you hope to take advantage of. 6 and 8 par 5s. 7 is certainly a difficult hole. You have some shortish holes to begin. And now this is a really punishing stretch. You have the really unreachable, especially with this wind, 8th that they've just finished. Long par 4 9th, long par 4 10th, long par 3 11th.
Well, you said it was hard. Grant, the 9th hole today in the 4th round is playing as the hardest hole in the golf course. Playing to a yardage. Actually, they've shortened it by 21 yards, 453. It's 474 on the scorecard. It's playing to a stroke average today of 4.554. There have been 7 double bogeys and 1 higher, so you called it. This is a very hard stretch right here.
It's now overtaken the 15th as the toughest hole all week. Guys, as I look at these two players, we know the camaraderie they have. Did you care about the pairing that you had? Did you play well when you were with someone you liked, or not automatically?
Well, for me, I'll answer that first, Billy. There were pairings I saw that I knew it was going to be an enjoyable day. I don't think I ever could blame anything I did on someone I was playing with. It may be a quieter day, and that player may not have the same personality, but when I got paired with Billy Crassford, I know I liked it. And there were other players that I said, well, we'll both try to beat each other, and we'll do it with a lot of fun and style and see what happens. I think it can affect your attitude, but I don't think it should.
I kind of like to where I wasn't such good friends with someone. I think I stayed more in the game. I think I stayed a little more focused. I think I kind of let my guard down a few times, Mark, that when I did play with friends like yourself and Chi-Chi and a few of those guys, but these two guys are really good friends, and this is a really hard driving hole right here. And that is absolute money. How do you hit 3 drives like you just hit, and then you step up on this hole and just absolutely throttle it perfect?
Well, I'll tell you, that's perfect. I do think sometimes, Billy, good drivers of the ball can get complacent when there's no trouble off the tee, like we saw in the par 5. I mean, where he hit it left of the car path, did not make the birdie. I think this makes you focus when there's, bunkers right and water left.
Unlike the wind direction yesterday, the wind more into the player's face. Yesterday it was just straight left to right across this fairway. Easy to lose the ball to the right, as we saw Bob Estes do yesterday. So well, this one hanging to the right, just inside the tree line.
And it takes a very favorable bounce. Billy gets all the way back into the fairway safely. That's
wow.
Another good break.
That's a huge break.
Kevin Chappell, playing with Tiger Woods, has a share of the lead with Kuchar and Woodland.
Rory McIlroy, Sergio Garcia.
FedEx Cup playoffs commencing with the Barclays here. The shadow of Manhattan, just across the Hudson River. We're in Jersey City. Chappell, Kuchar, Woodland tied for the lead. Phil Mickelson making the biggest run of the day. Biggest run since Kevin Chappell yesterday shot 62. Mickelson is 7 under on his round as he plays the short par 4 16th. Our featured group, Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy, playing the 9th, and after a fortunate kick off the tee shot, Sergio looking at his second shot.
Well, they're right now trying to, figure out, pinpoint exactly where the wind is coming from. Looking at the tops of the trees, kind of looking back at the water, looking at flagstick back there on the 11th green. It's Sergio with 174 yards. I think it's a perfect hole location for him. He tries to work that ball left to right, but the last couple of irons have been pulls. As he looks back over towards the 11th, trying to figure out what that wind is doing. I don't think he's totally convinced that he knows. .174 yards. That was a good looking swing. It's moving just a little bit to the left, but that was really nice contact with that iron. Can't tell where it ended up from back here. You kind of blind from this side of the fairway.
Billy, because of the pull, that ball got about 7-8 yards deep past the hole, hole high.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got about 35-40 feet. It's an improvement on what he's had, but I still think it's not exactly what he had in mind. Now Rory from a great spot in the left side of the fairway.
Yeah, you could not maximize it any more than what McIlroy did here. He only has 148 yards. And this was an 8-iron, and you can tell by the body language that's a pull also. It's almost like the body just kind of stopped a little bit and the hands flipped over.
While this hole is on the front of the green, I do think this is a delicate little hole location today.
Well, it has been a frustrating day for Sergio Garcia. Hoping to make a run. He began the day 6 shots back. This was at the 5th. Staring it down.
He needs a little help. He needs it to get right of the water. It just finds the water, and he had to re-tee off the front of the tee with his 3rd shot. Grant, that was kind of a mishit, a little heavy, and the ball's out to the right. Will it stay in the fairway? No, it doesn't.
Whoa.
The old bowling for dollars. He takes out about a dozen people in the gallery. It's a strike. Now he's got a very tough 4 shot. And look at the execution. A swinging hook with a wedge. But watch what happens when this hook hits this right to left shaped green. Will it stop? No, it doesn't. It finds the lateral hazard. And after a drop, he would make triple bogey. Now move forward to the 7th.
Scrambling from left of the green. And he did salvage his par.
That was after a bad second shot and a good chip.
Did make a par at the par 5 8th as well, out of position off the tee, and with his 3rd shot. Hit a fine 4th shot pitch, but again, 3 over on his day. No birdies in this featured pairing.
Well, Sunday, you need momentum. You need momentum every day in golf, and neither one of these players have any at the moment. Maybe if you make one of these long putts, it turns things around. Phil Mickelson has certainly got some momentum. What a round he's putting together. When we left him just a moment ago, he was only 36 yards from that hole location. Trying to get it up and down to go to 8 under par for the day.
9th hole here. The toughest hole on the course for the week. So much you can do with hole locations on these severe greens, and many of them have been recontoured, have been redone since 2009, but still a lot of severity. And now Rory McIlroy from just off the green.
Well, you could have made this green flat, and this hole would have played tough.
Yeah.
With the length, the water down the left, the out of bounds to the right.
I think it might be the most demanding driving hole out here. But now McIlroy from just outside 40 feet up the hill should move a little bit to his right once the ball starts losing speed.
Nine pars. The golf course is playing over par today. This is not an easy golf course by any means, but when you begin the day 6 shots back, 9 pars not enough.
And this is going to be a difficult one to pick up anything. Rory's already hit it 3 times. You mentioned, Grant, it just took over the, I don't know if it's the lead position, but the hardest hole it just became today. Going into today, number 15 played the hardest. This now has taken over that ranking, the hardest hole in the golf course through 3.5 rounds. Stroke average 4.552, over a half a stroke over par. Now Sergio's putt on the way.
Yeah, once it gets on top, then it starts going back down the hill. Oh, that was a great looking read. I mean, it was absolutely perfect pace.
Guys, one of the things we've been following all day long and really all weekend, and the nature of this event, 25 players drop out of the FedEx Cup playoffs after today. And we'll be keeping you abreast of those numbers as we go along. We've seen a lot of fluctuation around that 100 mark. Sergio safely in to next week. He came in good shape, 59th in the FedEx Cup standings, and the 9th par, and a front 9 36 for Rory McIlroy. Let's talk about that bubble and update you now on where things stand. Stuart Appleby came into the week mark 123rd in the FedEx Cup point standings, and look where Appleby sits, right on that 100 number. And James Driscoll, who along with William McGirt and Justin Leonard and Ted Potter Jr., those were guys inside the top 100 who missed the cut this week, and they are sitting ducks.
Well, Stuart Appleby just got it up and down on the 18th hole, made a putt of 4 feet 6 inches. We watched him all day yesterday, and as of now, that 4 feet 6 inches could be the difference of him playing next week at the Barclays or heading back home for the rest of this 2013 season. A lot of anxious people. Probably affects about 7 to 12 guys in that range that aren't going to be feeling comfortable till all the dust settles today and they've tallied up all the points. I know computers do it a lot faster than we do manually, but it's a very uncomfortable position. Last week, the man on the hot seat was Ben Crane. He missed the cut, so he had no control. He dropped from 124 to 125, and coming down to one of the last few groups, one player chasing him missed about an 8-footer on the last hole, and Ben Crane remained in the top 125. That's how tenuous it is for some of these guys. On the other side of the spectrum, the more positive side, you've got guys like Phil Mickelson trying to chase down our leaders, trying to win the Barclays. Tiger Woods, this is one of the few tournaments he's played in 4 times or more that he hasn't won. There's only 2 tournaments like that. That's a kind of a, what do you call that, an oxymoron. Is it a negative statistic or is it a positive one? Yeah, there are 2 tournaments I haven't won that I've played in 4 times, and this is one of them. Got a chance today.
McIlroy and Garcia waiting a bit on the tee at 10. I've asked you guys this before, but I'll ask it again in case anyone may be thinking the same thing. We talk about players feeding off one another. It goes the other way, can't it? At times, and I've heard you guys say before that's a very real thing. Energy within a pairing. One guy gets something going, and can the other guy come along?
Yeah, I think that I think it works both ways. I know that when you get hot, you kind of, your focus becomes a little bit sharper, and as a player, as a competitor, you certainly don't want to get left behind, so you kind of draft off that guy that gets off to a good start.
Yeah. Momentum goes both directions to me. It can be a negative or positive. And I agree with Billy exactly. Now 3-wood here on this 10th hole from Rory McIlroy.
That's a lot of club. I mean, directly downwind. You better hug that right-hand side. That's exactly what he did.
Well, he must have heard you, Billy. That is perfect down the right edge of this fairway. Pretty aggressive play, like you said. Now Sergio also going with the 3 metal. Well, you got a lot of targets to pick. We're looking from behind the tee. You see the skyline.
Isn't that unbelievable?
I mean,
I'm standing on the left side in the rough in the fescue over here, and I'm looking at Freedom Tower. I'm looking at all these views, this panoramic view. It's spectacular.
Far left edge of your picture, you just see the Empire State Building. A lot of history over there, new and old. Now Sergio.
Yeah, see if he just kind of hits that trap cut that he likes to do with this 3 metal. Another one-arm swing. Well, he got his big bounce, that down the right-hand side, and that ball just continues to release down the fairway. That is all the way down to the bottom.
Got to stop.
Absolutely through the fairway. Wow, what a great break.
Billy, I want to find out what ball he's playing. That ball had ears. I couldn't believe it. It listened.
2 fortunate bounces off the last couple of tee shots. The leaderboard changing. Gary Woodland with the birdie to take the lead. He's in a bit of trouble at the 5th. Chappell and Kuchar there at 11 under. Mickelson made par at the 16th hole.
That'll be a disappointing par, Grant. He had it right in front of the green, missed about a 10-footer for birdie.
Bubba Watson is 3 under through 6 holes. Tiger Woods has made birdie. That was at the 5th hole. Hit his second shot to within just a few feet. We'll see Tiger and Chappell a little bit later on. There's our defending champion, Nick Watney, at 7 under par. Rory McIlroy won 2 FedEx Cup playoff events. The next 2 on the schedule, in fact. He'll be the defending champion.
Well, depending what happens to Gary Woodland on that 5th hole, there's going to be 8 players within 2 shots. That's quite a race.
Well, we're watching McIlroy and Garcia as they've made the turn. Back to 10 in a moment. Final round leaderboard with the leaders on the front 9. Phil Mickelson just 2 shots off the lead, 2 behind Woodland. Mickelson playing the 17th. Woodland is in trouble at the 5th and figures to drop at least a shot at that tough par 4. Chappell playing with Tiger Woods. Chappell is even par for the day. Tiger is 1 under. Our feature group at the moment, Rory McIlroy, Sergio Garcia. They're playing the 10th. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert with you. Been fun following this FedEx Cup playoff beginning this week here. Metropolitan New York, off to the Boston area next week. A week off and then to the Chicagoland area. And it culminates all with the Tour Championship presented by Coca-Cola in Atlanta. Former world number 1. Took over for the first time in March of 2012. Regained the number 1 spot with that resounding PGA Championship win at Kiowa Island and held it through March of this year. When Tiger Woods regained number 1, Tiger continues to be number 1 in the world. Now Rory, second shot.
180 yards straight down wind. Hole location just 6 paces on. Very hard to get this ball close to the hole. Well, he is taking this so far up in the air. If this doesn't stop, you just can't stop it.
It did stop nicely, Billy. That's the only way to do it, like you said, give it some height. I have to wonder, did Sergio, well, he did kind of get a giant bounce out of the right rough, but normally this hole in the scorecard, number 10, 496 yards, today playing to 461.
Well, they got a nice chuckle out of it because he actually pointed back where it hit.
And by the way, nice throw from Sergio. If the Mets are paying attention, they may want to take a look at Sergio, the southpaw.
Yeah, I don't know. You may want to go with a team that has some relevance.
Now we're getting personal.
Here we go. Take a look. All right, this is he goes off speed here. I think he might start for the Mets at this point, maybe behind Matt Harvey.
Yeah, the Jets may need him after Sanchez getting hurt. You never know.
The Jets and Giants played last night, and both completely underwhelmed.
So what you're saying, it was a nice pillow fight.
I was going to say, and not that the New York media took either to task, mind you. Yes.
No, that would never happen here.
All right, Sergio knows a thing or two about getting on the wrong side of the press. Here's his second shot at 10.
147 yards, and even though it looks like a very clean lie, it's going to be tough for him to get the ball close to the hole because even the cleanest of lies in this little step cut, you always seemingly get just a little piece of grass between that club face and ball. Just a hard pitching wedge. The contact was really nice sounding.
He was due for a good one.
Yeah.
Well, a fortunate kick, and that seemed to loosen him up just a teeny bit. Here's another look, Billy, at that clean contact you mentioned.
That's the old saying, hit the little ball before you hit the big ball. Very important in this game. Everybody wants to know, how do the pros make it spin? That's how you do it. Descending blow, back of the ball first. That spin drives it up in the air and helps you control the flight.
Come to think of it, Rory is wearing Jets colors. I'm just trying to go forward with our suggestion here.
Well,
Sergio's got
Giants colors if you're looking at team colors.
And they're about as stuck in neutral as those two teams were last night. Yeah. I don't think they're going to go overtime, however.
I think both those guys have an interest in a different kind of football than the Jets and the Giants.
Good point. Well, these two guys try to get something going. Maybe this for Sergio. It is interesting when he tossed that divot back, and McIlroy and he kind of exchanged a giggle. He then hits this shot. You said it earlier. He's an emotional player, and Phil Mickelson was talking last night about being an emotional player. And when things are going the wrong way, sometimes they keep going that way. Just as we've seen both of those guys take it deep in the good direction.
Well, just speaking from personal experience, being quite honest, I played with a lot of emotion, and it could get in my way sometimes. I have to be honest. And it could also work for me. You know, maybe I thought things were better than they were, which is a great way to feel. But the other side of that is you could think things are worse than they are. You know, that's that old saying, and Billy, you've mentioned it many times. You know, players so often think when they're playing good, they'll never play bad. If they're playing bad, they'll never play good. Neither one of those are true. You know, the attitude.
Well, it's tough to get someone off of a nice high, but it's really hard to bring somebody out of a deep low.
Very true.
Talking about our feature group coverage, we saw that at Firestone, didn't we, with Billy Horschel, really chatty as he always is, but in this case with Scott Piercy on Sunday early in the day. Neither were playing great, and neither were factoring into winning the event, but Horschel really kept the spirits up of Scott Piercy, and Piercy shot a 3-under back nine and went on to play a really fine PGA championship.
Well, we covered that for Direct T. That was one of our feature groups, Grant, and I remember so clearly on the ninth hole, Percy just hanging his head like, I don't know if I can walk 9 more holes, and all of a sudden he hit a decent shot, made a birdie, and by the time he was done, he had a little strut back, and he played very, very good the next week at the PGA.
And a putt drops for Rory McIlroy. And he finally, they just needed a new 9. That's what it was.
Sometimes that's a lot of truth to that.
And a little mini fist pound with J.P. Fitzgerald. So there's our first birdie of the day from our featured pairing. And Sergio will try to top him.
It may sound strange, but Rory is only 4 back of the lead. And you go out and shoot 4 or 5 under on this back 9. We've seen players get hot on the back 9.
Yeah, in fact, you have the pairing of Scott and Simpson just ahead of this pairing. Adam Scott's at 9 under par, so everyone's still in the mix. I mean, there's a lot of players that can win. Now Sergio for birdie.
Disappointing miss by Sergio. That stroke did not look quite as smooth as we've seen him. He's really putted well this year, exceptionally well.
Almost looked like it was a misread. It looked like he was thinking that that ball may go a little bit to the right.
Biggest move of the day, not from Sergio, but from Phil Mickelson. Mickelson 7 under, 1 shot off the lead. Little afternoon snack for Rory McIlroy and Sergio Garcia. We are almost at 3 o'clock here local time in metropolitan New York. Let's step outside the ropes for a moment. Get to know Sergio Garcia a little bit better.
First on the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
There were a lot of them. You know, we have a little dialect in where I live in Spain that is called Valenciano, which is kind of between Spanish and French. That was probably the one that I liked the least. I've always liked paella, typical from the region where I am. Obviously, the Spanish ham too, jabugo, so I really enjoy those too. I enjoy doing all kinds of sports. I really enjoy playing soccer, playing tennis, like everybody knows. I'm a big fan of watching movies. Ones that always come to mind, movies like The Rock, Jerry Maguire, movies kind of like that. if you can call it a superstition, is having the clubs in the bag the way I like them set up, every club in the right spot. That's probably one of the biggest things. I've always enjoyed Pontevedra, always really liked the course, TPC Sawgrass, and the area around there. Another tournament that I really enjoy is the Breeze Open and the Ryder Cup. Those three are probably my favorites.
Sergio Garcia has been a fixture on the world stage for 15 years now. Rory McIlroy has cemented his place there as well. And it's McIlroy first here at the 11th.
233 yards, just a little bit in and from the left. McIlroy with a 3-iron. Well, this one's going to the right, just kind of drifting with the wind. We saw this hole earlier, and it has not gotten any easier.
Well, Grant, you talked about the hard stretch of holes, and Billy, you said this hole hasn't gotten any easier. It's ranked the second hardest hole today, playing to a stroke average of 3.224. 14 bogeys and 1 double bogey and only 3 birdies, so it is really, really hard right now.
A bogey and a couple of pars for Sergio here at the 11th. You see that number next to his name. That's his projected FedEx Cup points position if things were to end as they are now. Remember, top 100 at day's end go to the Deutsche Bank. Top 70 after the Deutsche Bank go on 2 weeks later to the BMW Championship.
I think he's going to play a little different shot here. He's chosen a 4-iron, so it kind of tells me he's going to keep it underneath the wind, maybe turn it right to left a little bit. This was a nice solid strike. It is right on line. I don't know if it's enough club to get up onto that upper shelf. It's not, but that was a good looking shot in the air.
Birdie putt for Sergio coming up. A little bump and run coming up for Rory McIlroy, or a pitch shot from right of the green. An updated leaderboard, Tiger Woods with a birdie at the par 5 6th. He's now 1 back of his fellow competitor Kevin Chappell. And Matt Kuchar, the leaderboard tightening here in metropolitan New York. Chappell and Kuchar tied for the lead. They are playing in consecutive pairings, the final 2 pairings of the day. Tiger Woods with a couple of birdies, including one just moments ago at the par 5 6th. Phil Mickelson, meanwhile, bogeyed the 18th, shot 65, and Mickelson in the clubhouse now at 9 under. This is the second shot for Rory McIlroy at the 11th. Our feature group coverage continues. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, and on the golf course, Bill Kratzer.
Yeah, certainly going to play a little bump and run, try to just work its way up the slope, and then just once it hits the putting surface, hope you have the right speed. That was a pretty tough shot, Mark, and I would have to say that was a little bit above average.
Yeah, Billy, sometimes the only way to play a shot like that is not to have it. I mean, I do like the fact that he made the right mistake. If anything, a little extra speed. You don't want it to come right back to your feet. Still got a chance to save par in this hole. Don't forget, second hole, hardest hole in the golf course today. It is one mean, tough par 3.
Garcia looking for his first birdie of the day.
And not the putt that you would want to try to make, coming up the hill, and then it kind of levels out, and then you'll see that just a drift just a little bit to his right at the end.
Billy, I think what we just saw there is why it's so hard to get it close to some of these hole locations. Notice he's walking right now, just now cresting that top of that little ridge. You can see the dark green grass he's standing in, and then behind him it gets shiny. That's all downhill. So not only is it a tough approach shot to get up on that level, it's hard to judge the speed when you're putting.
What a strange round.
Yeah,
one triple bogey and the rest pars.
Yeah, and he's come up short. He's had some opportunities for birdie, and pretty much the whole day he's come up short with his birdie opportunities.
Now McIlroy for a par, certainly after making birdie. His first birdie of the day at 10, really doesn't want to give it back here. And as you guys pointed out, he's just 4 shots off the lead. I mean, with a lot of golf left.
A lot stranger things have happened in golf, you know. You shoot a little 4 or 5 under on this back 9.
Well, you make this, and then you go to 12. You're going to put a wedge in your hand. You go to 13, the par 5.
Yep.
Then you go to 14, the short par 3. Then you have 16. So you've got 4 great birdie opportunities, and I can't believe you leave it short.
Just a lack of speed had the line.
And I think both guys are just kind of kicking themselves because the speed has definitely been off.
So he does get back. Well, look at that emotion from McIlroy. Really frustrated. I think Billy nailed it. Kicking himself, maybe his bag, and whatever else he can find.
Well, when's the last time you see 2 guys with all this horsepower head out between them? They've played 22 holes and made 1 birdie. I mean, their best ball would be in trouble today as far as picking up ground.
So our feature group coverage will continue, and we'll see Kevin Chappell tied for the lead, and Tiger Woods, as you see, tied for 3rd place. Tiger is trying for the second time in as many years to rally from 4 shots back after 54 holes to win an event. He did it last year at the Memorial. And of course, Tiger in the Big Apple has won one of his 14 major championships. That was at Bethpage Black out on Long Island. There's his scorecard. Couple of scrambles in the first 4 holes, and then just stiffed it at the 5th, and about a 10-footer for birdie at the 6th after yanking his 2nd shot on that par 5 well left. Hit it up into the gallery and hit a tremendous 3rd shot. We'll see Tiger coming up shortly. Now we're on the 12th, and Sergio has the honor.
Down and out the left,
One of the few holes here, Billy, playing to a stroke average under par, ranked 15th.
Yeah, I think the wind direction, you know, pretty much downwind, but maybe slightly off the left. Good tee shot here. Sergio can put himself well within 100 yards.
Well, we've had a couple drives today, Billy. Jason Kokrak had 48 yards. Kyle Stanley had 46 yards left to the hole after their tee shot. So there have been a handful of players who've gotten it right up, just pitching it on the green.
Yeah, I think you have to go down that left-hand side. You have to keep it left of the bunkers in the middle of the fairway. Now this one bleeding, just leaking a little bit to the right. To tell by the reaction, that's the bunker.
Yeah.
This is the one I'm interested in seeing right here. You talk about 48 yards, you talk about 46 yards. If he catches this, he can kind of get in that 50-yard range.
Well, he needs to be careful. There's a greenside bunker that might catch him.
Holy smokes. If it stays left of the bunker, you got action. That is so deep.
It's so deep we can't see it.
That is way down there.
Boy, he left nothing in that drive. That was a massive swing from Rory McIlroy. Bogey at the 11th. Is he too far back? 7 holes left and 5 shots back. Look how tightly bunched the top of that leaderboard is. Gary Woodland not only with a double bogey mark at the 5th, he fails to birdie the reachable par 5 6th. One of the biggest hitters on the planet, Gary Woodland, who yesterday, in fact, about this time, had a 3-shot lead at 13 under. But look how tightly bunched. And now the 31-year-old Canadian, Graham Dillette, with a run of birdies, has moved into a tie for second place at 10 under. This is our featured group coverage. And Sergio Garcia and Rory McIlroy are playing the 12th. Just a gorgeous weekend here in metropolitan New York. We're on the Jersey shore of the Hudson. There is the ball of Sergio Garcia.
Yeah, and that little finger of the bunker, I mean, it kind of has a bathtub effect. You know, when he gets down in there, I mean, it's kind of that U shape that, and you can see that he's trying to read the lie just to, if it's going to come out cleanly, but He's got 118 yards, so I mean, he can cover the yardage. It just all depends if he thinks he can catch it cleanly enough.
So easy, Billy, in a case like this to catch it a little bit at that, and that ball comes up, 20, 30 yards short of the green.
Yeah, and he hit the bunker shot heavy on the par 5.
I love moving this ball back in my stance, but he's got to elevate it so quickly. I don't think he has that luxury.
I don't think so either, Mark. And I think just kind of fitting in there and just trying to get a stance to where you do make good contact. You catch this thin, and it's going to catch the lip of the bunker.
Well, he's dug in pretty good. He's still above the ball a little bit, but not too bad.
Fat. Caught it really heavy.
It was a very difficult shot, but it was set up by an errant tee shot. We're taking another look, Billy. He's dug in as deep as he can. Just simply catches it heavy. Quite often, too, each morning when they get a golf course ready, they rake the sand back up into the lips of the bunker to make it all nice and smooth. And look how soft that sand was, which exaggerates when you hit behind it. It even grabs the club more than firm sand. So that's kind of a couple things going against him. Now Rory McIlroy. Wow.
Yeah, this is way down there. I mean, you could toss it on this green underhanded. That's how close it is.
304 the tee shot.
You can see that club work left quickly, trying to put as much spin as he can for a short shot, and the ball just releases out. It's almost like it was a harder shot this close. Got it too close to the green, Mark.
He did. He only had 51 yards.
Yeah, 363. It was Sergio who hit it 304. That was a massive strike.
363, Billy.
Mercy.
Sergio's gathering himself. He's waiting for his caddy. Don't forget he had to rake the bunker. Sergio's up to his ball waiting. This is maybe the toughest time in a round. Nothing great has happened.
Well, and as a player, Mark, that if you came out and you put a couple under quick, you get to that -8 figure. I mean, you're right in the mix.
Yeah, the adrenaline's automatically supplied when you're in that position. But you know that something great could happen. Now you're just trying to kind of get out of here and salvage a few birdies at the best. Now Sergio on his third shot.
Now you're just trying to, make a couple of birdies, maybe just try to get it to where you can shoot 71 or 72 and just trying to save par. And nice little pitch shot there from right at about 50 yards.
Sergio will have that for par. Rory McIlroy will have a putt for birdie, and you can just see the body English or body Spanish or whichever you prefer. He's bilingual in that body language, and it's not good either side.
I'll tell you one thing, he's very expressive in that body language, for sure. It's fun to watch him play, though. It really is. We have not seen the electricity these two guys can create with their golf clubs today, though, because neither one of them have gotten untracked.
You have 13 players, guys, within 3 shots of the lead here. Mickelson is the only one of those who's finished. Most of those have quite a bit of golf left.
Well, think about Phil's finish. With 3 holes to play, he had already gotten to within 1 of the lead at 10 under par, and he barely misses birdie on 16, hits the hole for birdie on 17, then a bad second shot on 18 led to a bogey. So while he had a great round, a tremendous round of 65, I'm sure he's very disappointed with that finish.
Rory for birdie.
Yeah, this one up the hill, and now coming up this slope diagonally, that's going to go a little bit to his left, and then maybe at the end, maybe twist a little bit right. There you go. Just that easy.
Oh, just the spark he was looking for. Just the spark.
Birdie, bogey, birdie.
That moves him back to 7 under par for the tournament. He's in touch with the leaders now, and he's got enough holes left to make something happen. We're going to look at that again. Just when you least expect it. Boy, good stroke. Back at the left hand, keeps going toward the hole. Billy, there wasn't too much pace, but it went in finally with a little bit of pace.
Yes, absolutely. Now Garcia, nice work for par.
Tell you what, I've got to say, nice gallery out here. A lot of spectators out here. We're kind of at that point, the crossover.
Yes.
We're at 12. The 8th hole's just over there. Now we go over to 13. A lot of people out here, guys.
Well, as a player, you love the atmosphere that's created. We talk so much about the pictures you're looking at when you see these skylines and all the things in person. And then to have the vibe of the big city and the gallery and all the activity, it's really creates some adrenaline.
Well, we talked about the tournament within a tournament. Only the top 100 in the FedEx Cup point standings advance to next week's second playoff event, the Deutsche Bank Championship. William McGirt is the bubble boy at the moment. Coming into the week, 92nd at the moment. If it were to end as it is now, he would be number 100. James Driscoll came into the week 93rd, but he missed the cut, as McGirt did, as Justin Leonard did. Stuart Appleby, Mark, at the moment, has moved up 25 spots from 123 to 98.
It appears he has a good chance to make it. It's not for sure yet, as you mentioned. And boy, Jeff Ogilvy, we saw him miss that little putt on the last hole, and it looks like with that miss, also when his hopes for making next week's playoff event, the Deutsche Bank in Boston. You know, this tournament within a tournament has been pretty exciting. I know last week at the Wyndham, all kind of interest for players, and same again this week.
All right, you have the par 5 13th. And there is Lady Liberty in full view on much of the golf course here at Liberty National.
The par 5 13th is the hole they are on. There's a backup here because this hole is reachable. The actual yardage today only 547. It's the second easiest hole in the golf course, playing to a stroke average of 4.741. So while we wait, I think Sergio's trying to get some advice.
Paul Tesori, maybe?
Trying to get some help. But Kevin Chappell and Matt Kuchar lead the group at the Barclays, and a lot of great players chasing. Stay with us.
Kevin Chappell and Matt Kuchar continue to share the lead. The top of the leaderboard has bunched considerably. Tiger Woods is playing with Chappell, the par 5 8th at the moment. Gary Woodland had the lead alone until a double bogey at the 5th hole. Let's update it. He's just rolled in a birdie putt at 7. So this is up to the minute. Chappell, Woodland, Kuchar at 11. Tiger playing the 8th. Graham Dillette, 4 birdies in 5 holes, but he just parred the short 16th. Bubba Watson playing the 9th. Mickelson was 7 under on his round. In fact, he was 7 under for a 10-hole stretch at one point. Bogeyed the 18th, still a 65, and a lot of momentum going into the Deutsche Bank next week. Jim Furyk, 9 holes to play. We've really not talked much about Furyk, and yet he's got a great chance to win. This is our featured pairing here.
I'm
Garcia and McIlroy.
Only arguing about it now. Sure, until they got about 1 million people. Sorry, mate.
They're waiting on the tee. Reachable par 5.
Roy, are you in search for a quick photo?
Sounds good.
This is great. Well, as they wait.
You phone on silent?
Yes.
Hey, what phone?
What phone?
iPhone.
That wasn't going back.
That's Scotty, and he's went all the way up there to see how close Webb is to the water.
I only went for a piss.
That's Scotty.
I only went for a piss. I am sure.
Babe, what's up? No, I'm at the I want to Rory.
Hi. I'm easy.
This is you. No, he remembers you.
I don't forget.
22 years, you can have it, man. Am I on camera?
No, but you might be on YouTube. Definitely heard
that. You're divorced.
You did it in 22 years, or you've had it for 22 years?
What?
For 22 years.
22 years of marriage.
I thought you said I could have it in 22 years.
Just there.
No, you don't want to.
Not too sure about that.
I'm getting out of Dodge too, man.
I've been married 2 years. Might be over.
But now you got to give me a photo.
Is it times like this you hope your wife doesn't watch DirecTV, their featured group?
This guy's like the police, right?
Like the
Who says golfers are all business?
Size doesn't matter.
You can tell I don't.
He's like the police without the light.
Hold on, I'm going to kick him in the ankle. We'll find out.
Doesn't make it interesting.
We're not getting a photo.
Where are we on the photo? You didn't make any progress.
It's amateur hour here on the tee at 13.
Stand up hour.
And they're standing up and waiting to tee off. He's going to go give the other side a little love. A friendlier reception for Sergio than he had back in 2002 at the U.S. Open here from some of the fans in the metropolitan New York area. Reachable par 5. So a chance to make a few friends. And that's what they're looking at. A little down the fairway. Rory McIlroy with 2 birdies in his last 3 holes.
Anytime you have a par 5 that's reachable, it always backs up because all it takes is one player in the group who can reach the green, has to wait till it clears. We see the same thing quite often on the 13th and 15th at Augusta National during the Masters week. That's understandable, but it makes for an exciting hole. There has been 1 eagle here today already. We followed Adam Scott yesterday. He's in the group ahead of Rory. He clearly has the length and the power to reach this hole. "26 birdies to go along with that one eagle. Only 6 bogeys, but there have been 3 doubles. I've got to believe a mistake made into the water from the fairway. And if you do that, you'll be reloading almost the same shot again, because you're going to lose both the stroke of penalty and the stroke and distance."
What a great look at some of the young members of the gallery. They're not much younger than McIlroy. He's only 24. Amazing that this is McIlroy's 5th season playing on golf's biggest stage. Incredible. He, like Sergio, teenager when he came out. Came onto the scene. Would you love to see that? All ages, a multitude of ethnicities, backgrounds, socioeconomic levels.
You got the grounds guy going like 100
This
yards.
tournament has done so much for local charities. $700,000 distributed to area charities.
Well, you know, charity,
just in the last 2 or 3 years.
Charity on the PGA Tour, we're rapidly approaching the $2 billion mark, and that's official from tournaments to charities, not counting the individual charities of players, and so much else is done for the good of the community.
Kevin Chappell with a birdie at the par 5/8, and Tiger Woods has a very short birdie putt coming up. Tiger with a chance to get to 11 under par. And let's update it. There it is as we speak. It's like a tote board.
Boy, it is. Bubba
We're almost
Watson.
Labor Day. It's almost like the Jerry Lewis telethon. You see it changing rapidly, and there is Tiger. Now, how impressive. And we'll get to see this group later on. Chappell and Woods. Chappell looking for his first career win off a 62 yesterday, playing with the world #1, and he's 1 under par, and he's leading the Barclays.
That's very impressive to have never won. Of course, Kevin Chappell's a proven player. We know it's not his first time in this position, but we're going to get to see both these players, Kevin Chappell, Tiger Woods, first and second in the standings this week at the Barclays. We're going to see them in the final featured group. We have that to look forward to.
First and second. But a lot of players can still win this thing. How many? How many are still in this?
Well, I think there's almost 2 hands full. You can go back as far as Jim Furyk is tied for 10th at 3 back at 8 under. And
the defending champ, by the way, has just shown up on the tee here. Nick Watney has joined Garcia and McIlroy.
Well, maybe we can play have a foursome. Team up and go.
American, Australian, the Spaniard, the Northern Irishman.
You're looking right there at Nick Watney, the defending champion here for the Barclays. Now we're ready to go. Rory McIlroy with 3 wood.
Yeah, and that's the proper play. Wind direction, you just try to turn it just gently right to left, off those bunkers.
After what, Billy, a 10-minute wait?
Yeah, just a little over 10 minutes. I had 11 minutes.
Pretty good.
Billy, how good is that? That's within 7 or 8 yards of the water that guards the left side of this fairway.
Well, he did the same thing at number 9, where he just maxed it out perfectly. Tell you what, the wait was so long, I had a chance to get a Nathan hot dog over there at the stand.
Now you're just bragging is all you're doing.
A little mustard, a little relish.
Yeah.
And mine's on the way, right?
Billy Kratzer never been one shy to hot dog on a golf course.
Okay, Garcia. Down the left-hand side. Good tee shot by Sergio, but a lot further back than what McIlroy is.
Change in that leaderboard. Oh, look out. A little goose for Garcia from Rory McIlroy. A little spring in his step. They finally get to move forward again. Chappell leads Woods, Kuchar, and Woodland. Top of the leaderboard, Kevin Chappell, the 27-year-old from Fresno, California, trying to become the second consecutive Barclays champion from Fresno. And he leads the world's best by 1. Remember, it was Heath Slocum who slayed the Giants. Slayed?
He beat them.
Slewed.
He got the best of them.
He did back in 09 when Liberty National first hosted the Barclays.
Yeah, remember, too, though, he got into the playoffs by the skin of his tongue, finishing 125th. And all of a sudden, he makes that great 20-footer for par to beat, guess who? Tiger Woods.
But isn't that what you love about the playoffs?
Yes, you do.
The chance to survive and advance. Stuart Appleby right on that bubble. He was 123rd coming into the week. Well, there's McIlroy alone with his bag. Let's get to know Rory a little bit better and step outside the ropes with the former world number 1.
From Northern Ireland, please welcome Rory McIlroy.
Barack Obama. It'd be nice to see how it feels to be the most powerful man in the world. After living a day in his life, I'd hand it right back to him because I'm sure it's a very difficult job. The Dark Knight, the Batman movie. I've probably watched it 10 times. I've never really been a big fan of Batman, and then Heath Ledger, who played the Joker in it, was awesome, as you know, everyone will tell you. And I just thought it was a great movie. Roars. My mum actually called me Rory because she thought it couldn't have a nickname or it couldn't be shortened, and then Dad comes up with Roars, so she was very happy about that. I love milk. I love a nice ice-cold glass of milk. Irish stew. And my mum makes some pretty good Irish stew, so probably be that. Sticky toffee pudding. You've never heard of sticky toffee pudding? Oh, you get it everywhere. English and English literature. I didn't quite get the whole Shakespeare thing, because I don't see why we need to do it when we can speak it pretty well. I like to play football, or soccer as it's known over here. After I won in Dubai, I didn't touch a golf club for 2 weeks and just played football. 50 Cent was at the Odyssey Arena in Belfast, pretty close to home. So I like my R&B and hip hop. Probably the Ryder Cup in 06 at the K Club, a huge win for Europe, especially because of Darren. It was very emotional, and it was a great weekend for the Europeans and the Irish.
He was only 17 back then.
When you see that, it just reminds me how young this young man still is. And you want to talk about a fashion change. How about the do change for Rory? We were talking earlier about Charlie Hoffman.
Yeah, he got it.
He shortened it up.
Shorn right before the PGA Championship. All right, they're still waiting, and now Sergio Garcia.
265 all the way to the hole. Now this whole location, 19 paces on, there's really not a lot of wiggle room right here. You mishit this, and the wind just kind of flipped a little bit. You mishit this, it's wet.
You know, Rory's tee shot, Billy, ran some 20 or 30 yards, and Sergio's kind of just hopped straight up in the air, didn't move 3 or 4 yards when it landed. Now we're looking from the green back at the players, and you can see the daunting task ahead of him. And as Billy described it, any miss-hit at all, and he's going to be in trouble.
Well, the miss, and we saw it earlier with Stuart Sink, the miss, the shorter way is to the left of the flagstick. Well, this one heading towards the right-hand side. The result may not be great, but it certainly was a pretty shot in the air, Mark.
Yeah, it was a pretty shot. It was the right place to hit it. He fed just off the back of the green. It took the slope, ran down to a level lie at the closely mown area. He'll have plenty of green to chip to. Really not a bad place to leave it. Now Rory McIlroy couldn't have walked it out there any better than this.
No, I mean, it's absolutely perfect. And McIlroy with a 4-iron, just going to try to send it straight up in the air. which he has done. Pretty much the same line as Sergio. But that ball, two releases.
McIlroy
I don't know if I'm a fan of this green. You know, I've seen it 4 times now. I'm just not a big fan of this green with the way that it reacts, the way I've seen the balls react on the green.
Well, as high as these players hit it, they can't hold the green. It's a little bit of a, you can see, we're looking at the green now from behind it, from the hole location to the back of the green. It's actually on a downslope, and the right side of the green, which is on the left side of your screen, definitely feeds to the back of the green. I think a little bit of the contradiction is it's a hole they're designing. Now we're looking at the back side, which feeds away from you. But, you know, the contradiction is it's par 5 that they want you to reach, which I like. There should be a demanding second shot, but everything feeds off of the green. Kind of a little bit of an oxymoron. But
McIlroy is 7 under. He's 5 shots behind Kevin Chappell. Chappell is playing back at the par 4 9th with Tiger Woods. We'll see those 2 players to complete our coverage. Featured group coverage this week from the Barclays. There's McIlroy walking up just alongside the water's edge. First of 4 playoff events. McIlroy will be the defending champion next week at the Deutsche Bank and again at the BMW Championship. Amazing that he won 2 of the 4 playoff events yet did not win the FedEx Cup. That was Brandt Snedeker.
that's true. That is true. But Brandt Snedeker had a tremendous week. As we mentioned, you can go into the Tour Championship, the last of the playoffs in Atlanta. You can be 29th or 30th, and if you win the tournament, a combination of things have to happen, but you can win the entire FedEx Cup from that far back. So,
well, the beauty of the Tour Championship, Mark, is that you can go in as one of the top 5, which Snedeker did, and if you win the Tour Championship, you're the FedEx Cup champ.
And Billy, you know, you and I know they've gone back and forth with how they distribute points and what they did. I think that was a little bit of a result of several years earlier when Vijay Singh went into Atlanta and really already had it won, so it took a lot of the excitement out. But they also wanted to find a way to reward guys who played beautifully all year and through the playoffs, and I think they've come up with a pretty good formula that if you're in the top 5, you have control of the outcome.
Exactly. If you go in there, top 5, you win, you're the FedEx Cup champion. And I like that. I like the fact that you can go in there, and I also like the fact that if you're number 6 through 30, if the right combination happens, like it was with Bill Haas, you can also be the FedEx Cup champion.
Well, if something spectacular is going to happen, he might need to have shots like this go in, not just get close. He's 5 shots back, 6 holes to play.
Well, I think he tries to take it up and over that little slope. It's kind of sitting diagonally to that slope, so you take it up on top and you negate that.
Billy, could you explain the reason why Rory played ahead of Sergio and he was inside of him?
Well, I think it's simply because, you know, Sergio was lagging so far back. I think there was a comfort station back there that Sergio had to go to. So,
well, I got you now.
So
I remember that.
Ready golf.
So there's your information.
Boy, I'm sorry I asked. You know, that's one of the things we never talk about. Now we bring up this subject as a player. Sometimes the biggest challenge of the day was trying to find out how to take care of that.
Yes.
Our offices are outdoors, and you're right with the gallery, but that's just a common courtesy done on tour.
All right. No relief from this spot for Sergio. A 3rd shot upcoming.
I would think he'd try to play the same shot we just saw from McIlroy. You've got to take that area of slope and that little bit of low area. I think you take that out of play. Although he's reaching for the putter, so
I'm surprised to see this, Billy.
Well, this is going to be a hard shot because now it's going to get tossed to the left off the slope, and then once it gets up on top, you've got to have the proper speed in order to get this ball close.
You do. He's got to go through a couple divots while they are sanded. If it happens to hop or start bumping out of there, we both know that it just kills the speed once it gets up in the air. He's pretty good around the greens. Let's see what happens.
Well, it's a pretty sharp edge, about 3 or 4 feet from the putting surface. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see just how high he has to play this in order to get it close to the hole. Looks like to me he's looking well to the right. It was just too hard to judge. I mean, it was too sharp of an angle going up the slope. I just thought Rory played the right shot. Sergio played the wrong shot.
Here's another look. This putt from off the green for Sergio.
He's got it back in his stance. It's on a downslope. That downslope may have affected his decision not to pitch it, but I still think in hindsight, if he could do it again, he would use a lofted wedge. That ball hopped just a little bit, which you expect it to, and consequently it comes up some 20 feet short. That's very disappointing.
Still without a birdie today.
Yeah, just that one lone triple bogey, Grant.
Yeah.
I mean, he's made some nice pars. He's made some nice saves. And, you know, you look at the save that he had at the 8th hole. You look at the save that he had at the 7th hole. But has not put a birdie on the card. And this putt from just inside 16 feet.
Rory's coin not in the way.
I think he needs to go just inside Rory's coin. See, we saw this earlier today. Everybody's looking for that. We saw Stewart sink.
Yeah.
They're looking for that ball to go to the left, and it stays pretty straight.
And another putt that comes up short for Sergio, Billy.
Yeah, when you see a guy coming up short that much, you can tell that there's just a little bit of a mishit in it. They're just not getting that ball to topple and just tumble over.
Well, McIlroy to get to 8 under par. This would pull him within 4 of the leader, Kevin Chappell, with 5 holes to play.
Well, just inside 6 feet. Tour average right at about 67% from here.
That ball actually looked like it moved to the back of the green, Billy.
Yeah.
Nobody believes it.
It's a FOWLER. We saw it earlier with our first featured pairing. Stewart Cink and Jeff Ogilvy. But unless you've charted it, you won't know it.
So it surprised every one of them. Taking another look. Got the putter nice and upright, a little bit addressed on the toe. Watch this ball. It starts at the left center. It's actually trying to work right, if anything, and it definitely goes right once it got past the hole. I think we automatically as players think when you have a pond fronting a green, you think about drainage, surface drainage, draining into the pond. You don't think of it draining away from the pond. While the back of the green and the left side of this green does slope back to the middle of the green, it's unusual right there what we see. The players just can't quite believe that if you're putting across that green from the middle of the green, it works to the back, and that's exactly what happened to both those players.
Just a beautiful weekend here on the Jersey shore of the Hudson River, New York Harbor. The Statue of Liberty off in the distance, Manhattan to the left of your screen, Brooklyn over to the right. And this par 3 14th, the signature hole here at Liberty National. You feel like you could reach out and touch that torch, Billy, almost at 14.
Well, maybe not.
Not quite.
Talking about the 14th hole that they're getting ready to play, it's the 12th easiest hole in the golf course. It's playing the stroke average, actually, and I think this is the hardest hole location to just under par, 2.966, barely under the par of 3. There have been 12 birdies today on this hole, only 6 bogeys. There have been 2 doubles. Both those doubles came from balls that were hit out of play, actually. Kevin Stadler missed it right of the green in the hazard. And there have been some balls also over the green. So not a big target, but you're only hitting the ball. 152 yards is the actual playing yardage today, counting where the hole location is and the tee location.
Kevin Chappell is the leader at 12 under par. Tiger Woods, Matt Kuchar, Gary Woodland minus 11.
Billy brought this out in our earlier feature group. I think it's a good point. As we're looking right now, this picture, we're looking back at the tee. Do you see the 2 marshals on the far left-hand side of your screen? They're actually on the tee also. So they've gone to the far left side, which gives the players a better angle. And I think when the architects, with Bob Cupp and Tom Kite, did this, that's what they were thinking of. We give you the hard right pin, and we'll give you a better angle from the left tee location.
I would have to say that this team ground is probably 40 yards in width, so plenty of option. But with 152 yards, pitching wedge for McIlroy. And not a real hard one, and a very aggressive line. Oh, again, just like the par 5, back at number 8, about a foot short from being okay.
Boy, downwind, that ball would have released right to the hole, I'm sure. Not much you can do, but just be patient. Easy to say it, not always easy to do. You can see right on the bottom of your screen that hole location right here between caddy and player.
When you look at the flagstick, down and from the left.
All right, I think we got to go just left. Yeah,
Billy, we've got a good look at the flagstick. It's blowing out toward the river, left to right, which I like. You can kind of start it a little safer and let it just bleed over to the hole.
Well, he's going to go with the same club. He's going to go with pitching wedge and maybe just a little bit harder pitching wedge.
Go. Go, why did you do that? I'm telling you, it's fucking more on the left one.
He knew it as soon as he struck it. So a couple in the bunker here at the 14th with Manhattan off to the east. Our 1240 featured group, featured pairing, McIlroy and Garcia. Couple of birdies from McIlroy, but a lot of missed opportunities. You'll often hear a player talk about squeezing a good score out of a round. I don't think McIlroy is going to be looking back on this round, sitting here 1 under through 13 holes, thinking that he's maxed out as well as he's played. He's given himself some chances and just hasn't been able to convert as many as he'd like.
Well, you know, players have a lot of goals. Obviously, the goal for someone like Rory is to come in here and win the tournament. But if you can't do that, you know, I want a top 5 finish. If I can't do that, I want a top 10 finish. You keep resetting those goals, and he gets this ball up and down. Maybe he'll hole it. Then he gets by the next difficult number 15. You've got a very birdieable number 16. You can drive the green. There's still a chance to hop up there and get closer to the lead. And every point you earn now, Rory, as of right now, we've talked so much about points and haven't lately talked as much because we're not looking at the bubble guys. We're looking at guys that are safely in the Deutsche Bank. But right now, starting the week, Rory McIlroy was 49th in FedEx Cup points. Well, if everything were to end as it is right now, he moves up to 34th, closer to that magic number of inside the top 30 to try to get back to Atlanta. So these are very important things. Don't think that every stroke and every point doesn't count. It does right now.
Bunker shots. First, Sergio.
Well, it's a tough bunker shot because you have to cover so much of the bunker. Little downhill.
Beauty.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
How did that stay out?
It can't, Billy. It absolutely can't. What a shot. That's the closest he's come to making birdie all day.
I agree.
Oh, from his view, he had to think he hold that. Another look we're taking at it, Billy. It just goes by the high side of the hole with no speed whatsoever. He's hanging his head. Oh, woe is me.
He doesn't believe what he just saw. Now McIlroy.
Much simpler, makeable.
Two great bunker shots. It slides by about 10 inches on the left side. If they were playing stymies, Rory'd be in trouble right now, though.
Tap in pars at the 14th. The Barclays will stay in the metropolitan New York area for the next. This is where it's situated, so it'll move around to different courses in the area. It'll be at Bethpage Black coming up in a couple of years. Ridgewood Country Club in Paramus, New Jersey.
Some of the greatest golf and historic golf is in this area of New Jersey and Long Island, New York.
Off to the tough 15th.
Well, the 15th is not the hardest today. It is tied for the 4th hardest, but still, it is a beast of a hole. The 15th hole is playing a little longer than a scorecard yardage. Scorecard says 481. Actually, the 487 yards today. Going into today, it was playing to a stroke average of 4.291, almost 4.3, and it was the hardest hole the first 3 days. You can see the green right next to the 15th tee, very close proximity. Actually, players have waited the tee off as the players played the hole behind him, so there'd be no conflict in sound.
Well, take a look at Rory McIlroy and some of the options and opportunities he's had today. Better said. This is at the 3rd for birdie, so close.
One hole later from inside of 10 feet. For sure he's going to make this one, right? No, it turns the left edge. You have to wonder as a player, if you made some of these early, would it open up the hole? Now we go ahead to the 5th, again from inside 10 feet. Again, the ball slides just by the hole, and it has been a day of that. It's been a day of no putts. 2 birdies in the entire group.
Did make a nice putt for birdie at 12. Trying to get the crowd situated, and now he's ready.
And going with 3 metal. I think it's a good play. Pretty accurate with this club right here. Quickly picks up the tee. Guess where that one is?
Right down the left center.
Right down Broadway.
Billy, what wind there is blowing from left to right on 15.
Correct.
Hasn't really been a big factor today, though, has it?
No. Certainly at one moment today, I thought the wind might kick up and give the players some trouble, but actually it's, you know, stayed at probably that 8 mile per hour, maybe catch a gust or two, maybe 12, but certainly nothing significant enough that you're going to affect the world's best players. Garcia also with 3 metal. Hang on.
It does, Billy.
Okay.
It does hang on. It takes a favorable kick, kind of straight with a little bit to the left, and he's going to be in a great spot on the right side of the fairway.
Kevin Chappell with a birdie at the 10th, added to his lead. That's Ellis Island at the bottom of your screen, and then that other island would be Manhattan. The metropolitan New York area. Good shot at several of the boroughs. Staten Island would be further down to the right. We've seen the Staten Island Ferry. In fact, I think that's it. The far right side of your screen.
One of the best investments in the country at night to take that out.
Free, I believe.
Well, then it really is the best investment in the country.
There we go. And as we learned from the great movie On the Town, the Bronx is up and the battery's down. The people riding a hole in the ground.
There you go.
You, me, and Billy on the town this week.
Yankee Stadium at the Bronx.
The Barclays. Sinatra, Gene Kelly, Jules Munchin. Who would you like to be? You want to be Sinatra? You got blue eyes.
I got the blue eyes. I don't
go.
think I have the voice, but sure sounds better than who is it, Munchin?
Billy's been on his feet all day, so he can be Gene Kelly, and I'll take Jules Munchin. On the town. It's been a great weekend here at the Barclays. Our feature group coverage continues. Sergio Garcia and McIlroy. This really tough 15th hole. They've done part of half the battle. They've gotten in the fairway.
And Sergio just inside 220 yards, and kind of see this little rehearsal right here. And
Go. Go. Go.
That ball did release, Billy. Now it's feeding back to the right, but stays on the right level, just outside of 20 feet. Really good second shot on this difficult hole.
McIlroy next. We can tell you that. Listen in here.
Oh, okay.
Kevin Chappell and Tiger Woods have had a two-shot swing. Chappell birdied the 10th. Tiger bogeyed it to Chappell's lead is 2 on Gary Woodland and 3 on Woods.
Oh, that second shot, one hand comes off the club from 200 yards. Is it left? It is left. It stays in the closely mown grass. That's a good break. But this hole is located 4 steps off the left. 28 paces on. Won't have much green to work with.
We'll see Tiger and Chappell in our featured group coverage later on today. We've talked about McIlroy's chances today. We saw some of those missed opportunities at 3, again at 4, a good look at 5 for birdie. Take a look at some more of what Rory McIlroy did. This was at the par 4 7th for birdie.
Maybe not one you expect to make from that distance, but look, he had the perfect line and just left it short, right on line. You can see his reaction.
And then at the 10th, looking for his first birdie of the day, finally gets one to drop after a front 9 all par 36. Made a bogey at the 11th, but then comes back at 12. And then 13, fine little pitch shot, but another missed opportunity. Now here's McIlroy, Mark, at 7 under. Now Chappell's begun to push the lead out a ways a bit, but I mean, I don't think that it would be getting, you know, too crazy to say that McIlroy could be 9, 10 under par with the opportunities he's had.
Well, these greens have, been the challenge for a lot of players. They're challenged in 2 ways. It's hard to get the ball close to these little sections. That's a lot of the need of the teeth of this golf course. And then if you don't hit your second shot on that right little tier, then putting over these ridges and tiers makes it very hard to get the speed and line right. Consequently, guys haven't made a whole lot of putts. And I'm telling you what, this golf course, these greens are as good a shape as any I've seen all year long.
There is the updated leaderboard with those changes I told you about reflected. Chappell with the birdie at 10. Tiger had to make about an 8-footer for bogey at the 10th. And Graham Dillette matches Phil Mickelson 65 today. Canadian Dillette, a share of 3rd place. Let's see what that gets him come day's end. Chappell, the leader. We'll see him and Tiger in our last featured pairing of the day. Now the 3rd shot, Billy, for McIlroy.
Well, Rory's just off the green about 8 feet, and he is not putting this. He's going to hit this with a wedge. I think try to land it just on the green, let it roll out to the hole. Remember that hole is only cut 12 feet, 4 paces from the left edge of the green on the angle that Rory is approaching this green. Now he's pulled the putter out. That's what we've seen so many players do. That's just a compliment to the superintendent, the staff, and the condition of this course, because those closely mown fringes are better than a lot of people's greens. So balls haven't been bouncing too much, and a lot of players have used this. That ball did bounce. First one we've seen bounce all week, and when that happens, you lose the speed, and it comes up about 6 feet short. That might have been the reason he had the wedge out to begin with. Grant very possibly saw that. Watch this ball. We haven't seen this all week. Up in the air, you can see it bouncing the entire way, and that just kills the speed. No way you can allow for that. Sergio next to play.
Still looking for his first birdie.
Be a great hole to make it on. That putt from just outside of 26 feet. It's got good speed. Does it have the line? It just burns the right edge. And look at that ball. Still rolling. Oh, Oh, it just now comes to a stop. 11 feet from the hole.
Well,
boy, this is a really, really busy green for the length of the hole.
Billy, we talked about that earlier. Two of the longest par fours have two of the severest greens. I mean, it's a tough combination.
Yeah, you know, when you hit a good drive and then you have a shot of over 200 yards, you would certainly think that you would hit into a green complex that was a little less complicated than what this one is, because you have back right, you have back left. You saw the ball just kind of roll over to the fringe from there. This is kind of one of those greens that you'd like to put a short iron in your hand, not a 3 or a 4 iron.
7 is not dissimilar. 7 is a long hole, especially into the wind, and it's quite the contour for par.
Knew it right away. And you just...
Whoa, now, careful.
And you just kind of chalk it up to one of those days that you just really never got started. You make the triple bogey on the 5th hole, and then it's kind of downhill from there.
And now beginning to hear things in the gallery. Maybe you're more attentive when things aren't going your way. I don't know. I mean,
there's
you
no
guys
question
would know better.
Yeah, I'll speak for myself. I don't know what Billy thinks, but there's no question when things are happening on the course, your concentration is not as good. It's probably why you're not playing as good to begin with, that you do hear things more likely.
Yeah, my decibel level increased dramatically when I wasn't playing well.
For par.
Good job. Good up and down there.
Really nice. So he stays 1 under on his round. A 3-putt for Sergio Garcia. Drops a shot for Garcia at the 15th. And a 3-putt for our one-time leader, Kevin Chappell. He 3-putted for double bogey. And look who's joined the party at -11. The U.S. Open champion, Justin Rose. We talked half an hour ago about how many players were still alive to win this thing. We saw Gary Woodland get to 13 under. Yesterday afternoon, we saw Kevin Chappell get out to a 2-shot lead at 13 under. Chappell, maybe for the first time, showing some nerves on that 11th. Missed the green to the right, pitched up to about 10 feet, 3-putted from that point. Tiger Woods with a par at the 11th. He just picked up a couple of shots. No way Dillette's 10 figures into a playoff, does it?
You probably could say no, but if you're Graham Dillette, you certainly don't leave the property. I mean, until someone's posted one lower, you got to stay. Don't forget, while we talk about how, reachable the 16th is, 15 is hard and 18 is hard. So 17 is not a pushover either. So you've got to stay till someone beats you. Moving down the leaderboard, Keegan Bradley kind of stalled after that 63. 74 yesterday, 72 today, so not the weekend he wanted.
For the day, the golf course playing a little over a half-stroke over par.
Stuart Appleby, 71 today. It appears, as of right now, that will get him into the Deutsche Bank next week. He'll have to wait till everything's done to know for sure.
At this moment, he's 98th, Appleby is. He would move up. That would be 25 spots.
Yeah, Camilo Villegas has fallen, too.
A 76 for Camilo Villegas, who came into the week 110 in the FedEx Cup standings, but had such a good start to the week.
Jumped up way in the top 100 at one time.
He was 65 on day one, and then a couple of rounds over par. So Villegas could be the odd man out. He won a couple of playoff events.
How quietly has Justin Rose jumped up in a tie for the lead? Three-way tie now. Gary Woodland, Chappell, and Rose.
The points for these playoff events, 5 times what they normally are.
We've adjusted these points through the years. In the last 3 years, they've stayed the same. And we feel like the Tour feels like they've got a formula that's pretty good, and I couldn't argue with that. A lot of movement available. Any player in this field today, for example, if the guy won 24th or 5th and won this tournament, he could have jumped up into the top 5 on the points list because of the maximizing of points. Don't forget, 100 after today is the number. It goes to 70 after next week at Deutsche Bank, and then after the next playoff it goes to 30. Those 30 go to Atlanta. If you're in the top 5 in FedEx Cup points going into Atlanta and you win the tournament, you win the FedEx Cup. So, I mean, there's a lot riding on this, and there's a reward for playing good all year long.
You can't just put it on cruise control, can you?
No, not like that.
No.
Like that ocean liner. That is on cruise control. What a beautiful view.
And you mentioned the tweaking done to the system as we watch these amazing views of New York Harbor. VJ a few years ago, he had already clinched the FedEx Cup by the time they got to the Tour Championship. They didn't want that. That's not why they created the playoffs.
That'd be like playing the World Series and the winner's already decided. It doesn't really mean very much. So I think they fixed that. I really think the formula right now is really, really good.
Yeah, the fact that the year that he won, VJ won 2 tournaments. Villegas won 2 tournaments.
This is the 16th, and that's why you're seeing the weight. It's a drivable par 4.
Billy, you're talking about in the playoffs, aren't you? Of the playoff events.
Of the 4 events, 2 players won all 4, and
that's unusual. There's only been 1 player win more than that. Tiger Woods has won 3 playoff events.
And the change is certainly a good one because when you really look at it, Villegas missed the cut in the first leg of the playoffs, and then he went on to win a couple and finish 3rd in another. So he actually had a better run than what VJ did. The difference being that VJ won the tournament where he missed the cut.
Well, there you go. There's an updated leaderboard. Adam Scott joins Rose, Chappell, and Woodland at 11 under par. Tiger Woods playing the short 12th will finish up the round for Tiger and Chappell when we're done here with McIlroy and Garcia.
And that means that Adam Scott is 5 under for the day. You know, second best round so far to that of Phil Mickelson, 6 under. Now, Rory McIlroy
going with 3 medal. I don't know if it's enough. The wind's into his face.
Water right.
Yeah, that's exactly where this one's heading.
Wet.
And I'm not so sure that he's not going to have to drop on the forward tee, because I'm looking at the red stakes. I do not see an opportunity for him to drop that ball out of the hazard other than on this forward tee.
Unlike early in the week when we saw Phil Mickelson bounce in from the right of the creek, that ball never did cross the line to the right, so that option won't be available for Rory. Now an iron. Sergio playing to a yardage here.
Yeah, just try to get at that 100-yard mark. Well struck.
Safely in the fairway. McIlroy not so safe in the water right. So there's your updated leaderboard. Scott, Rose, Chappell, Woodland at 11 under. Chappell coming off a double bogey, punctuated by a 3-putt at the 11th. Let's look at the scorecards for these players atop the leaderboard. Here's Adam Scott. What a year for him. He won the Masters and has continued to play well. Almost won the British Open, almost won the had a great chance to win the PGA. 2 of his last 3 holes he's made birdie. In fact, Scott and Webb Simpson are right in front of our featured group. Justin Rose, a couple of birdies in a row. No bogeys today. And again, the leaders didn't keep pushing the lead out, and it allowed guys from behind to come back.
That opens the door. You know, both Justin Rose at 4 for the day, Adam Scott 5 under. I didn't mean to slide a moment ago. Graham Dillette, he also had a 6 under round today, like Phil Mickelson. Those are the 2 best rounds of the day.
There's that double box around the 5 at 11. Missed the green to the right at that par 3. Pitched up to, again, about 10 feet.
Unforced error there.
3 putt from 10 feet for a double bogey. You can live with the 4. Long par 3. And Gary Woodland, he also has withstood a double bogey today.
You know, the 5th hole, he hit the ball out of play to the right. You know, he's already had a bogey and a double, but 2 birdies have kind of balanced that out. He's lost 1 to par from where he started at 12 under par. It's still right there.
And of course, as we've been talking about all weekend long, we will also follow this tournament within the tournament. The top 100 in the FedEx Cup point standings at day's end. We'll move on to the Deutsche Bank Championship next week. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzer. And now McIlroy trying to decide where to go, and Sergio is right there with him.
Billy, is there room to drop right of the bunker? I mean, the hazard stakes seem to almost go right up to the edge of the bunker there.
There's maybe a foot.
A little bit awkward there.
Right where they are right now.
Why do you need to call a referee? Huh?
Where do you talk about?
Well, on the grass. You got two club lanes. Huh?
You reckon there is the area?
Yeah, where else are you going to be?
Where's further up? I mean, it went like that.
No, it was here. Look where the tee box. That's quite right, I think. Up in here, maybe. Check that lane. Where you go. Yeah?
There's nowhere else to stop. Actually, this is the far side. Yeah. Anywhere, does it?
Stop on the grass, it's fine.
Okay. Get your ball.
The caddy was pointing out to Rory that you could go on the other side and see those people walking on the other side of the car path. That is an option with a lateral hazard, but he wants to drop it right there. I understand why.
No, I don't blame him. I wouldn't go with the other option either.
Billy, if that ball is touching the red line, I know it's in the hazard. Can you play it if you want, or do you have to take full relief from the hazard?
I can't tell if it's touching or not.
I just don't know. I can't remember if you have the option to play it, or do you have to drop?
Okay,
free?
Sergio's going to play 95 yards. Just left of the hole. Pretty good weight. Stay right there.
Another chance for his first birdie of the day.
Now, answer to your question, Mark, you cannot drop the ball and have it go into the hazard. And if it's touching the hazard line, it is deemed in the hazard.
Even if it's on the fairway side and it's just touching.
Right. If it's just
right.
touching, it is deemed, and you have to redrop it.
And he just did. While Garcia was playing, this was Rory's second drop. Mark Russell there with him. I believe that's Mark.
Billy, that's exactly what they did, just how you described it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rule.
You know, on the good side of that, you might say, well, that doesn't seem fair, but if your ball is on a out-of-bounds line and the whole ball is out of bounds, but any part is touching the line, that's also in bounds, right?
Exactly. If it's on,
works both ways.
Anything's touching inbounds on an out of bounds, it's inbounds. So, right. But you have to take full relief. You cannot drop the ball and have it go back touching the red line or in the hazard. Now, the third, oh my gosh, fat and in the water.
Concrete.
He hit the
Got
contact.
to be kidding.
What a break.
Oh my, Billy. I'm still not going to be happy with that one.
Off the bridge. I was wondering what that ground under his ball would be like. That's unbelievable.
Well, what is the term? Luck of the Irish. If didn't really, well, it saved him a shot for sure, because he'd have to take a penalty if the bridge wasn't there. It would have been in the water, but
he would have had to probably redrop in the same spot, Mark.
That's right, because it never would have crossed the hazard.
Exactly.
Oh my, this is a great example though of a little hole. I mean, he tried to be aggressive with 3-wood and drive the green. He made a mistake, and now he's paying for it dearly. He's going to have to work hard to make bogey. Got to get it up and down for bogey now.
He's going to have some time to cool off, because JP just finished raking the bunker, and he's about 70 yards behind. So he's going to go up and survey exactly what's in front of him.
Well, there are a lot of bridges over in this part of New York Harbor.
I don't think this is one of the toll bridges, though.
I think it's taken its toll.
I think he's paying dearly on this hole.
All right, it's a toll bridge. I take it back.
Yeah. Well, we thought we'd been watching the Narrows Bridge all week. I think we saw one even narrower that he somehow bounced his third shot off of and into and onto terra firma. Amazing. Well, with the lead at 11 under, guys, we've seen these missed opportunities for McIlroy. He really could be in this thing.
Absolutely, and this is the same shot we saw earlier from Jeff Ogilvy, kind of that 35-yard shot, just try to hit a low little checker.
Red check, Billy, just carried it too far into the green. This group, both of these dynamic players have kind of had a round with no spark in it. There's never been anything dramatic happen that got either one of them going. And Rory's kind of hung in there, and he's got it under par, but all of a sudden now he's got this putt for bogey. If he doesn't make this, that's a quick double bogey, and he's over par for the day. He's 1 under now with a bogey and 2 birdies, and this would take him back to, if he makes it, let's look at the positive. He only loses 1. Goes back to even for the day, 6 under for the tournament.
Almost 4 hours ago, he squeezed his tee shot at the first hole a little bit too far right, flirted with a hazard there, missed his second shot to the right, scrambled for par. Now this for bogey? No, double. On a short par 4.
Well, there's a wonderful example of a hole doesn't have to be 490 or 500 yards to par 4 to cause a player trouble. That whole location just entices them to try to drive the green. There's a real risk reward on these little holes like this, and it's a well-designed hole in my opinion.
Sergio in search of his first birdie of the day.
Well, certainly the odds are in his favor. Just kind of a putt that you hang outside left. Just try to match the speed with the line. Although I will say his speed has been off. It's just been a little on the light side today.
The search continues. So much energy on that practice putting green before the round started. Trying to pump each other up before they teed off. But only 2 birdies now in a combined 32 holes. None for Sergio. 14 pars, a triple, and a bogey.
I'd venture to say there may not be a handful of rounds he plays in a year on the tour without a birdie. This is a very rare occurrence we're seeing. But as we look at the leaderboard, there are players who are making birdies, and maybe none better than Adam Scott this afternoon. 5 under for the day. Justin Rose 4 under for the day. Kevin Chappell, after a Tough double bogey on the 11th, bounces back with a par. I should say bounce back, maybe a steadying par. And Gary Woodland won over for the day, also tied at the lead there. Tiger Woods right behind him.
On the tee at 17 now. Statue of Liberty you can make out just above one of those hospitality tents. Liberty National hosting the Barclays for the second time, for the first time since 2009. Lots of changes since then.
Early today we saw Stuart Sink, Ogilvy go off this tee with 3 metal, with Sergio going with driver.
This hole is played just barely under par, Billy, just by a couple tenths, 39.83, so 17 hundredths under par. There's been one more birdie than bogey, 10 birdies to 9 bogeys. Now Sergio again trying to get that cut, aimed down the left edge of the fairway.
Good looking tee shot here.
That finds the left side of the fairway, works down into the flats.
Thank you.
Have a beautiful look at this left hole location.
That carried that ridge out there.
It did. Carried the first one, Billy, and just fed over the second one. It was really good. Rory also with driver.
Yeah, he'll play a different type shot. He sees it the other way. He likes it to go right to left.
We got a good view of that. Looks like he overcooked it, though.
Yeah, that is left. That is over the bunker. Watch out.
There it is.
That was right on Lady Liberty.
Billy, that ball is some 40 yards past Sergio's, up against the chalets. He will get a drop. He might get a very good break here and have a clear shot to the hole.
Well, he'll need a referee. And our feature group coverage continues on a jam-packed day at the Barclays. That is the leaderboard up to the moment. Tiger Woods is playing the par 5 13th. He's hit his second shot in the water, but that's the least of his issues at the moment. And we'll see this later perhaps, but Tiger hit his second shot and fell to the ground in pain. And we told you all week he's been battling neck and back soreness, tightness, perhaps even a sprain. He hit his second shot, the ball went in the water, and before he could even see where it landed, Tiger had fallen to the turf in pain at the 13th. And by the time we see Tiger and Chappell in our final featured group, I'm not so sure it won't just be Kevin Chappell playing alone. Tiger is in severe pain. Of course, Tiger's last major championship, he really won on one leg. U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. We should see the final few holes of Chappell and Woods. But again, Chappell tied for the lead. Tiger one shot back of the 4 leaders. Assuming that he can continue, we'll see both of those guys a little bit later on. For now, our feature group coverage with Rory and Sergio continue.
Dropping in the second.
This is at 17.
As you can see, Diller Pruitt, the official who is helping out here, you go to the edge of the obstruction, the taper obstruction, you can see the flag just to the right. You have to take one club and then drop within another. And this is going to be, really good for Rory. He's pretty tight lie there. All the traffic is, all the gallery has trampled it down, so he's going to catch a clean lie with an unobstructed view.
That's correct. Rory, this one, you got like the half umbrella, half moon thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Quiet, please.
Okay, Sergio's going to go ahead and play while they sort all of that out with Rory. I think I see 122 yards and just some kind of wedge. You look at the flags on top of the grandstands, back left, all blowing right to left. Just has really not hit the quality iron shots that I'm used to seeing Sergio hit. He's really struggled. He's struggled with the pull.
Huge divot.
That ball landed right behind the hole. Billy took one bounce, checked, and now is just kind of trickling toward the back of the green. He's probably 15, 16 feet behind the hole.
It's the divot hole. There's the divot up there in front of him.
Yeah, well, once again, he's looking over at Neil Wallace, and, it's just a little lost. He hasn't hit it the correct distance. Very few have been flag high, so it's just kind of been a struggle. But as you said, Mark, now with the TIO being able to move it over here, this is where all the spectators have been. Pretty clean lie. Pretty much the same yardage that Sergio just had. It's got to go. It's got to go.
Oh, Billy, it's going to spin back off the fringe and go down some 20, 30 feet away from the green in a very tough spot.
Did that trampled area give him the chance to put a little extra spin on it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Gave it a
Clean line. It's like playing out the fairway. And from that angle, he's actually going more into the wind.
We're going to take another look at this ball landing. Watch this. Off that tight lie, it lands just on the fringe, hops up to the edge. You think he's okay, but watch this zip back like a yo-yo. That ball now feeds down. Gravity takes over down to the flat spot there. Now he's got that incredibly delicate 15, 20 feet of fringe uphill to a little tier there where the hole is located. The hole today on number 17 is only 5 paces from the left of the green, so he's only got 15 feet of green to work with.
Still looking at a 4-way tie for the lead. Scott, Rose, Chappell, Woodland, all at 11 under par. 3 are at -10. There you go. Tiger, Dillette, and Watson. We told you Tiger in trouble in a couple of ways. Physically, and at the 13th, he's put his second shot in the water. So Tiger is going to do well just to finish today. And if he does, we'll see him. We'll see that next to last pairing, Chappell and Woods. Whether it's a twosome or Chappell playing alone, we'll find out. Now a third shot here. Options, Billy and Mark?
Is it as hard as it looks, Billy, is what I want to ask.
I think it is. You're only 3.5 paces from what I can
step off from the edge, and you've got to come up a pretty steep slope and try to play a little bump and run. I think I like keeping the ball on the ground sooner. If you try to go into that slope, then you run the risk of the ball popping straight up and not getting up onto the putting surface.
Looks like he's going up with it.
Yeah, see, I like a couple of hops just like that. That was very well played.
Perfectly judged in the distance. It's hole high, just inside of 2 feet. Actually, it's closer than that, probably more like a foot, and he's just going to finish up. Doesn't even need to clean it or mark it.
A wild tee shot that he overdrew, got a drop, and scrambles for par. And the day tied for 13th, as did Sergio. A tough day for Garcia. Again, for his first birdie of the day.
Be nice to make one. Pretty level.
Well, he's going for a no-hitter here, and in this sport, that's not a good thing. You said it on the last hole, Billy. You think just the mathematical odds that the hole might get in the way, even if you misread it or mishit it.
You would certainly think, but you know, the greens are pretty tricky. You know, you don't get enough looks of this first leg. You know, at Ridgewood, Plainfield, here at Liberty National, you just don't get enough looks. Better chart the greens and the golf course, and with the changes that they made, it's pretty much a new golf course for these guys. It's certainly a new set of greens.
I was thinking the same thing, Billy. Even those who played in 2009 really don't have an advantage. They've resurfaced them all. So it is new. And, you know, you can chart them all you want, but when you get those hole locations and the speed of the greens get a little quicker come the weekend, it's slightly different. You need that history of playing the tournament under tournament conditions to really know what's going to happen. Look at that view, top of the Empire State Building, the observation.
Have you been up to the top?
I've been up there many times. That's still, to me, one of the most amazing feats. I think it was built in, just about a year. They built that building in an incredible short amount of time. I might be wrong, but built exceptionally fast. I mean, that's crazy to think about that. And that was done, what, in the 20s? Is that right? I mean, long time ago.
Now on the tee at 18. You have that clubhouse off to the right.
The hole just a little simpler. Playing a little downwind, a little out of the left. He likes to work the ball a little left to right, but he really has this ball teed low. I mean, he is really not going to try to take any advantage of this wind, which would be down and from the left.
Billy, he was aimed way left to trying to hit it. Looked like a power cut into that fairway.
Yeah, that would have been a
get out of my way, get out of my way. Go.
Yeah, it did kick back to the right, and it looks like it's just running on the front edge of that bunker.
It stayed just short of the bunker, about a pace and a half, maybe 4 or 5 feet. He'll be just fine to the back right hole location. He's actually got a good angle from there.
Well, I'm betting Rory McIlroy lights this one up. Down that right-hand side, inside that bunker line, and turn it gently right to left. Yeah, it needs to get a little right. That is headed right at that bunker. The wind's trying to help it a little bit.
It just misses the bunker,
yeah,
Billy.
It's going to be okay. It's going to be just kind of hugging and now sifting its way back down towards the left center. Very nice.
So he'll go 8 for 14 in fairways hit today.
Which I think, when you look at it, Grant and Mark, that's okay. It's just that wild miss from time to time, if it's playable, you're okay.
Yeah, we're just looking at a replay, Billy, of the drive that you just described. And you can tell he's anxiously looking. Is it going to hold the fairway? Is it going to hold the fairway? And it did.
Garcia and McIlroy make their way up the 18th. A four-way tie still for the lead with Scott now in the house. When our feature group of McIlroy and Garcia is finished, we'll go back and get Kevin Chappell and Tiger Woods. Tiger has just bogeyed the par 5 13th, and so has Chappell. Tiger's bogey was more painful physically. He went to the ground after hitting a second shot into the water. Not that water. Water left of the green at 13. Was able to give himself a putt for par from long distance. He missed it. So now with that leaderboard updated, there's Tiger back 2 shots off the lead. Chappell falls out of a 4-way tie for the lead, and now Scott has the number to beat. A 5-under par 66 for Adam Scott in his breakthrough year. Reaching new heights. Scott, now a major champion, looking to become a FedEx Cup playoff winner as well. Sergio Garcia at the 18th.
From this left-hand side, 163 yards to the hole. Certainly this 18th hole does not have the bite that it had earlier in the week. Pretty much just a kind of stock 9-iron for Sergio. A lot of shots left of the hole today, Mark.
Well, I think all the players know, Billy, that if you miss it right, you're really in trouble. And I agree with you. A lot of the bite is out of this hole, but it does have a few teeth left. It's playing to a stroke average of a half a shot over par. Excuse me.
McIlroy.
4.052. Now McIlroy.
Yeah, that from 151. A pitching wedge just right of the flagstick.
A beauty.
2 really good shots. We've seen other players earlier in the day have a hard time holding this green, but just think about it. A few moments ago, a few hours ago, Brian Gay came in with a utility iron. These guys coming in with 9-iron and wedges. What a difference length makes when you drive it in the fairway.
Well, we at 12:40 watched these two guys arrive on the first tee. They were giggling, putting their hands on each other's shoulders, saying, let's go, let's do something today. And only 2 birdies between them. unable to get anything going. McIlroy had the 2 birdies in 3 holes back at the 10th and the 12th, but it was sandwiched around a bogey at the 11th, which stalled his momentum. And guys, Sergio's closest thing to a birdie was the bunker blast at 14 still, I think.
I think you're right. I think that's the one that had the most opportunity to go in.
Billy, you said earlier, I don't remember a time when I've seen Sergio play an entire day being this off with his iron swing. A lot of big misses with his shorter irons today.
Usually a player, you see a player, make some kind of adjustment, especially with the irons because of the shorter clubs, and it's easier to make. But usually you'll see a player make that adjustment, but I just haven't seen it today with Sergio. Golf course has firmed up. We're seeing the ball roll out just a little bit more. I think the greens have quickened, maybe a little over a half a foot, so maybe approaching 13 on the stent meter.
And as we've said all day, the hole locations today less severe as a group than yesterday when we saw so many positions that it seemed almost impossible to get to, which again makes the 62 shot by Kevin Chappell all the more impressive. I mean, 62 is impressive no matter what. Now Sergio, one last chance. Billy, what do you think? Why not?
Well, you would think the odds are in his favor, but I don't have that good feeling.
I bet he doesn't either.
Guess what? Short again.
Yeah. You picked up on that early in his round. 75. First round over par this week, and that's what he thinks about his putter. Began the day 6 shots off the lead. Falls back to -2. What's amazing is that the lead, which was 12, is now shared at 11. McIlroy for an even par 71. Oh, you said it, Billy. We're beginning to see more of the old Rory than we have seen of late. There's a little bit more of the old Rory hair trying to sprout back up after the cut he got before the PGA. He'll move on to the Deutsche Bank, where he is the defending champion. Our feature group coverage continues, and we take you to the green at the par 3 14th. That's Tiger Woods, and that's Kevin Chappell. Both coming off bogey at the par 5 13th. Chappell one back, second shot. We saw McIlroy from a similar spot mark.
The shortest par 3 on the golf course, 152. Pretty tough hole location. What a great shot by Kevin Chappell. Inside 6-7 inches, he will easily be able to save par.
He's top 20 mark in sand saves this year, 60% plus in getting it up and down from around the greens.
Well, after seeing that, I'm not surprised. All kind of storylines. Who's going to make the FedEx Cup playoffs? The move to Boston, the Deutsche Bank. As we head toward Atlanta, the final showdown now. Tiger Woods, on the verge of winning a 6th tournament, went to his knees on the 13th during his second shot with pain. And we're going to get to see that in just a minute.
First Tiger for birdie. And look at him go down in that crouch. He doesn't go down like he normally does. He's trying to stay as upright as possible. It's really interesting watching him fight through this.
Yeah, he retrieved his ball in the last hole very gingerly now, trying to make birdie from outside of 30 feet. Fairly straight putt. Comes up just a little bit short, just outside 1.5 feet.
Again, we've seen this summer. Haven't seen it before with Tiger. Chewing gum on the golf course. Watched him so closely all these years. Now watch. Look at him go down to get the ball. That tells you what you need to know about the pain that Tiger Woods is in.
Well, it's very possible you make a swing and you can tweak your back. Let's go back and take a look on 13.
Second shot, and look at his reaction. This is reminiscent of Torrey Pines, isn't it, Mark? Totally different injury, but some of those same reactions. Here's another look. Have you been through that before?
Absolutely.
In a situation where you've fought that on the course in competition?
The Western Open in 1989, I went to my knees and I was going to withdraw. They came out and worked on me and I actually won the golf tournament. So sometimes it can inspire you. He is absolutely in pain. You can clearly tell it. He would make a drop where the ball crossed, make bogey on a hole that a lot of guys are making birdie on.
So as we see him on the tee at 15, Mark, what shots will cause the most pain? Will some cause more than others?
That's the problem. You don't know when it's coming, so it's both mental and physical. If it grabs on you in spasms, which it looked like it did, I know in my case it did, you don't know when it's coming, and you cannot even complete the swing. You're just trying to move the ball forward. Clearly, bending over at the waist is something he is not comfortable doing right now. Standing upright in a full swing may not bother him at all. Interesting to watch and see what happens at contact. 3-wood here on this difficult 15th, 481 yards.
2 off the lead.
Guess what day it is?
Well, you could tell that it hurt a bit. That ball's left. It does not get out of the tall fescue. My guess is his back, lower back, is in spasm because, I mean, it just does not allow you to complete the turn. He's just trying to gut this out for 3 more holes.
And he has said that the condition of his back, the pain has increased as rounds have gone on. Here we are late in the day on Sunday. Kevin Chappell, 1 off the lead. Great par save at 14.
Yeah, don't underestimate Kevin Chappell. Tried to win his first tournament in a pretty big microscope.
And a big hitter.
Yeah,
finds the fairway at a tough hole.
Perfect.
All right, so Tiger is left of the fairway, left hole location from the fescue. Can he gut it out? He's 2 shots off the lead. What a thrill to be here in the metropolitan New York area all weekend, and what a finish is in store for us. Adam Scott is finished. 5 under, 66, tied for the lead. Rose and Woodland. Golf left. Rose, 17 and 18. Good challenging par 4s for the U.S. Open champion. Gary Woodland struggling on the par 5 13th. Dillette, a great round today. We know he won't win. He's played some good golf this summer. Not so much the last few weeks, but earlier in the summer. Dillette, the Canadian, Kevin Chappell, now in our feature group with Tiger Woods. Chappell shot 62 yesterday, and now here's Tiger. Mark, he is in the fescue left. He's got a left hole location, but even worse than that, Mark, how about the lie here and what it could mean for his ability to finish this round?
Well, one of the worst things for a golfer when their back is acting up, which it appears that is his lower back, and that's just an educated guess, that if that club gets grabbed and stopped immediately, it puts such a strain on your lower back. This could really be tough.
He's going to get through the ball.
You know,
I left him on 14.
this could be tough. You know,
Yes,
we're
sir.
used to seeing him muscle the ball out of here. Can he even attempt that? Not a very good lie.
And not a very long shot, only 241. He's got 242 to the hole.
Well, he's got a pretty straight-faced iron. I'm guessing he's going maybe a 5-iron. That's not a lot of loft to get it out of this lie.
This could be his tournament if this doesn't go well.
Actually did a pretty good job to get it there. Gonna have a tough bunker shot left. Oh, you hate to see this with anybody. He's battled injuries, you know, a lot the last several years, and I have to say something. One of the hardest things on your back is standing for a long time, and yesterday's rounds took a long time. I think these guys have played till dark here to finish rounds. It's really tough on the back if you can't, you know, take the pressure off it, and these long days can create a little bit of a problem.
Third-year tour player Kevin Chappell on the biggest stage of his career. He did have a second-place finish at Congressional, but that was 8 shots behind Rory McIlroy's runaway win. This is a huge moment for this young man, 27 years old from Fresno.
Well, he couldn't be in a better spot on this difficult 15th. 181 yards, right edge of the fairway to a left hole location. Oh, he let that ball get out to the right a bit. A pretty good miss, though. He's got about 40 feet for birdie.
Let's show you Tiger Woods' final round here. Beginning the day, 4 shots off the lead at 8 under par. This was at the 5th hole, and how about this beauty?
What a great little hold-off wedge, trying to spin the ball and carry it to the hole.
This after 4 straight pars.
Boy, that's the distance you like as a professional. From just a foot, he taps that in for birdie to get 1 under for the day.
At the par 5 6th, left of the green in 2, but how about this dandy?
This is such a hard shot with no green to work with. Lays that wedge wide open, lets it feed down about 8-10 feet past the hole. Now for birdie. 2 in a row.
From 8 feet and in to the par 5 8th.
The long 617-yard par 5. Another hold-off wedge. Look at the ball spin close to the hole, inside of 4 feet.
He would make that for his 3rd birdie in 4 holes.
And here it is, using the line on the putter and the ball to help line up the putt right in the center of the cup.
Right. And then just moments ago, second shot at 13 on the par 5, goes to his knees and then to all fours, the ball into the water left.
That ball started 50 yards left of the line, obviously in excruciating pain, now trying to finish the golf tournament. Billy, here he is with a difficult bunker shot on 15.
Difficult. This is, I would say, on a scale of difficulty 1 to 10, I would say this is a 10, Mark, simply because you have to land it right on top of that mound in front of him. Anything further, that ball is going to drift on past the flag stick. Boy, he clipped it nice. Is it going to spin?
It did, Billy. It's working back toward the hole with gravity right now. It's going to have it about 10 feet, maybe 11 feet.
How about that? How about that kind of a shot in terms of strain on the back, guys?
Well, there's a lot of rotation there, but he went ahead and committed to it. pulled it off.
Yeah, and I think most good bunker players can keep that lower half kind of quiet and not have to worry about too much of the movement of the hips. But that was a good shot. I mean, to get that ball within 10 or 11 feet of the hole, excellent play.
So he's 2 shots off the lead. He's got that, according to ShotLink, 11 feet left for par. And you see statistically how he's done today, fighting through the pain. You want him to finish no matter what. You hope he can. But in terms of winning the tournament, you feel like this is almost a must-make, don't you?
Oh, definitely a must-make in order to win the tournament.
Now, Chapel.
But I think you have to look further down the road than that. I think let's not do anything to injure it further, evaluate it, and see what happens from there.
Now, keep in mind, as we look at Chapel lining up this long birdie attempt, Tiger, because he's #1 in the FedEx Cup point standings, could afford to miss a playoff event and still be around come the BMW Championship, which is 2 weeks after the Deutsche Bank. So he would essentially get 3 weeks off.
Yeah, the problem is, though, as a player, you don't know how bad you're hurt. Is it just a spasm? Is it just something impinged? You don't know, and you want to try to finish. I mean, unless you just can't make a swing, I don't imagine he's going to walk in. I mean, he's gutted it out the last 2 holes after feeling the pain on the 13th, and we don't know, Grant. We don't know if he was feeling it earlier in the day either.
We don't. It's just saying if he had to take next week off, that would give him essentially an extra week because of the week off.
Absolutely.
Now, Chapel.
I just don't see him walking in from here. But this is the putt that we saw earlier from Garcia, where it got away from him. It ran by the hole so far. It's going to move a little left at the beginning, then right there it starts going down the hill.
Slow down too.
He may be outside Tiger. He is. That was for a share of the lead, but now Chapel trying to avoid his second back 9 3-putt. This one's a little more understandable. The other one at 11 was actually from only about 10 feet.
You talk about both players now have must-makes. Tiger's a little more critical. You've already got somebody, don't forget, someone posted in the house at 11 under par, so you know if Tiger were to miss this, he's got to birdie the last 3 holes to tie Adam Scott.
We can tell you that Gary Woodland has fallen back to 10 under, so it's Scott and Rose, 2 of our 4 major champions at 11, and now Tiger, you see him almost like an elevator, up and down, straight up. He's going to go ahead and putt for par.
Yeah, how about Mickelson, had he not bogeyed the 18th hole?
Absolutely. Billy, I think sometimes putting is harder on the back than anything.
Yeah, you have to stay so quiet.
This is about more than the score for Tiger right now. He'll fall 3 shots off the lead. He'll go to 8 under. Watch him go after the ball. Look at that. Chapel has a long putt, sizable putt, 12 feet according to ShotLink, to stay 10 under. The lead is -11, and there's Tiger fighting himself, his own body. It started Tuesday night for Tiger. More about that in a moment. First, Chapel really grinding here, Billy.
And for good reason. You're trying to stay right there. Give yourself the opportunity to win. You've never won on the PGA Tour. This would be a huge stepping stone in his career. Earlier with our featured group, saw Sergio miss this to the right. Pretty much the same putt.
Goodness.
and that one did not turn as much as Sergio's.
Well, it's a 3-putt, but I think he'll be most frustrated by the second shot from a great position in the fairway, Mark.
Well, again, we talked about so often 3 putts were set up by a sloppy or poor second shot, and that's the case there. We saw Sergio make the same mistake on the putter earlier in the day. It's a fooler right there.
So a 3-putt bogey for Chappell, back to 9 under. Tiger, anything but smooth sailing. Battling injury, now 3 back with 3 to play. There's the updated leaderboard. Phil Mickelson, 65. He was within 1 shot of the lead briefly. Adam Scott is in the house. He's posted 11 under. Justin Rose a par at the 17th. Tough 18th still to play for Rose. He knows a thing or two about tough 18ths. He just played Marion's brutal 18th beautifully. Almost made birdie. His par was good enough to beat Phil Mickelson. We're on the tee at the drivable 16th. Now, who knows what's drivable for Tiger Woods right now? Battling an injury late Tuesday night. Well, Tuesday night when he went to bed. He experienced some pain in his back and neck. This was his second shot at the par 5 13th. The ball went left and Tiger went down. Another look. Well, the last half of his PGA Tour career has been riddled with injuries. Multiple surgeries on his Achilles, on his knee. Now the back issues. Now this is, again, it's one thing to say you had a crick in your neck and a flare-up from a bad night's sleep. Another thing to say full-blown injury. But we have seen Tiger in the last several years hobbling around golf courses and having to withdraw at times, as he's done the last couple of years, from events.
Yeah, well, you know, there's all this talk about catching Jack Nicklaus's major total of 18. There's current talk about catching Sam Snead, which he looks like he's on the verge of doing. Interestingly enough, you got to be healthy to do all those things. You know, that may be one of his biggest challenges. Certainly, it's not his ability.
And what a scene here at Liberty National. You've got the huge crowd. You've got the cruise liner going in the background, the Statue of Liberty. And there's one tired, huddled mass on the 16th tee. Tiger Woods, who's trying his best to get through this final round.
This tournament is supported so well by the local community. Look at the galleries crossing this little hole. This hole is lined 10 deep from tee to green. Look behind the green, just over Joe LaCava's right shoulder there. Pretty impressive.
Tiger began the day 4 shots off the lead. Birdies at 5 and at 6 and at 8. He was within a shot. Tiger's season, well, it's his best since 2009. He's won 5 times. He's made the cut in every event. He's number 1 in scoring average, number 1 in FedEx Cup points. As you see, he's won on courses where he's won before. He's won at the Players where he hasn't had a lot of success.
What jumps out at me is the 5 wins in the 12th tournament start. I mean, just under about 40% of your tournaments you play and you've won. That is just an incredible number.
Almost 50%. And we're talking with Tiger, talking about winning percentage, which you're not supposed to talk about in golf.
Well,
winning percentage.
What is he at? 79 wins, is that right?
79 wins.
Less than 300 starts. An incredible percentage.
Better than 1 in 4. But now, Bill Kratzer, the weight, and I'll ask you guys, does the weight help, hurt, or neither? In terms of his back pain.
Well, I don't know the severity of the back issue. I do know that marking the ball and bending down and getting the ball out of the hole, that looked a little tender to me. But you would think with the back like that, you would think you just put a 5-iron, maybe a 6-iron in your hand and operate from there, put a wedge in your hand and try to make birdie like that and just try to finish off the last 2 holes and then go evaluate everything. At least that's how I would approach it.
Billy, I struggled at times with, lower back issues. And what I remember is sometimes a full swing wouldn't bother you, but you might make a certain move, and if it catches on you, the reason I think 5-iron's a good play, unless he's just going to go all out here, is if you do flinch and you're hitting a driver or a 3-wood here, the ball could go anywhere, and there's not a lot of room up there to hit a ball anywhere. A lot of trouble on this hole up by the green.
Well, we've seen all week Tiger battle. And as I said earlier, as the day has gone on, each day the pain has increased. He said his back has deteriorated. Looks like he's pulled the 3-wood.
Well, that's exactly what he's chosen. And I'm looking at the wind. I'm looking at the chalets over on 17. I'm looking at the flags and up at the trees. It's pretty much left to right.
He was able to actually lean over and put the tee in the ground. I'm not sure if that tells us much of anything. It was this club he hit, Billy, when he went to the ground at 13. That was off the fairway.
We've talked so much this weekend about those who are going to qualify, and we'll talk about it more before we're done. But how about Eric Compton? Came into the week at 117th. Right now, he is in the house finish. Shot a beautiful round today of 1 under par. And that projects him into 94th. He will advance, it appears, to Boston next week. That's a great story.
Well, the green is clear here at the 16th, and Tiger's set to go. His go-to shot has been the fade, just kind of the hard bullet fade. Yeah, and that's exactly what he hit. If it covers the bunker, it's going to scoot.
Front of the green, almost.
Billy, that is some golf shot by a wounded Tiger. I mean, that ball ran up to the front edge of the green, worked back down the hill. He'll have a very makeable chip.
He needs it. He's 3 back.
He does need to make it.
Remember, Scott is in the house at 11 under. 11 is the minimum a player needs to get to. And look at Tiger sitting straight up.
Trying to take pressure off that lower back. Let it relax.
Chappell's chosen an iron.
Chappell's 2 back.
And if you don't feel it, this is the play. If you don't feel comfortable with the tee shot here, put the wedge in your hand, go from there. You're just coming off a 3-putt. You're trying to keep your emotions in check.
Look out.
That appears to be okay.
Oh, it's still rolling, Billy, down the slope. It just misses the bunker by about 1.5 feet. It'll be below his feet a bit, but really a good break there.
All right, Tiger Woods just shy of the green off the tee at the par 4 16th. An eagle pitch when we come back. Scott and Rose at 11 under, 2 of our 4 major champions. There's a third, Mickelson, who shot one of the rounds of the day, a 65. He bogeyed the 18th, in fact, to shoot 65. A birdie would have put him at 11. Now, this was moments ago. Mark, take a look. With our swing vision technology, the tee shot with the 3-wood at the 16th hole from Tiger just moments ago.
Boy, what a great look. Everything looks normal right here. The thing to look for, is there any flinch or straightening up at impact as if there's a problem? Boy, the shot itself, when we saw it at regular speed, looked perfect. Boy, look how late he is. That's where all that power comes from. Is able to stay down. Look at his head stay down, drive through the ball, actually take a little divot. Well, even on slow-mo, you can see nothing outwardly that would indicate there's a problem. If we came on the air and didn't know what we know previously, we wouldn't even be thinking about the injury. But we know he's hurting. The way he teed up the ball showed us more than the swing did, Grant.
And from high overhead, in normal speed.
Still the loud sound of a solid hit, and watch this ball carry that bunker. Feeds up to the front edge of the green. It tries so hard to get on, and it just comes up about 3 or 4 feet short. I'll tell you what, that is very makeable right there. Kind of things he's done through the years.
Now Chappell looks like the ball's a little bit below his feet. No, from our angle.
He's actually gone into a pretty level line down here in the fairway. Actually, a pretty good break that this ball worked its way down, and pretty good angle from here. He can utilize the slope left of the hole right at 95 yards. That's a mistake. You got to utilize the slope to the left. Anything right of that flagstick was a dead shove.
Billy, we saw that his right foot came off the ground as if he was hoping, kind of wishing it up there. Didn't seem like he was totally committed to a target. Watch this. We're going to take another look at it. And I agree. Feet barely above, but watch his footwork. Watch the right foot. Oh, see, he's on his toes. He's off balance there. It's actually his left foot. The heel comes off the ground, which would indicate he was kind of leaning forward as he hit the ball. It's the only place you can hit it. Now he's got to work really hard just to make par.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of green to work with. So when it's his turn to play, he's a quick player anyways, but he is playing very quick.
Well, Billy, we're looking at a graphic. 13 under par the first 35 holes. In the last 5 holes, 4 over par, where the damage has been done late here in the tournament.
Now Tiger, 3rd on tour in eagles. This is an eagle attempt. If it goes in, he's within 1 of the leaders.
Yeah, and about, I would say 6 to 7 paces off that front edge. But again, this area, all the run-ups to the greens, it's a little more closely mown. It's pretty much like the teeing ground, so it's going to roll okay. If the greens are stemping at 12.5, I would say that this is probably stemping at about 10. But he does have to come up that slope, and it's going to get kicked a little bit to the right, not only with the slope going up, but then the slope of the green.
Can he conjure up some magic late on a Sunday afternoon from 67 feet? Looks like a spike mark might be right in between him and the hole.
Well, there's certainly something. We'll find out in a minute, but gingerly marking the ball.
He moved whatever it is.
Obviously, that was a loose impediment. Now we go over to Kevin Chappell. Now he's really got the hard shot. Even though Tiger was out, this shot is much more difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult, but he does have the cushion of that step cut of rough. He is going to be able to slide the club underneath the ball pretty easily, so he can put some elevation on this if he chooses to. I think he can actually spin it from here, Mark.
So that putt for par for Chappell to stay 2 back.
Yeah, he's really out of sorts right now.
Billy,
you can just feel the nervousness.
Well, Billy, don't you think you described that shot as very doable, and I couldn't agree more, but when you're nervous and you get quick with that, you've really got to wait on that in the transition, even though it's just a little pitch shot. I think the situation made that from just a a straightforward shot to one a little harder.
And we can go back to the mistake that why would you even hit a wedge right of the flagstick? Why would you even go with this flagstick when you have all the slope working to the right? Any kind of spinning shot to the right is going to work its way down to the hole. I mean, it was just it was a poorly thought out second shot.
Third-year player, hasn't been in this position like this. Remember, he had the lead by 2 on the back nine Sunday in an elite event with the world's #1 player, a player whom some believe is the best who's ever played, right alongside of him. A tremendous opportunity in this Pac-10 pairing, the UCLA Bruin and the Stanford Cardinal. Huge opportunity, guys, for Chappell here. I know he needs to make this par putt, but big picture, a chance for him to really learn something about himself today.
And this is how I like to see him approach it. I'd like for him to kind of walk around, just maybe collect your thoughts. I've hit back-to-back poor shots. Now I need to make this putt coming down the hill to save par. I need this to stay at -9.
8 feet and 5 inches, Billy.
Boy, and your shadow hanging over the hole, too.
For par.
Needs to move.
Mercy.
Oh, disappointing now.
Last 5 holes. Last 6 holes. He's played in 5 over.
Kind of started with that unforced error on 11. He missed the green on a very difficult par 3 and hit a pretty good delicate pitch to about 15 feet and 3-putted. That was the start of the downfall for Kevin Chappell. Now Tiger Woods for birdie.
3 feet. To get within 2 with 2 to play. Watch him. There he goes, gingerly getting the ball out of the cup.
Well, that was a must mathematically. Now with birdies on 17 and 18, he can catch our leader who is in the house.
Tiger Woods makes his way to the tee at 17. A couple of good, strong par 4s. He won one of his 14 major championships here in this area. Bethpage Black had a chance to win in 2009 when it was played here. Lucas Glover went on to win that year on a Monday morning, in fact. There's the updated board. Rose has a birdie putt at the 18th to get to 12 under. Scott already in.
Don't forget, it came down to a 20-footer. He lost, finished second here in 2009.
To Heath Slocum.
Yeah, he made a great par save on the last hole.
Well, we can tell you Justin Rose has missed his putt for birdie at the 18th. So the best Rose can do is 11. That means, as improbable as it seems in terms of Tiger's physical condition, he still has a chance. If he goes birdie, he'll have the honor. And there he is on the tee at 17, squatting down to tee it up.
Quiet, please.
It's like 3-wood again, maybe.
Yeah, and I would think that he would go with 3-wood here at 17, and I think he will go with 3-wood at 18 also. See if he hits the same kind of shot, kind of hit that low, stinging, piercing shot that just, once it hits the fairway, just kind of takes off. Nothing but perfect.
Immediately looks down in pain.
Billy, the reaction there was quite different than the one on 16. Right at impact, you could see that one hurt.
Well, going back to the bag, he kind of, hit his club on the ground, and he has just taken a seat over at the edge, and obvious back pain. Now Chappell also with the 3 medal.
And his chances have now gone by the board.
Yeah, and this left towards the bunkers. And that caught the left bunker, went up to the lip, and now it's filtered back down. So more trouble for Chappell here at 17.
Well, we can tell you Justin Rose has just 3-putted the 18th. Adam Scott is your leader by 1. That's the updated leaderboard. So Rose, Dillette, they're done. They can't catch Scott. Woodland and Woods, still a chance on Sunday at the Barclays. He was trying to make the first one. Goodness. $15 feet. Yeah, 15 feet, lying 3.
What is this?
And then he hit it. Lying.
What does that mean? Distance of the pin, 15 feet, lying 2.
He was 15 feet away in 2, putting
right.
for birdie.
Right. And then what did he do?
Okay.
Then it says distance of the pin, lying 3. 3 inches away, lying 3.
Yeah.
I don't. He didn't.
He was no. He was about 5 feet away.
Yeah. Probably did run it by.
They just showed it over here.
I got you. He's about a 5-footer.
It was, yeah. Less than 90 minutes ago, Kevin Chappell was leading the Barclays by 2. Now he's not even on the first page of the leaderboard. He's given 5 shots back. Justin Rose just 3-putted from 15 feet on the 18th hole. And now Adam Scott with a 66. He's the leader alone. Chappell 3 back with only 2 to play and just trying to get it out here at 17.
Oh, this is really a hard golf shot right here because the yardage all the way to the hole location, 175 yards, but you're up against the face of this bunker. Caught it heavy. Watch out, bunker there, short.
Now he's gone from the proverbial frying pan to the fire. That's the hardest shot in golf he's got coming up now.
Tiger Woods, fighting through back pain that sent him to his knees earlier on this back 9, has just birdied the 16th. He's 2 back with 2 to play. Can he somehow find a way to give himself a chance here at 17?
Well, he's positioned the tee shot perfectly. He has 149 yards, and with this wind direction, a little help from the right and down, so Tiger Woods going with a pitching wedge.
Must birdie.
Boy, this is straight up in the air and right at the flagstick.
What a golf shot, Billy.
Beware the wounded Tiger. He won a U.S. Open on one leg.
Here's a good slow motion look from behind at the swing. Is able to fight through the pain, down and through, high finish as he launches this up in the air like Billy described. Lands about 8 feet short. You see the ball mark, makes one hop toward the hole, spins back inside at 5-6 feet.
Billy, given what you and Mark and I have seen and all of us have seen in the last 15 years, I guess I should have taken into account the fact that he could have jarred one of these shots from the fairway. I'm talking about must birdies here. That was a beauty.
I kind of go back to Pebble Beach.
Yeah, at the 15th hole.
15th hole when he
7 back with 7 to play.
When he jarred it. But,
you never know what kind of magic this man's going to work.
Well, you guys were touching on this earlier. There is a hyper focus that happens, isn't there, at times when you get in this situation and you're playing with pain?
No question about it. I think it takes the focus off the pressure of the moment. You're just trying to hit golf shots, and that's what you should be doing all week anyway. Just trying to hit a golf shot.
Well, this is really a hard shot for Kevin Chappell because you're kind of in that no man's yardage, inside 80 yards. It's not a full sand wedge. You kind of have to manufacture a shot here.
Oh boy.
No, one hop and get up. Right now, after the mistake, you're just trying to do a little damage control from here, Grant.
Yeah.
I mean, you've already gotten on that bogey train. Now you're just trying to get off of it.
That was manufactured, and he's just shy of the green, as you can tell. Tiger will mark, and Tiger Woods will have that putt. And it's a putt of 6 feet, not quite 7 feet, to keep his hope alive. And can you imagine, guys, after what we heard in the press room earlier this week with Adam Scott talking about his great year, he said Tiger was the player of the year with his 5 wins. He also said, I don't think I would trade my Masters for his 5 wins. Now Tiger's trying to catch Adam Scott in the clubhouse. Delicious drama.
This has been a strange ending to just a wonderful tournament. What a way to start the playoffs. Let's talk about that. The excitement this week. You know, all kind of things happening. Aaron Baddeley today, one of the guys fighting to get inside the number, shot 6 over par today, and it appears as of right now he's at 101, just outside the magic number. Let's go back to Chappell now, who's trying to hang on and just salvage something here.
Yeah, it's kind of been tough to watch, even though I've only been with this pairing for a couple of holes. It is tough to watch a player destruct like this.
Be a bogey putt for Kevin Chappell. He's going to make it to the Deutsche Bank. He's in good shape there. I'll be very curious to see how he responds to this next week. Well, we've seen Tiger respond time after time. It looked at times almost like he'd have to withdraw after every shot at Torrey Pines in 2008 when he played on one leg. Here, battling through pain, shot after shot, but a chance here from just under 7 feet to get within 1 with 1 to play, and will he get any kind of a look here?
Oh, he's going to get some help from the putt from Chappell. Absolutely, he's going to get a little help.
Hey, Billy Grant, how about the similarity that if Tiger were to birdie this hole in the next, very similar to the Open, it would require a playoff. Thankfully not 18 holes, hopefully only 1 or 2, but there will be more golf to play if he can birdie these 2 holes.
Chappell for bogey. Second double bogey on the back 9 for Chappell, who through 10 holes today was leading by 2 shots at 13 under. Now Tiger. Late summer sun behind him, gingerly squatting down, fighting that back pain. I'm not sure how much of a read Chappell just gave him.
I would say that the 2 players in their career that have made the critical putts at the critical time would be Jack Nicklaus and this man right here.
Billy, I think we've been more surprised when they miss these than when they make them.
I know I am. I'm fully anticipating this one going in.
For a second straight birdie, and to give himself a chance to force a playoff at 18. Amazing. He's done it. He's given himself a chance. He can barely bend down to get the ball, but he'll go to the 18th tee with a chance to birdie and join Adam Scott at 11 under par, the world's best player, creating more magic on a grand stage.
Let's go with Scott.
Remarkable. Another look. Only in the middle. Huge crowds. And a big thumbs up. Well, we saw him hit 2 great 3-woods, Mark and Billy, the last couple of holes. He'll need another one here.
Well, we did, but how many players have the ability to bogey 3 of 6 holes in the final closing 9 when you're in contention, have no momentum, and then in this condition physically find a way to rally? And wow, would this be some comeback.
You see Gary Woodland still at 10 under after the short 16th.
Billy, you said you thought he would hit a 3-wood, and you're right. That's what he's got out. That's a perfect club for that stinger fade, isn't it?
Oh, I agree. And
All right, quiet, please.
Plus, you have the wind direction, so it's a little down and from the left, so everything's setting up perfect for that hard cut.
He birdied the 18th yesterday to shoot 69, also in pain. Now a birdie would put him in a playoff with Adam Scott.
Well, just what he ordered, just kind of that low piercing fade, working it off the slope to the left. Excellent.
Amazing. We were wondering if he could finish his round 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, an hour ago when he went to his knees. Now Chappell. There's the sad story.
This ball just inside the bunkers down the right-hand side should be okay. Yeah, gets a nice little kick to the left. Good tee shot by Kevin.
When we come back, Tiger's second shot to 18. He needs to birdie to force a playoff. He just birdied here at 17 to keep alive. Adam Scott, about half an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes, finished off his final round 66. Tiger Woods, about that same time, was on his knees in the 13th fairway after hitting his second shot well left, writhing in pain. And each step since then, he's taken with his back flaring up. And yet, Tiger with a birdie at the 16th, a birdie at the 17th, and now in the fairway at 18, needing one more birdie to join Scott at -11. Featured group coverage from the Barclays, the first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. And if the other 3 are half as good as this one, it's going to be a great month from the PGA Tour. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Kratzer, and Tiger. You can see him bending down almost like he's marking a ball on a green. Just does not want to create any kind of angle. And look at the exhale. Every movement is labored.
Grant, this 18th hole, a hole for 3 days that played as one of the hardest. Early in the week, it was the hardest. Has given up today 11 birdies. So this is very doable.
Well, the yardage he has is 190. Now you look at the tops and you see the flags. I mean, there's a pretty good trailing breeze behind him.
Guys, we saw earlier today, we've talked about it a couple of times, it's hard to stop the ball up by the hole there at the 18th.
Well, players who can hit the ball as high as Tiger can have had some success. But this ball really needs to be launched up into the air, Billy.
Now he and Joe LaCava. Okay. Trying to get re-engage. Now, with that trailing breeze, 190 yards, Tiger Woods with an 8 iron.
Must birdie.
Just left of the hole. If it's the right distance, it's good.
Billy, it just bounced over the back of the green, probably carried it 4 or 5 feet too deep. He's in the tightly mown grass. He'll have a very tricky chip he has to hold to force a playoff.
You can see him flinch just after impact on that one, too.
We're looking at a replay. We can see the grimace in his face. The ball lands just past the hole, only about a yard or two. Billy took a very hard hop. That ball could have checked on the first bounce, but it bounced all the way to the back of the green and trickles down the slope.
You can see the determination in Tiger's face and the pain. He takes the putter from Joe LaCava. He'll need to make that shot from behind the green. Well, what more could you want? You're in the world's greatest city. You've got the world's #1 player. On the last hole, it's a must make to have a chance to win. Guys, this is pretty good. Kevin Chappell has already played his second shot. And here comes Tiger. Adam Scott has long since finished. Justin Rose just 3-putted. A couple of groups ahead to fall back to -10. And here's the reception for Tiger. There are players, I dare say, more beloved than Tiger, but no one makes people watch more. Kevin Chappell knows no other life on tour other than with Tiger Woods, the world's most dominant player. And I don't know that there would be a FedEx Cup playoff system where Tiger Woods not completely changed the face of golf the way he did. At the moment, his only concern is finding a way to get this ball to drop. So how difficult is it? ShotLink says 26 feet, guys.
Billy, you're down there. He doesn't have much of a slope. It's pretty level, isn't it, from where he is onto the green?
Well, I think the slope that he has to come down to get onto the putting surface is a little sharper than what I'm sure the screen is showing.
But it's going to be pretty smooth, Mark. And then once he hits the green, once he gets to about 3 or 4 feet on the green, then it will pretty much level out.
How's this for a lineup? The way it stands right now, if they stop play, which they're not going to do, Tiger Woods would still be number 1 in FedEx Cup points. Adam Scott would move to number 2, and Phil Mickelson at 3. That's a pretty good lineup right there.
Be a pretty good first 2-round pairing starting Friday at the Deutsche Bank.
If Tiger plays, his only concern now is getting this putt to fall. If it goes in, he ties Scott. If it doesn't go in, then only Gary Woodland would be left among those on the course who could catch Scott at 11 under. Woodland playing the 17th. We've seen him do it so many times over the last 15 years, even beyond in the U.S. Amateur. Making it when he has to make it. He has to make here. Another look in real time.
Looks like the ball's going to miss left, but watch how well he read this putt. He's trying to get back to the hole. 1 revolution short.
Kevin Chappell. Well, this Sunday, Chappell, not the same as yesterday when he shot 62. But Tiger Woods, a spirited run, in pain and in pursuit, comes up 1 roll short. And now we wait to see how the back responds. Hopefully nothing serious, and we see him at the Deutsche Bank next week. Remember, he gets an extra day because it doesn't start till Friday. Tiger Woods that close to tying Adam Scott at 11 under. We're back to wrap it all up in a moment.
Hope.
Ryan.
Enjoyed it, boys. Enjoyed it. See you in a second. I've got to get my briefcase.
Tiger Woods needed this putt just moments ago to drop to join Adam Scott in the clubhouse at 11 under. Maybe. One roll short of another epic moment. So Gary Woodland, with a par at 17, gives himself a chance to birdie the 18th to join Adam Scott. You see Justin Rose, he 3-putted the 18th hole to fall out of a tie at 11 under. He had a putt that, had it dropped, would have put him at 12. Tiger with birdies at 16 and 17 in excruciating pain. And some other scores of players like Matt Every, who came into the week 88th in the FedEx Cup point standings, well inside. Bryce Mulder, 98th coming into the week. He's now well inside the top 100. And he's given himself another week at the Deutsche Bank Championship. Top 100 after today, when it's all said and done. We only have one more pair to finish. They will make it to next week's Deutsche Bank Championship. You saw the name of Eric Compton go by. He moves into the top 100. He was 117th when the day started. Stuart Appleby was 123rd. He will move into the top 100. So some big moves, and that's what the playoffs are all about. So let's take a look. Aaron Baddeley with a terrific Saturday, a struggle today, and he will miss the Deutsche Bank by 1. Villegas is a tough day today. He'll get in on the number, it would appear.
Boy, how about that? Climbing into the top 100 right on the nose. And we watched Jeff Ogilvy early in the day. We saw him miss about a 2-footer on the last hole for a 3-putt, a disappointing finish.
Might have been the difference.
That might have been the difference of him getting to play next week in the Deutsche Bank.
Well, New York is always a great host, and it was again this week, Mark.
Always love coming here. It couldn't look prettier. What a weekend for golf, and look at the crowd support to this tournament. What a great tournament here at the Barclays. It's Liberty National Golf Course.
Thanks to our producer, Vic Frank, director Bob Mattina, our entire Feature Group Channel production team, like water off a duck's back. No problem. It's been a great weekend. For Mark McCumber and Bill Kratzert, I'm Grant Boone. Thanks so much wherever you are for watching our Feature Group coverage. Adam Scott still in the lead by 1. A wounded Tiger with a late run to give himself a chance. He comes up 1 shot short. On to the Deutsche Bank, and the FedEx Cup playoffs continue. That was fun.
It was, Grant. I enjoy working with you.
Oh, my gosh. I had a blast. Hope we can do it again.
Yeah. We'll get a chance to do some next year. See what happens.
I'd love to see Woodland and Program if it's possible. Not that it matters to our package that we're doing, but just selfishly.
Just to see what happens, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, we'll certainly know on the well, he's next to hit into 18 from a good spot in the fairway. He hit it 9 feet on 17. Oh. Guess what? He's just hit it in there 9 feet again, right below the hole.
Wow.
He hit it 9 feet 2 inches on 17.
That's an interesting spot. I haven't seen many putts from over there.
Yep.
Most of them, the ones I've been looking at, have been over.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that was Tiger hit a pretty dead-gum good shot in there.
He did.
He could have gotten a better break than that.
The ball landed, barely past hole high, only maybe a step past, and hit really hard. He's quite amazing when it matters, isn't it?
That is unbelievable.
He's able to absolutely channel
and
everything.
when it first came off the putter blade, I thought, well, he's clearly missed it short and left.
But he read it right. It worked back right. It was a double breaker. I didn't know that.
Great read. We're ready. Let's go. Tiger Woods Sunday at the Barclays. Grant Boone and Mark McCumber. And how about this beauty after 4 pars? Second shot at the 5th mark.
Little knockdown wedge trying to land it just short of the hole. You see it kick toward the hole. Almost goes in. What a great start. That would lead to birdie. Now move ahead 1 hole to the 6th. It's the 3rd shot on the par 5. Look at the shot. No green to work with. Lands it short with that flop. It releases to about 8 or 9 feet. Spectacular 3rd shot. Keeps his hopes alive of making birdie 2 in a row.
About 8 feet. Catches the left side. And Tiger Woods making a little bit of a Sunday charge. The leaders weren't pushing the lead deeper, and so it kept Woods in it. How about this 3rd shot at the 8th?
Yeah, the long par 5, not reachable. Carries it hole high. He would make birdie there, take him to 3 under par through the first 8 holes. And here's when the trouble started, the 13th. Watch what happens.
Fighting neck and back pain all week after a rough night's sleep on Tuesday night. Into the water left, but the bigger problem is that mark.
Yeah, the question not was could he save par, could he finish? That ball started some 50 yards offline, and he's got a battle on his hands. Now we go ahead to the green. This is for par after a drop. Playing his 4th shot to this point. He would 2-putt and make bogey. Now 16. He had the birdie the last 3. He took out 3 wood with the bad back. Almost drives the green. Putts from the fringe up to about 1.5 feet. This is the birdie putt. He's got to make it. Don't forget. Right in the center of the hole. Now we move ahead a hole to a challenging 17th. Look at this great knockdown short iron. Wow, what a good swing. You can see the pain in his face, but where's the ball going? You've come to expect it, Grant.
An opportunity. And that birdie 3 at the 17th gave him a chance. He could barely get the ball out of the hole. He could barely tee it up in the fairway at 18.
Downwind 8 iron from 190 yards, lofts it high into the air to a tough hole location. Oh, the ball hits hard and just feeds off the green, making for a difficult 3rd shot. He has to make this, no doubt about it.
To join Adam Scott at 11 under. Is it enough? Feeds back to the right. 1 roll short. And Tiger Woods' spirited charge in the final 45 minutes comes up 1 shot shy of Adam Scott. What a run from Tiger Woods on Sunday at the Barclays.